Hi, Vicky. How are you? Is she calling me? Hello. Oh my god. Wait, I'm not even playing any of my shit. Guys, I was about to start streaming and Gran started to call me on Steam. And I'm like, girl, I haven't even started streaming yet. That's so funny. Hi everyone. Hi Morena, Chris, Lizzie, Fat, Ping, Ori, Rox, Lexi. Hey baby. Hey. 60 streak is crazy. Crazy. Thank you for the lurks as well, guys. I know this is the hottest start ever. Hi Leo. How are you? That's so funny. Let's do Killer, because I think she wants to do this. Let's invite her. That's so funny. I don't think she's even on. Girl. Good thing I'm crazy too. I know, what the hell? Pixel Miam. Miam. Emily. Wait, should I at people that I'm live on Instagram? Ah, that's right. How are you? Hello. Sheepy, hello. Hello, hello. Oh yeah, that's good. Guys, it's so cold, or it has been the past couple of days, that I got this out of the Red Bull case. It's not even refrigerated, but it's cold enough. Hi, bounce on Ovi. Wait, Twitch notification worked? What the hell? Okay, first time in 10 years. Crazy. Hello? Today's kind of crazy, guys. We're going to be doing 2v8 with Gran. There's a lot of time in between games, so we'll be able to talk to our chat. And then we're doing Jackbox with a bunch of people, which is going to be really cool. Which means there'll be audience games for you to jump in and vote and do all that. So, hell yeah. Really excited. Brandy, hello. And then I think an arc cap. It'll be a big one today. I just realized 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, between 7 to 10 hours today. Is that okay with you? Sit your ass down. No, I'm kidding. I have my period, so I'm all comfy today in my PJs. Gonna be cinema. I'm so excited. Hi, John. 1, 2, 3 is my favorite. Oh, it's my favorite account. You get the note of when you've been live 17 minutes. Oh, 17 minutes. That's crazy. Slay. Slay. Hell yeah. Oh, hello, Domo. Thank you, my love. Yeah. Yeah, we're here now. We're here now. I don't think Ren is actually on. Get on DBD, bitch. I can't believe Grant called me when I was not live. That's so funny. Should I call her on Steam? Oh, she's not even on Steam. What the hell? She's not even online. Why have I sync with someone on the opposite side of the world? How's that a thing? Listen, it's my favorite thing in the world to be in sync with my chat. I know there's a scientific reason for it. That's not what we think it is, but it's still cuter to say that we're in sync. By the way, new skins. Let's check this out. Check this nurse skin out. Hello. Oh, don't worry. She's doing it herself. Hey.
Hey, I'm just calling you on Discord.
Oh, good. Thank you for calling me on Discord.
This is Discord.
No, it's not.
Please, just one.
No, girl.
Carl, it sounds so much better.
No, it doesn't. For you, it does.
It does.
Let's see if I have a mute button, because I'll give you one game. Push to mute, mouse 4. Okay, I'm going to test this out. Am I muted? Nope. It doesn't work.
Yes, you're muted.
No,
you're
I'm not.
Muted.
No, I'm
You're
not muted. I'm not muted.
You're muted.
No, I'm not. I'm going to try again.
Please.
Hello. It doesn't fucking mute! No, it doesn't mute!
Just one! Please!
I'll do you a deal. When we're in a game, we will do it. But not when we're waiting for a game.
I just
Put your ass
think
away,
about
child.
that time
Call
that
out, delete, just
you... 3,
subscribed.
2, 1,
Smile.
go!
I remember it clearly, and it's one of my favorite moments ever. Here's what I'll do for you, okay? get the fuck online, get in my 2v8 lobby, Discord call me. When we're in a game, I'll mute Discord and we'll do one Steam game and I'll yell. Okay? I'll yell the whole game.
Excited. I'm so excited.
All right, call me on Discord.
Okay.
Okay. Why is she so... I do sound funny from her end. I'll give her that. Cole, thank you for 58. How are you? She's wheezing. And Kaylee, 48. 48, 58. 48, 58. You want to hear some tea, by the way, guys? I gotta contact my partner manager and be like, hey, is this a thing? Like, what's up? Hakuda. Hi, Holly. Hello. Kaylee, Cole, thank you, doll. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the resubs, guys. You're the best. I appreciate it. So I have been since 2021, 2022, 2021. I've been on a premium contract with Twitch, which means, you know, the Partner Plus people work towards. I've just had it since 2021. I've had the 70-30 split. And then I logged on today and it was like, let people know about your goal to Partner Plus. And I was like, what? Oh. And I still have 70-30, but I think the contract has ended. So I have, but to be fair, the last, like, I'm very lucky to say that we have the numbers for Partner Plus, so we're safe. But I was like, oh, I would have loved an email maybe. Like, did my contract expire? Like, oh. And I was like, shit, am I going to lose revenue? But no, because I'm very, 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 very privileged to say that we have Partner Plus numbers, so we're safe regardless. But I was like, oh my God, that's crazy. It wasn't even like anything exclusive. It was just like, it was just a, what's it called? It was, they just gave me the split because I unlocked it like 5 years ago. But I guess 5 years. I guess 5 years is a long time. That's a long time. Yeah. Yeah. But 5 years, that's half a decade I had that contract. So, oh, interesting. So maybe mine didn't, you know, do anything like that. Yeah, some head. Hi, Blizz. Ray, I'm good for it. Hey.
Oh.
What do you want to play? What character?
Oh, there's new killers, right?
Chucky and Dark Lord. I don't know if Dark Lord was here last time, but Chucky's here.
Oh, he was.
But Chucky's new.
Ooh. Who do you want to play?
What is our synergy usually?
I want to play good guy.
Okay, I'll play Huntress. All right, let's see what the queue is. Chunky. Phantom Train. Ready up and
Phantom
see what our
Train.
Kyoro is. You know
Okay.
when random hyped? Oh, 20 minutes. Good. All right.
What?
To be fair,
kidding
it's
me?
9:41. People are having their yogo.
It's they're having the yogurt and putting their Dunkaroos in their lunchbox.
They're having their Weet-Bix. How many do you do?
Oh my girl, I was talking to someone one time and they were like, "Oh, I just do 3." I'm like, "What? What?
3?
3? That's
What
it?"
do you do? 6?
I feel like 4, maybe 5.
4 to 5's
is
the golden.
fine.
Do you sprinkle some brown sugar on it?
Girl, and you put, okay, do you know the secret?
I think you've told me this. Do it. Tell the family. Tell the chat.
Brown sugar, and then you put hot water on top. It makes it expand, and it browns the sugar. Okay.
That sounds so good.
That makes you want to Weet-Bix real bad.
I would
Oh,
love
by
a
the
bowl
way,
of Weet-Bix. Okay, sorry.
Happy birthday!
Thank y'all.
It's your birthday and you're gay.
Woo!
It's your birthday and you're gay.
Yes, I am.
Oh, I hope you live forever and I hope you'll never die. It's your birthday and you're gay.
Woo! Have you seen that thingy? How the video? She's like, they're like, you look so good tonight. And she's like, ah.
What is that from?
It's an interview on the red carpet, and he compliments her, and she goes, ah. Have you seen it? Wait, let me show you. Let me show you. It's so funny. Let me show you. Let me show you.
Wait, is it Is it why am I what? My brain is saying Liam Neeson, but that's not right.
Yeah, appreciate you. Look like $1 million
Jessica
bucks.
Jennifer Coolidge.
Now talk to me. This is your first Grammys.
Yeah. I've sent it to you.
I look like $1 million bucks.
Ah.
This
Andy,
better
hello.
not take 20 minutes.
It will, babe, but we can play Survivor.
Oh, I forgot that's an option. Okay. Oh, this girl. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, let me play this for my stream
Okay.
so we can stim it. Oh my god, if I can fucking
Versatile
find it.
queen. Yes, bitch. I agree. Oh, wait, what's this? What is this class? You get a flashlight for this class? That's so funny. Yes, I'm doing that. Yes. What the hell? Also, thank you for the Phantom train. That's Kaylee and Cole's train. Exclusively. That's the People's Princess. But thank you, Andy. Condensed milk on a Weet-Bix. What? A Weet-Bix with condensed milk? Really? Get that flashlight. Ah.
Have you? I swear there's another one of her where she just goes, ah!
Honestly,
Like you have a funny laugh or something, and she goes, ah!
probably. Also, there's a
I
new
wanted to change
class,
characters.
and it cracks me
Oh.
up. It's called Torchbearer, and you just get a fucking flashlight.
That's it?
And I'm taking it. I want it.
Oh my god, you and your such a Twitch streamer.
Okay.
Gotta get my
I gotta do a CJ Tech.
Hey, I played Killer the whole stream last Thursday because you weren't here. And
Well, I'm sorry.
I played Sadako, I played Clown, and I played Baba. I won
Moxicillin
every
just resubbed for
single
53
game.
months.
I
Yes,
don't know
you
what's
did.
going on.
Yes, you did, bitch.
Sadako's my main now.
Yeah. I know.
You know?
Moxie,
How
thank
do
you
you
for
know?
53. Because you would eat with her. That's like your gal.
No, Carla, you're just making that up. I've like
It's
never
true.
played her.
What?
You just made that up.
No, I
But that's
mean,
fine, it's
what I
your
mean by
birthday.
that is, no, what I mean by that, it makes sense that you like it. Like, I can understand why you like it. You know what I mean?
Like, there are some killers where I'm like, I want to be good with this killer because of the aesthetic.
What about Vecna? Like, do you like Vecna?
I've kind of gone off Vecna
Oh, okay.
because I was getting annoyed at people dodging the things
Oh,
so easily.
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
was getting bored.
That's fair.
But then I went to Sadako. There is something about playing her
Okay.
because you don't play her like a other killer. You're just kind of like, oh, I'm a teleport over here. I'm gonna go over here. Oh, I don't want to be in this chase anymore. I'm leaving. Like, it's so fun.
Okay. I'm interested.
I
I'm
would
interested.
I know, because I wish she was in the goddamn TV.
Maybe she will be next time.
I'm gonna send in a letter
Mm.
to
Meow.
Mr. Daylight,
Meow.
and I want it.
Meow. Alright.
What's our plan here? Oh, it's random. Oh no, it's not. We don't have perks.
Yeah. Oh, Em, what the hell?
hmm.
Meg, Jay, Bliss, hello, and
Okay,
Moxie,
we do
thank
the
you for
God
53.
field.
Sorry, I got distracted with
'Cause
old
no one's
woman.
in it.
That's great. Thank you so much. That's a long time. That's a long damn time. And I appreciate you. Thank you. Cutie patooties. Yeah, I said it. Anyway, sorry. I didn't know what to wear today, and I honestly chose comfort over everything. Cutie patooties. Guys, I'm keen for a long stream today. Can I say that? I just did. You have to put up with me. Soz. Also, just so you know, if I feel a bit weird, I'm trying to be overly positive today because Mimi's been a little bit sick and I'm a bit worried about her. She's been throwing up a lot and she seems super anxious. So I'm a little bit like, I feel off today, but I'm really trying to obviously check on her when I can and stay positive because I have too much coming up. and I have to take her to the vet tomorrow. And I'm a little bit worried about everything.
Put your ass
So,
away, child.
I'm trying to be as positive as I can today.
Ray_ski just
Oh my god,
subscribed.
it's
But if I seem off in
Can't
parts,
stop
that's
calling
why.
you.
Thanks guys, I appreciate it. Thank you, Moxie. Don't say sorry. What the hell? Misfit, hello. How are you? Ray, happy 2 years. What the hell? What's with these girthy subs today? Thank you. And also Nelly, hello. That's okay. Ooh, how did he miss that? That seems like a bug on their end. That should have hit. Yeah, it's hard when your kitty or your pet is sick because you're like, I don't know how to help you. She is 14 next month. She's a little old lady baby. Misfit, I know. Oh, I'm a dirty dog. Flash grenade? What? Oh, okay. Why is it called a flash grenade? What the hell? Is that a bug? Yeah, this is gonna be awful. I'm gonna be flashed. Guys, what was that? Was that someone with a grenade, or was that does that happen with the class? I'll catch a grenade for ya. I'll show you good. Alright. Yeah, 2v8 is back. Someone with grenade? Do you get a grenade? So why does it say flash grenade then? That's why. That's crazy. So why? What? Gain a flashlight grenade that charges every 60 seconds. What? What? You have a grenade and a flashlight with this class. Granny, this flashlight class is ridiculous. You have a flashlight.
Oh my god!
Oh, okay, yep. You have a flashlight and you have a grenade, a flash grenade, every 60 seconds.
Wait, that's kind of low-key fire.
Oh, do you have your meds, babe?
I did. I took one.
Good for you.
Wait, did I? No, I did.
Okay, that's why I asked. At that time, I was like, did you? And you're like, oh shit, no, thanks.
And you hear like pats clanging.
Yeah.
Things falling over. Oh god, where is it?
Where is it? Heal me.
Heal me.
Heal me. Hi, dude. How are you? Torchbearer for a reason, baby. That's so crazy. I'm gonna try and get a flash grenade. Oh, there's two. Girl, the way I forgot there was two killers because I only saw one.
Girl, I'm with you.
Oh, this is not good. Oh.
What the hell is this thing? Oh my god, hello, bitch.
Oh.
Oh, I'm so stupid.
Tiff, good question. Good hiding spot behind a tree. Guys, my hiding spots behind trees are good. That was shit of me. Oh, missed me. Oh, ouchies. I will pay for that. I dare
Okay
you.
for that.
I dare you to come and get me.
Oh my god, I need to do a Wesker game.
You do.
What is this shit? I keep Is it tonic? What is this?
Come and get me, baby.
Oh, it healed me. What?
Come and get me. I gotta sneeze.
Oh, I sneeze. I'm not allowed to sneeze.
What the hell? My flash grenade's nearly ready. Oh my god, yes. No, it's not. Fuck! What? Did I read the rules wrong? Oh no. Damn, that would have been sick. That would have been sexual. Why didn't it work? Oh. Now I'm going to die in game. Oh, so sorry. Oh, nice. Oh, now I have it. What the hell? I'm just so skinny. Okay, so I have the flash grenade now.
Oh my god, bitch! I'm fighting for my life.
Oh, shit. Where's the other guy? I haven't seen, Dracula in a
There's a
while.
guy. There's, Wesker, and there's bloody
Vecna.
Dracula.
Or Dracula?
Dracula.
Oh, shit.
Which one haven't you seen?
Well, I saw Dracula at the start of the game, and now I haven't seen him. Let me have a look at this. What is
I
this?
feel like we're gonna be fine.
60-second cooldown.
I'm just
It
watching
was
these two
60
killers
seconds.
chase people right next to me. Not coming for me.
What the hell? I swear that was 60 seconds. Am I wrong? Because if I'm wrong, I don't want to be right.
Oh my sweet baby Jesus!
Oh. Stay with me. You're okay, Queen. You're okay.
Oh, I fear.
Oh,
Bitch, move!
oh.
Oh my god, DBD creator.
Hi, Con. How are you doing? Oh.
Is this horror after me? Oh my god, I'm in danger.
I'm in danger, girl.
Whoa!
This has been the longest 2v8 game ever. Girl, what? You can you can heal with 3 people now? What? I'm good, Con. I'm alright. How are you? Wait. Oh, is it just 3 in 2v8 or is it more? That's crazy.
I'm so dead! First hook!
Wow, 3. That's fun. Oh, shoot. Ouchie.
Oh, howdy, Kate. Hello.
Oh, okay. I have nothing here. Ooh, nice shot. Nice
Oh,
shot.
I fear.
I fear.
Fear in my heart.
Jaren! I miss you! Hello, girl!
Hear me quickly! We have generators
Jaren
to do!
Stroke just
Coca-Cola,
subscribed.
hello!
4 years OMG.
Oh.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Wait, did someone DC?
No.
Wait, why did we get out of the game?
You died.
Oh.
Girl, you died. Cuddler.
That's how you know my mental isn't good.
I was looking at the thing like, does she know she's dead?
I was like, all right, DC, you were winning, I think. Sorry, guys, my bad. That's how you know there's a lot on my mind.
Is it me? Am I on your
Crazy.
mind?
All the time. That's... I don't think I've ever done that in 7,000 hours of DBD.
7,000 years
Yes.
of Dead Before Daylight.
My bad, everybody. Where am I again? That's bad. Hi, Oz. I'm
Oh
okay.
my god, we need to do one jam.
How are you? Amy, I'm not proud of it. Sush, look away.
If only that
I'm
girl
good,
hadn't
Ask. How are you?
DC'd.
Onion, wow. Jaren, how are you? What's the hot goss?
Christ almighty, I thought that Dwight was the killer.
Oh, what's this? Hold. Oh my god. Sush. Jared, I know I miss you. What the hell? Ars, you got this. Fight. 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 No, I hope you feel better. Oh. Da. Da. You got this. Fight Jacob Black. You're Bella Swan. I'm Edward. Whoa. Oh, double teamed.
Oh my god, I didn't know there was another guy.
Hi, Shrubby. That's what I mean. I haven't seen Dracula.
Dracul.
Run, 11. Run. Run. I haven't seen them. Shrubby, is it good? Wait, how is Melbs, Jerem? This is the skin of a killer, Bella.
Okay.
Girl. Girl. Girl.
Disappointment. Is that the best you
Poor performance indeed.
Girl.
Oh, I didn't look to see where the doors are. I fear I die here.
Evans, hello. Frozen, real.
Oh my god, hello, sir.
Real. Major drip. Oh shit. I always want to watch Twilight. Always. Girl, it would be crazy when the killer's DC.
Girl,
I mean, when you
think I'm
die.
being left to die on this hook.
I think you are too. I wonder if we're gonna have a hard time as killer. I didn't see Dracula more than twice.
I was chased by him a lot. Oh my god, I've been moved?
Yeah, because he was.
Oh my god, sir, I'm right here.
He was
Please.
tunneling.
Go
Not
for me
tunneling,
first.
camping.
Go for me first. Me. No, no. Quickly. Quick. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yes!
That was a crumb.
No!
Oh god.
Shit.
Darren, thank you.
Oh my god, I was so close. I should have gone for the other
appreciate
door. Oh my god. Cause I can't help the way that I feel.
Old woman scream. Because old woman scream. She can't help it. Alright, let's see what we have here. Oh, where are you? Oh, you're in a match. Oh, thank God. $30 seconds. Alright, let's test it out. Let's wait 30 seconds. Let's see. Doll, I'm good. How are you? How are you?
30
My
minutes?
muscles are getting bigger. 30 seconds.
Mama.
30 seconds.
Oh.
Girl. Huge 30 seconds.
Absolutely.
Guys, I'm going to trick the system. Watch this. I'm going to go get a bottle of water. Right? And I'll get up. And we'll put in a queue. Watch this. Check this out.
Fashion. Oh. Well, Carla. Well, Carla, it's time. Fashion.
I literally, like, I called it. I didn't even leave to get my water. I stood at the door frame.
Girl.
Because I knew it would happen. Alright, I'll get my water after this. That's so funny. Sometimes you just know this game, you know what I'm saying? Alright, I don't know what's going to happen because people are going to have flashlights. So we're either going to hate our life or we're going to get an 8K. There's no in between.
I was like an 8K girl. How? Oh, yeah.
Oh, you made me second.
No, because I remember now.
Oh,
we got
okay.
8 people to kill.
Alright, we
which
need-
killer are you playing?
Huntress.
Oh, and I'm Chunky. Okay.
We need comms.
Oh god, the survivors are so ugly. I can't wait to kill them.
Oh,
I'm just kidding.
you're not.
I'm just trying to find a reason.
Okay.
I'm looking for a reason.
Oh my God, I heard your laugh and I was like, who the fuck is that? Alright, where are they? I see scratch marks up back. Oh, that's not a scratch mark. That's top. Whatever that is.
There's a
Mesh.
guy running towards you. Arthur.
Nice. I'll hook him. You keep
Thank
going.
you, baby. I
Meow.
appreciate you so much.
Yeah. Alright. Huge. Oh.
And I can't help the way that I feel. Oh, I do not know how to use this power.
There's 2 rats near me. Miss them both.
What the fuck?
This gen is a tickle for being done. Someone's hiding over here.
A tickle.
Come here, girl. Nice dodge. Wow.
Oh my god, wrong person!
Ooh. Missing 2 pallet shots as Huntress honestly feels like you've lost a limb. That's crazy. That hurt. That really hurt. That really
There
burnt
we
something
are.
inside me.
Oh, they're both over here?
I'm wasting so much time on this person.
Hello.
Thank God. We got it back. Which limb? You don't want to die.
You don't want to know, girl.
All right. We can come back from this. We just need hooks. Where are they? All scratch marks around here. Oh, they're getting stronger.
I do not know how to use this power, I swear.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there's a lot over here.
Yeah. Well, someone's doing that, Jen. I should probably go to that. Wow. Okay, I gotta leave this. Gotta go over here. That's unfortunate.
Nice.
I'm really sorry. Someone's on a gen over here. DBD and Fortnite? Oh, yeah, Snail. That's a combo meal. Eh. Oh, nice. Oh, they keep running to the next gen. I love this. Keep pushing them off. Oh, this Jake. Nah, I feel bad. I keep finding him. Girl, no. Okay, I can't. I have to. I'm so sorry. I have to get pressure and I keep finding you. But someone might have a flashlight. You can get saved.
Oh, they're not healing.
No flashlight. Hi, Kia. Bloody good doll. How are you? Hi, Mick. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I've been playing too much Ark, Jaren. I probably need to get off Ark. I love it so much.
Oh my god, I forgot. What?
Alright.
Oh, that was so cool.
Oh, 2 gens. Shit.
I know, we're getting stabbed.
Come back
We're
of the
not
century.
playing around, mama.
Oh, whoa. There was 2 of them in the main house. I'm pushing them out. Oh, no. Oh, there's someone on the outside.
I
Oh,
fear
God.
I do not know how to play this killer, unfortunately.
That's fine. Do you reckon she'll drop the pallet now?
Oh my god.
They will,
I
nice.
Leave her. Oh, you cannot rotate.
Ah! Oh, nearly bloody got her there.
Ooh, this is not our
Oh, not
game.
good.
I
No,
fear.
no.
I fear.
I've missed so many easy shots this round. Not good. Not good.
Ooh,
But
I
so
need
many
this
injured though. So
power.
many injured. There's heaps around near me. Heaps injured.
Right.
Right. They're running to the other gate now, where I'm going. Okay, one gate's open.
Oh,
Nice.
Jane.
Alright. Sure thing.
I fear I do not know how to play this killer.
For someone who doesn't know how to play, you're doing great, Dom.
Cause I can't help the way that I feel.
Hi, Connie.
Did we kill
I'm
anyone?
good, how are you? Someone near me.
Who's this?
Like someone's injured near me.
Hi, Jane.
Oh, they're all near me. All near me. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Hey, there's a person stuck in this corner where I am. Oh my god, I missed! Carol, there's one coming towards you.
Huge. Damn. Nice.
She's coming towards you. She's coming towards you.
Where? I'll try and go on the
Come
left.
here, baby.
Oh my god. There's so many.
Ooh!
Nice.
Yes!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Get her ass.
Jesus Christ. Okay, people are staying in.
Now, where did she go?
I think they're all around. Oh, they're off the hook. I don't know where.
Ooh, I
though.
see them.
Okay. I'm gonna try and cut them off. Where are they running? Oh, 3 of them. Holy shit. Okay. Oh no,
Hey,
I'm nowhere
one of the
near.
good guy.
Is that gate not open or is it open? Damn.
Wait, God, let me have her.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Look
God,
at that Christmas
no.
hat. Little Christmas hat. Oh my god, that's rough. GG. We tried to bring it back at the end. And that's, oh wait, I'm muted. Alright. Good try, I was muted the whole time with comms, fuck.
Girl, I am not playing that killer again. That was horrible.
Yeah, I was so rough as Huntress. I was missing the easier shots.
I was trying to use his power, and it wasn't clicking.
In a couple days, Kia.
Let me see who else.
Any tips?
Ooh.
I would say go easy on
Jessica.
yourself because everyone struggles when they first start. Like you were gonna blow up so many gens. YouTube videos are gonna be your best friend.
Let me do Death Slinger. Yeah,
And also
yeah,
playing
yeah,
both
yeah.
sides as well. And don't be afraid to map, like bind certain keys for certain things in game because that's how I learnt better. Was just making sure that I'm comfortable. Okay, watch streak. Thank you, doll. I appreciate that. Get those rats. What are you playing, doll? Nurse?
Death Slinger.
Oh, Deathslinger. Oh, who should I play? Maybe I'll play Ghostface, and then I could just make everyone.
He's so spooky and scared.
Yeah. All right, so it should be another game of Survivor than our game. All right, be right back.
God, I hope it's. I want to play killer the whole time. This
I
is
know.
so bad.
I know.
If only. If only.
They just need to make half the lobby bots because the bots do gens. Like it's not even a bad thing.
No, because exactly.
Mm.
Exactly. And I've been saying that there. I've been saying that there.
Yeah.
Who is that? Is that Ace?
It
He
has
looks
to
like
be.
he's having a midlife crisis.
He is.
Oh, what is that? What does that say? Tickling my balls.
And I've been saying.
And I've been saying that.
Put your ass
Wake
away,
it up.
child!
It's Nikki Beach just subscribed. Carla. Happy belated birthday, my love. I hope you had the best time. I miss you. Welcome to the
you.
30s Club Moi.
Thank you so much, Nikki. Thank you for tier 2 as well. How are you? Guys. Also 70, no. Oh my god. Thank you for the streak. I appreciate that. The puppy's woofing his ass off right now. Real. Mamma mia. Puppy. Thank you, Nikki. How are you? Oh, I was Wet n Wild. It was actually really great because no one was there. So every ride was like a couple minutes. Wait. It was great. It was bloody great. The kaboom is so fun. Oh god, makes my tummy drop every time. Yeah, no, I haven't been Bruise. I haven't been to the theme parks in 13 years. So I got taken away for a little long weekend in the Gold Coast, just an hour away. It was great. I haven't been there since I was 17, so it was an experience. It was good though. Oh my god, Mick. An hour away, Jesus. I did learn that even after all this time, I am not a roller coaster girl. I did go on some, but I just struggle with them a lot. I never like, it's just, it's not for me. I'll go on some of them, but I didn't go on the biggest one because I was like, it goes for 3 minutes. I don't think I'll survive it. I think I'll pass out. 20 minutes away? Do you buy a season pass and just go sometimes? I guess it might not be as exciting when you live around there, right?
It's the Huntress.
I do think Wet n Wild's a great spot though. My Scout Freedom, although it's okay if I use...
Be out!
It's not bad if I use the same shampoo and stuff. Yeah,
Oh my god, we
Nikki.
just scattered like rats.
Rats.
Like rats.
Rats.
There was a line at the shack pallet to get out. Everyone was trying to get out.
Wait, that's crazy. 40 minutes, Jaren. Oh my god. Yeah, no. So Frozen, when I went there, I was like, okay, maybe 17-year-old Carla versus 20-year-old Carla, 30-year-old Carla, maybe I am gonna love it. Maybe this is my time. And we started with like a ride that little kids were on, but it was still like thrilling enough. And I realized that no, they're still not a favorite of mine, and that's okay. That's okay. It's mainly the height, I think, that scares me. What? Cage state? What's that? What? He just removed a state from him, a health state. What? I didn't read the notes to this. What is that? Oh my god. No, I literally just used Head and Shoulders Freedom. And look, I know a lot of dermatologists will hear that and go, what? But it's what I like. It just helps me. I don't know. It just works. Yeah, I don't know. Guys, these photos. I'll show you this one photo. I was just terrified. You can use them after your first or second hook state. Only can use when injured. Oh my god. Green. Girl, have you seen these drinks around the map?
Mama, I just had a Gen 99. 99. And I got some here.
Girl, there are tonics around the map. There's green and blue.
I know. This feels really survivor-sided now. I don't know
Yeah.
why.
The green removes a hook state and the blue removes a health state.
What?
Like this Dwight got off the but you can only use them while you're injured. Dwight got off the hook, drank a green tonic, and one of his hook states were gone.
That is outrageous.
Yeah, it's crazy strong, Mick. I just found another one. There's literally one over there.
So I can remove a hook state?
If you're injured and you find a green tonic, yeah.
That's insane.
What?
That's insane.
Do you feel it's very survivor-sided, Mick, or no
Yes.
change?
That's way too survivor-sided.
Oh,
Holy shit.
the killer can find it first and get 10% speed for 20 seconds. That's it? What?
That feels like nothing compared to the hook state. Like that's like undoing a whole generator.
Yeah. Like if I find a blue tonic right now, I'm gonna eat it up and be healed. I would love to for science. I did right now.
Oh God.
Oh, it takes a while. That's fair. Run him away, run him away.
Oh my God.
Don't run in my way. No. I want the hell state so bad.
Like, this feels like we're blasting the gens. The game is like almost over. Ooh.
That's super
You missed.
fast. I
Oh.
just healed with this tonic. I agree. What? Tad Survivor slided? Yeah. What the hell?
Y'all! Quentin, heal my ass!
Oh my god.
Right? Like, it's like almost over. We're about to finish the gen, too.
Oh my god.
Opening the door, and no one is dead. I mean, this is crazy, girl. This is crazy. This was too fast. Crazy.
Yeah, this was worse than our game. And I don't think they were necessarily bad killers either. They're removing a hook state so unnecessary.
Right,
What?
that needs to be removed. That's why did they do that?
I healed with the tonic, a blue tonic that I found. A health state. What?
Did that guy just open the door? Okay. Well.
Yep, just gonna heal with this tonic real quick. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. All good.
Oh, mama. Oh, Dwight.
What? If we
Oh,
get...
Dwight, what are you doing?
Is there only certain per map?
I think so. What's really going on?
Oh my god. I didn't get healed by... Well, I probably did, but... I healed myself twice with a tonic.
I did it one time in the last game. And it felt crazy.
What the hell?
How much longer for Keller?
Give us what we need.
Oh my god, you're not in my... Oh wait, never mind. You're
I
in
know,
the
I
match.
did the same thing.
9 minutes? Ew. Ew.
It's because that game was so short, to be fair.
No, because rail.
Do you want to have a quick, break, or do you need to do an ad? Oh no.
Yeah, let's do an ad.
Okay.
Alright.
All right. Hi Axel. Hi Buns. How are you? Hello. The most broken thing survivors have is actually the escapist class. Sprint burst on demand. What? On demand? What's the cooldown? Is it same as sprint burst cooldown? Shave my toe in the bath. Aw, babe. Love that. 20 seconds? And you press a button to activate it? Oh. Can I read something? Like, what's happened here? Wow. Features, tonics. Herb gameplay returns in form of tonics. They can be found in location you normally find totems. What? Grants 10% haste. What? It's just for both killers. Whoa. That doesn't feel like a fair return. We have updated the terror radius to reflect both killers in range, adjusting the audio tracks for each killer as they get closer. Oh, okay. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm never someone, as you guys know, it's not a bad thing to be, but I'm never someone to be like, oh, this is ridiculous. But I feel like that's kind of ridiculous. Am I wrong? That feels so broken. What the hell? Huh. All right. All right. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I'll play an ad and I'll go pee. Yeah, I'm kind of shocked by that. But you know what? Fine.
Is anyone out there listening? I've lost myself deep in the algorithm of someone else, and under new conditions I might find that I was always perfectly alone. Can somebody walk me home to pearly gates? The universe becomes a wave and crashes down forever.
Oh my god. Granny, you back? Oh no. Oh shit. Oh my god, grand. Perfect timing for me. Gran's gonna be so pissed when she's back. How long was I gone? Like 3, right? Gran! Going back over here. She's gonna be so upset. Like waiting 20 minutes. 2 gens? Oh my god. Gran! Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Ah,
No!
Gran, quick.
Oh my god, what? How long have we been here?
Like 3 minutes. I've done 2 gens. 2 minutes maybe.
Well, shit. Look at that sex. That was not 9 minutes.
Real.
Up and down.
Lock in.
Oh my god, that sucks.
I believe.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't
okay.
realize it was going that long.
I had a feeling. I was like, oh no. That's okay. Oh, there's 2 new maps in 2v8 too. Oh, I'm so behind on everything. Lock the hell in!
Where? I flopped. Ooh. Well, at least I get to shoot some people, because that's what I wanted to do, honestly.
True.
I was playing this horror fishing game. And it was so much. Oh, what does that mean? Someone's exposed or something?
Yeah, I'm Ghostface.
Oh!
Yes. Puffin, we need this. Desperately.
Okay, girl.
What's the plan? Keep shooting, baby. I'll pick her up. There's someone right ahead of me to the left. They're crouching.
Oh my god, there's so many over here. Upside down.
All right, Adam is exposed. He's running for his life.
No!
What? That speed boost saved
God,
my
no.
ass. Amazing. That was a nice speed boost. Whee! I'm flying. I'm flying.
Gotcha.
Gotcha good. Yeah, that green is nice.
Oh, there's a lot over here.
Okay.
There's a lot of girls right here.
Oh, there's someone injured over here too. I can hear someone injured.
I can hear someone healing.
Wonder where they
Ooh.
went. Ooh, light blue's nice. Yeah, I like my little pink scritch marks.
Oh my god, I keep hitting my mouse. Like a
No,
fool.
don't do that. You're so sexy. Nice.
No!
I love when people try to get flashy saves, so I know exactly that's what I know. I look exactly like that because they hide behind like a sprig of grass, and I'm like, so that's what I look like to killers.
Yeah?
Rubbish. Where did she go? Did she get up? Oh, nice. All right.
Oh, how did that miss?
Is there a thing here?
No!
All right.
I'm flopping.
I gotta look at gens. Probably too late. There's a lot of people over here. That gen near me
Where'd
is
she just go?
like 50.
Which gen?
Behind me. I'm gonna go back to it. I don't know if it's too late, but I'm gonna try. Nice.
Ooh! You know what? We didn't do too bad for having an AFK start.
I agree.
Not the worst. Oh, I see them.
Michaela near the hook, I think. Like, there's a Michaela around here who's exposed. You got him. Let me go over here. North?
Right.
That's unfortunate for Michaela.
Ooh. I'm going back to check the gen.
I'm gonna check this gen.
Oh, they
Okay.
run this one back here.
Okay.
Shoot.
Crawlings, hello. Hi, Nether. Hello.
What? Oh, she was just unhooked. Oh, she's going up the top.
I think she's running to a gate.
Oh my god, she got out.
No. I swear I've hooked her a lot.
No! How did I miss?
That was me as Huntress earlier. I was like, why am I missing
Ooh.
these shots?
I know this was bad. This was a bad round.
To be honest, we got a lot of hooks for a late start. Oh, there's people here, people here.
Where?
Oh, no, I can't get them. Yeah, 2 people leaving here. That's alright. To be fair, we got a lot of hooks for...
Oh, that was my fault.
No, it's fine.
I was AFK for the first 3 minutes.
Yeah, but we got like the most hooks.
We kind of slayed a little bit.
We did.
Wait, that wasn't. I wanted to go again.
You want to do Deathslinger
way!
again?
Oh god, this timer, mama.
Should I do Ghostface or Huntress?
We could do double range.
With Huntress?
Yeah, I'll do
Okay.
Deathslinger.
5-minute queue time. We'll see about that.
Oh, okay, yeah. Lars.
Lies and
Liza
deceit.
Clown? They don't have
Burrito. Burrito. Hi, Leah.
clown. Not allowed.
How are you?
I kept doing this dumb thing when I was aiming. I would like accidentally flick my mouse. I don't know why I was doing that.
did that with Huntress too. I'm the same. Oh. 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 Thanks. No, but burrito, for sure. Hey. I wonder if it's actually going to be 5 minutes. I hope so. Hi, JJ. How are you doing? All right. I love Mexican food so much. Oh, shoot. When do you go on leave, Burrito, officially? Work hard, play hard, doll. It's Taco Tuesday somewhere and tacos are kind of like burritos. Yeah, exactly. You get me. Mid-March till after Easter. Oh my god. How exciting. Yippee. Love. They do. They do. It's actually pretty fun. The killer's fun to play and the survivors have cool perks. Oh, like cute. Leah, that is fun. No, it's so worth it. It's actually great and the survivor perks are good. They're fun. Oh, no. Fair. I'm sorry. Especially when you're craving something. All right. Let's go. Let's see if the
Let's
5 minute
go.
is real.
With the taste of your lips, I'm
Pixie,
on
happy
fire.
30. Yippee! Leah, yes and no. The first one was 20-minute queue. And then the last one, I don't think it was 20. I think it was more like 15. It didn't come to Australia. Yeah, exactly, raw. Like, not bad. But not, like, perfect.
Oh, it's an Oni.
Oh.
Girls, why did we? Why?
Oh, they're all with me. Okay.
Oh.
Finish that, Jan. I'm on a hook. I need a tonic.
I'm on me way. Bitch, you were here the whole time.
The whole time.
Which character are you? Oh, you're Yoon Jin.
I am, yes. I'll do the gen up here. I'm alive.
Yet what thick I'm slipping under.
And I wonder if you know
Oh, here
how
we go
it
again.
feels. Oh shit.
Here we go again.
No, we can't.
Well, at least it's not like. It's not like that out of the way.
Yeah, true.
I was crying. I couldn't even remember the first couple of rounds.
No, I agree. I need to find that tonic. I'm getting destroyed. I need to find that tonic, girls.
I don't wonder if you know.
How it really feels. Yeah, he has cheeks that only. Alright, I gotta find that tonic.
Girl, how about you find a Jan?
I'm on Death Hook, so how about you shut your whore mouth?
Girl, we're on 7 Jans.
Yeah, well, I'm dying, so I need to find it.
Oh, bitch. I've been injured by the E. Slash me with the sword.
Are there no tonics on this map?
Now we slamming bitches.
Have they already got me? She's finding it!
She's finding it. I don't wonder if you know how it really feels. You be healed by 11 from Stranger Things.
No, I want the hook state tonic that removes the hook state.
Oh my god.
What?
11 just healed 2 people and then we all ran away and we didn't realize she was injured. I'm
Oh.
the only one who stayed.
That's awkward.
She's crouched on the ground like, please,
Please, help me.
mother.
Maybe the killer's already got them. That's actually smart to go for tonics early.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
there's a... Oh, that's a healing tonic. Never mind.
Okay, I'm dead. I've made a massive mistake.
Oh, these killers are doing it. Is
Oh,
this
shit.
a good... Isn't this a good killer map?
I'm dead.
Like, this map feels
Unacceptable.
tiny.
I'm dead.
What?
See you in the lob.
This map feels tiny compared to the other ones.
Yeah, I'd like to play on this map.
I would love that instead of Mother's Dwelling.
I agree. Oh, the killer's DC'd.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I'm at the end screen.
Girl, you're dead.
I know, I'm kidding.
I cannot stand you.
Hello, Ping, baby. Guys, I actually did that for real. One of the first games. I'm not even kidding. I'm not proud of it.
Oh my god, you just scared the shit out of me.
How real
have
it
a favorite
feels. And
cuss
Ria,
word?
thank you.
Probably fun.
And Pixie. Da.
Well, I'll just finish the gen. I don't
JJ, so
care.
it's a thing for 2v8, and there's some tonics around the map. The blue one heals a health state. The green one removes a hook state. For survivors, and then killers. The blue one gives you haste for 10 seconds. The green one gives the team haste for 10 seconds. So the killers can just get all of them and remove it from the survivors. I don't think they respawn. I think it's like a one-time use.
Oh, hello,
So I
ma'am.
honestly, it is smart as killer to grab them before
How it
survivors
really
do.
feels.
Yeah.
This is making me want to play Wraith, but when I played Wraith in 2v8 last time, it was a disaster.
You should do it.
It was a disaster last time.
You should do it.
Let's do it.
Okay.
The hell?
Ping doll? But
just
you're
see me.
hot. 30s never looked better. Stop. Stop. I never saw him walk to a hook for you. So 2v8, you don't walk to hooks. You just once they pick you up, you just put on a hook and you get teleported to like a cage. No, that's okay. Yeah. Yeah. I was confused too
Okay, there
because
was a
I
little
didn't
bit
read the
cheeky.
patch notes. But here I am.
Oh, mama, it was terrible! They tried to drown me in the ocean! We should move, mama. Let's get out of here. Come on. Yeah, come on. Come on.
Come on,
Come with me,
girl.
Come with me. Why are we crouching? Come on. Here we go, baby. We're gonna heal behind this shit right here. They can't find it.
Gonna hide in this here shrub.
This shrubbery.
Shrub.
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 And I wanna rip you shrub.
I really shrub. To be shrubbed outside a shrub. When a shrub's out here, I wonder if you shrub. How really shrubs? To be shrub outside a shrub. To be shrub outside a shrub.
Shrub is a shrub. No love from me. Down the passenger side. Yes, feels right.
Trying to shrub with me.
You don't even got a pair of gardening shears, mama.
The absolute shrubbery of it all. Oh yes. Trying to shrub with me. I
Only
don't want
3
no shrub.
survivors.
Shrub is a shrub. They get no shrub from me. Hanging in the passenger shrub of my best friend shrub. Trying to shrub me.
Get your 10% off at Bunnings.
Why does
Get you
that
a pair of
tickle
gardening
me?
shears.
I don't know why that tickles me.
God,
Hi,
help me with this Jen,
Emma.
whoever that is.
Goda.
I saw
Hi,
you
Gota.
crouching. Who was
How
that?
are you, doll? You call?
Get over here. Quickly, girl.
Quickly, girl.
Do it, do it, do it, do it, do
We
it, do
shrub
it,
on
do
the
it.
shrub till it hedges. Wait, no, maybe it's different management and stuff. Do it. I did. Thank you, doll. How are you? Can't wait to buy my first home from Bunnings.
Oh, I fear. I have fear in my heart.
My American Express credit card.
Oh, this man is after me. Watch out, everybody. Ah! Well, it's over.
All right.
Mama,
Just
can I
killed
escape?
me.
Is that allowed?
I don't know.
No, actually, according to the Dead by Daylight rules, when you are caged in 2v8, you cannot take a chance to escape. No slippery meat or nothing.
Wait, Emily, that
According
sounds
to the
amazing.
lexicon,
Imagine.
the Necronomicon, the Decepticon.
Winter shrub. Hi, Chaos.
Okay, yeah, I'll just die. That's
Come back to
fine.
lobby.
Me when I abandon this match.
If it says 0 seconds, I'm gonna ascend. I'll do the trick. I'll leave the room again.
Girl, no, because no. We need to be locked in.
Lockian.
Can I send you a funny picture?
Yeah.
11 minutes? You are lying.
Oh, yeah.
It was It was 5 minutes before.
To
No,
be
we're
fair,
waiting. We're waiting.
Well, to be fair, it said 9 minutes, and it was what, 4? So.
Oh my god! I just sent this picture to the wrong.
Delete it quickly. Delete it.
No, it's fine. I just because you know streamer mode, you can only see the first letter of someone's name.
Great.
I sent this picture to someone else. Hold on, look at it.
Girl.
Mama, this is it. Let me open this. I'm gonna show everyone what I just sent.
Well, yes.
Everyone.
Hi, Danny. How are you, doll? Me, who I
Y'all,
am.
look at what I just did.
Girl,
Have a
it's
peek at
over.
my foolishness.
It's over.
It's over. You know that you're toxic, and I love what you do, but you know that you're toxic. No, because I'm ready. Why was that the picture?
Or. Okay. Okay. Rosa, are you on a PC?
Carla, can I recommend a game to you?
Yes.
Okay, you don't have a choice. It's called...
Is it the gnome
Oh,
game?
It's called... Shit. Guys,
Here,
what
screenshot
was that
it.
game called that we played
Screenshot
the other
this,
day?
Rosa.
The fishing one?
Oh.
Umigari.
Oh.
Umigari, hold on, let me send you the link. I hold your hand. Wait, how can you send a link from Steam?
I think so.
Are you laughing at me? What did I do?
No, you didn't do anything.
Okay. Okay, no, because I found the link here.
Okay.
This game is so good. It's like a deep sea fishing simulator, but also a horror.
Oh, the Chillers Art one. Why is it a horror? What does it do? I'm scared.
Well, it's like horror themed, but the jump scares are not too bad.
Oh, okay. So they're bad.
But the fishing part is where it's at. Like, it is so much fun. It's so much fun, baby.
So what type of horror is it? Oh.
Like, nautical themed. Like, okay, imagine Deathslinger. Okay, you have a harpoon, you're on a fishing boat, and you have to keep harpooning fish and selling them and upgrading your boat to go to different areas. And it's like, there's this weird story. I don't want to spoil it.
Someone said I could feed a family of 4 at McDonald's at the same price point, and then I should do that instead.
Huh?
So like.
Are you talking about this game?
Yeah, there was a review.
Oh my girl. No, it's good. It's really good. Don't listen to them.
It's good. Okay, guys. Okay. I do love reading reviews though, because I feel like people are so. Look, their experience is valid, but people get so like, I downloaded this game and it was fucking awful, and that would be that would be a review on like a highly rated amazing game. There's always someone that's like, this ruined my life.
Have you ever seen
Refund.
the ones for Oh God, what's that copy of Poppy's Playtime? What is it called again? Garden of Ban Ban.
Oh yes,
Put your ass away,
The
child.
reviews for those
yes.
are so
Little
funny.
just
I would
subscribe.
spend like half an hour reading them out.
Have you? What do you got? You can't do it on stream, I don't think. But I do it sometimes when I need to pick me up. I read reviews for sex toys,
What?
and it's so funny because
Why am I shocked? I'm not.
no, it's hilarious because there'll be one, and the review's like, "My wife's pussy." Oh shit, my wife's. Wait, my wife's.
You got there.
Anyway, don't worry about it. They'll be like, "Oh, my wife's pussy was throbbing with this toy. Happy wife, happy life." Sorry, guys, stuff that up 3 times. And then there'll be other reviews being like, "I broke up with me ex and I got this toy and it's better than she ever was." And you're like, all right, you didn't need to bring her into it.
Like, how did she get in there?
Yeah.
Wait, oh, hold on. Because I've read Amazon reviews before. Do you know that user that has the username Farted Sprout?
Yeah.
Their username is because I was reading out a review for, God, what was it? I can't remember. But the story culminated in this man eating sprouts, and it caused him to have bad gas.
Oh.
And his wife came around the corner in the kitchen, and he farted, and the sprout flew from his bumhole and stuck to her leg. And that's how he got the name Farted Sprout. I literally cannot even remember what this was a review of, or why you would be able to fire a sprout out of your bum like a cannon. Bumhole is a horrid word. Bumhole!
And all I wanted to do was bleep, and it took me 3 times.
Carla, let me tell you something.
It was hair removal cream.
I didn't like my friend's boyfriend. I didn't. He was so annoying. And he would always be over at our house like, girl, like you're not paying rent. Anyway, one time I took his phone and I went into the settings. And you know how I can change the name, like your name, so when Siri talks to you, it addresses you by your name?
Oh, what did you do?
I changed his name to Butthole. And
Oh.
he couldn't figure out how to, he was so dumb. He couldn't figure out how to change it. So every time Siri spoke to him, I would say, okay, Butthole.
But who else?
Okay, Butthole. Looking for the nearest McDonald's in your area, Butthole.
But who else?
Butthole.
You know what people do as well? They go to, not autocorrect, but it's like word replacement. So instead of like, on my way, they'll type OMW and it will autocorrect to on my way for you. Like
Oh, I
it's
hate it.
to shorten things. So sometimes people will be like, all right, I'm going to prank my boyfriend and I'll replace the word babe with like bitch. So no matter how hard they try, they're like, babe, bitch. It's not me, bitch. It's not, I'm not doing this, bitch. And then the girlfriend's like, girl, why are you calling
Girl,
me bitch?
I hate when I say on my way and it autocorrects to on my way. Like, with the
Girl.
little exclamation mark. Girl, I'm not that excited.
I'm really not that keen.
Did you see my new emote, by the way?
No, what is it?
I'll send it to you.
Okay.
It's Abby Lee Miller. Here.
Kachow's in my pussy. Aw, Pudge. So, like... That's so funny. What did you name it?
Abby Lee? Also, do you
I love your emotes.
Do you remember that time that Wendy Williams farted and burped at the same time?
Yes.
This is the image of when it happened.
So that was real?
She went oop.
So like,
No, she did. I guess.
anytime I see a clip of Wendy Williams, I love that woman. But a question. What's up?
What do you mean?
I don't know. She's just.
What do you mean?
You know exactly what I mean.
Like, what's up with
Oh,
her?
wait, I helped you make that, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah, guys, remember this one?
Girl, you helped me make that before AI was a thing.
Fuck AI. I'll make your emote.
I hate AI so
Say,
much.
I hate it. There was this video on my newsfeed, and it was
Flop.
like, breaking news: Cardi B broke up with boyfriend. And I was like, oh, a video. What the hell? I touched it, and it was her, but they got her voice, and it was like, I broke up with my boyfriend, but it was in Cardi B's voice, and I'm like, I can't even watch a normal video now because everything is just AI.
Have you seen the state of Facebook?
Yeah, it's fucked.
So one of my habits the other day was like, they were like, oh my god, look at this baby, and they were on Facebook. They showed me it was like a girl. It was like a 5-month-old baby sitting in a doctor's office, and the doctor was like, okay, open your mouth, and the baby goes, open your mouth, and then the doctor goes, ah, and I went, girl, this is AI. They were like, really?
Yeah,
What? How many 5-month-old do you know that can speak?
yeah. But I wouldn't
What is
respect theirs. Death to all of them.
When is this game popping? This is such a lie.
I'll make some emotes. Don't. I'm ready. No, Facebook is something I have for family. And then sometimes I'll go on there and have a scroll, and it's honestly putrid. Like, I think it actually ruins my mood. I can't
get
open
mad,
it.
especially hearing the voice too.
Yeah.
Okay, but AI voices have been around for a while. Like,
Look, there's some versions of AI we can't control. Like, for example, phones use AI, Google uses AI. Like, there's just some ways we can't help but have it. But the other ways, like I've seen this trend, it's so stupid. It's like, put into ChatGPT what you think my job is. And then it's this poorly made generated thing, and everyone's just looking weird, and it's like, why are we even doing that?
well, do you remember the old, like, the DVD TikToks? It'd be like, this doctor chased me for 4 gens.
Yeah.
Pellets done. Doctor was so mad. Tried to tunnel me. Flashlight save. Getting out with the 4 saves.
Real.
Back then we were like, okay, whatever, it didn't matter. But as soon as I started stealing art, nori.
Yeah, that's the thing. I know there's like
Nice.
specific AI that does help with like intricate things. If it doesn't replace people's work, that's when I'm okay with it. But that's so, like, you know what I mean? But people are using it for more dangerous, just stupid things. When it replaces art and stuff, I'm just like, oh, okay. If it helps, if it actually helps society,
People don't get it.
then
They
good.
They don't get why it's bad.
Yeah.
Like, what's the big deal? It saves me time. Girl, saving who time?
Yeah.
You? No one else?
But like generating a funny photo that just wastes so many resources, that's when it's, and you can hire when you can commission someone's art if you can afford it. It's like, girl.
Can I show you a funny photo that had no generative AI?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sending it to you now. This was from my last stream. Oh my god, I almost sent it to the wrong person again.
Axel, exactly.
Here.
Exactly. Why does that remind me of you? Oh my god, wait.
Top right. I saw that and I was laughing so hard. Someone
Girl.
took a screenshot of me. I wasn't trying to look like it. I just...
That's you. You gotta edit that photo with white hair. And that's you.
Oh my god, yes!
That's you.
Oh my god, somebody! Somebody with skills.
I can do it after stream. If someone doesn't
somebody
beat me
with
to it.
skills. Do you want to see Bald Donald Duck?
Yeah.
I'm so used to seeing him with my hair. Look at this. He looks bald.
What the hell?
Mama, where is this game?
Oh my god, he's bald. I know, I only have like 2 games left.
This is such a nightmare.
Stop.
So happy
I'll have
go
it
with
in
it.
10.
Happy go with it.
What
Is it
AI
fine
game
with
did
his
I play with
controller?
Chris?
What
I think it
happened?
was okay AI.
We need Callum to get off the game.
The vampire one?
Oh my god! We're going in.
Speak up. Speak now. I don't know. That one I think was okay. From memory. Suck Up? Yeah, Suck Up. And then there's another one I played where you have to...
Oh,
Because here's the thing. Technically, Twitch, like streams have been using a form of AI, like Brian, like TTS, like normal TTS when you hear Brian. That's
ready
like
to
where
play
I
the
draw the
cooler.
line. I'm like, okay, like it's happened in Google Translate, like you know what I mean? Like those voices. I don't think it's AI per se, but you know what I mean? It's like that's been around for ages, so that's what we're used to. So there was a game that did that, Vaudeville, I think, and you had to try and solve a mystery, and it was actually like it was so balked, but it was funny because they wouldn't stop talking. Those speaking games, I think, are fine. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think from my understanding when I played them, everyone was comfortable with it because it was like, it was using the TTS we use on Twitch. That one was great. Yeah, no, they were really fun. Speak Now, Carla's version. That's me. Meow. Oh, look, now that the Tonics have their own art now, it's a full thing. No, yeah, Rosa, I don't like that. Yeah. No, I agree. I am on your team with that. I don't like when they do that. I don't like when the
oh my
art's
god, of course we get a
generated.
giant map.
I don't like the that frustrates me.
Oh, I found a survivor.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So listen, baby
Real.
girl. I ain't got a motorboat, but I can float your boat. So listen, baby girl.
I love how he basically tells her that he has nothing to contribute, but he loves her.
But he got a motorboat.
I can't even buy you flowers. But together be the perfect soulmate.
Soulmate. Talk to me, girl. You get that Claudette. I'll go deal with these people.
I don't know if I can, but I'll try.
And there's a lot of people over here, Foxy.
Oh, I'm missing every shot of this quarter. Guys, I'm gonna crash out.
Soulmates.
Talk to me, girl. Okay, I got it, thank God.
You can still touch my knob, it's free.
Touch my knob?
I feel like I should have just smacked her.
Yeah.
What's really going on? Okay, a lot of people are injured. This is good.
There's someone running around. Yanas?
Nice.
There's someone down here. Yanas.
Okay, we're slave.
Okay, I'm gonna get this green tonic.
Good start.
You watching the Mortuary Assistant movie tomorrow, Dom?
Girl, get out of here. You know I hate that shit.
Yeah, but maybe the movie will be better.
Oh, there's a whore.
I have a man. We got him. Lock in.
Well, I got him.
Well. I have a man in this economy.
Oh, I know she just shat her pants.
I'm gonna go on these gens. Hold. Hold.
Oh, there's another person here. What? Oh, did
How
you
many
get that?
tonics are in here?
Oh my god, you can flashlight save people.
Yeah. Oh my god, I can't even see her, guys. Where did they go? The fog vials are a great
No, I actually
elusive
ate that up. I actually ate that up.
thing. I nearly lost her. Just the way you are. I was on the road. I don't mean away, ma.
She said you sound broke.
You sound broke.
Hello. La, 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 la. Oh,
Ooh, girl.
what's the plan, Martha?
Oh my god, she just bamboozled all of us. Girl, you just hit my ankle.
Oh, there's a guy with a flashlight.
Well, he sucks.
Watch out, sir.
I'm joking.
No!
Oh my
I don't think
god.
I've hit like a single shot. I'm a flapping.
Oh, that's crazy. We can still do this though. We gotta get the tonics as well. Where am I?
Oh my god, that's funny. She's
She's coming
her
around.
and then she ducked.
Oh, nice. Oh my god, that's so bad.
That would have been so good.
That's so bad. Great, I need your help. I fucked up.
Yes!
Never mind.
Slay!
Slay. Oh, ankle with a razor scooter.
God, we need to get someone out of here.
I have a man on me. Yeah. Okay, I have two. A man.
A man!
Alright, let's do
Amanda,
gems.
hug and kiss.
Oh, eh. This is our game. We just gotta go to the gems.
What? How many
she's
were
running.
here? Oh my
She's
god.
running. I did not get her. She's on the hill.
Baby girl.
I'm missing every shot, but it's okay because I can float your boat.
What?
Listen, baby girl.
I ain't got a motorboat, but I can float your boat.
What? The hell?
Girl, what was the plan?
What the hell? Am in this economy?
Another one? Oh, wait, we're kind of eating. Hold
Yeah.
on.
Yeah. Just gotta go to Jen's.
What does this do?
Juniper?
Speed boost.
That's good to get them because now they won't get that. Me when I eat. Oh, one right over here.
That
One right over
smelly
here.
loser. We have to get them.
We gotta focus on the other gens. Do you wanna do a little rotation on him while I'm chasing?
Yes. Ooh.
Surprised that hit.
They're over
Actually.
here. Listen, baby girl.
Haircut.
Meg?
I'm just giving everyone haircuts today.
Oh man.
Look, I'm having a great time. So much fun. We're winning.
The way that I hit that?
How are you, Joel?
Girl.
Gotta go over to
She
this
is
gen.
a sniper.
I reckon someone's at this gen.
Oh my god.
Someone was at this gen. I was Rosh.
We're eating!
Do you want to check the other gen near you? Yeah.
Gotcha!
Oh my god.
Wait, we're good. I think we're good. You're on the last person. Oh my god! An 8K!
We did it! Oh my god, we needed this.
We slayed!
We actually needed that.
I needed this for my motivational level.
Yep. Another day. Another dollar. Yep. Me and Bob.
Girl, I hit some crazy shots at the end. I was getting the hang of it.
That was what we needed.
Monumental slay.
We needed that. We
Alright, I'm gonna
genuinely
switch
needed that.
characters. Let me see.
All right. What should we do for our last game?
What's the last one? Oh shit. The pressure.
It might be quicker
Nurse.
for you to queue up solo, though. I'm curious.
We do nurse.
Nurse. Who should I be? Let's do Ghostface. Ghostface Nurse is fun.
20.
All right, let's play a quick game.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
The taste of your lips.
Did I thank Lib for that sub? Lib! Did I thank you? Happy 44! I think I was distracted. My brain is so out of it today. If you're still here, thank you so much for that sub. I'm so sorry if, I remember seeing it and saying thank you in my head. I don't know if that translated to my mouth. So if I didn't, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. Oh. Oh, shoot. I hate when I think I forgot a sub. I feel terrible. I don't want to be that guy. Oh, 14 minutes. I reckon it's going to be quicker. I think we got this. If I can get one more killer game in before I switch over, I'm going to be so happy. Alright. Get us in, get us in. Come on, everyone, ready up. I want to play one more killer game before Jackbox. Guys, we're playing Jackbox today, which is really exciting because a lot of the games you can join in the audience. So we're going to have like, what, 6 communities minimum, I think, or 5 communities in the audience. So I'm very excited. I'll be jacking my box for sure. No, don't say sorry. And then, depending on vibes, I would be interested in doing an arc cap. Potentially with Chris. Lauren, I'm so excited. How are you? Yeah, a lot. Honestly, we should have at least, I'll say at least 300 to 400 people in the audience. Which is going to be super fun. So, yes. Very excited. Yippee! It's a lot of POW games. That's why I'm ending with Gran early. Because we have a lobby at 8 PM Eastern. Minimum, I know. I love Jackbox. Last time we played with pals, it was a bloody hoot. So, that's going to be fun. I hope we play the sound game again. That sound game was really fun. Get me in. Okay. Let's do it. The someone had me cackling last time. It was so good. My tummy was hurting. Bloody hurting. Underneath the sun. Self-recovering from dying state. Oh. Yeah, although you're not gonna... Oh, that's how they got up. That makes sense. Oh, wait. Cute, Lukey. There you go. Look at us. Jeffy, baby. How are you, sweets? You ever laugh so hard it makes you want to poo? Probably. I don't remember the exact feeling. But it definitely does something to my tummy. It does something to me. Can we commit to this? They can't get us all. Maybe I'll try and be a little gen person. Oh my god. Oh yeah, that's true. We might play Gartic. Wait, my DBD fit, baby? You like it? We might play Gartic after Jackbox. Which is how the Swan came about, which is crazy. Crazy. Jeffy, we should play Pummel Party tonight. Like old times. Yeah, isn't it nice? Yeah, I like it. I bloody like it. 4 years ago? Ray, you're joking. Ew, what? Do you ever see a clip or a memory and it has the timestamp on it and it makes you go... What? What do you mean? Because I do. I love Pummel so much. I should convince them to play today. We should play Pummel. Nikki, yeah. What? Ew! Are you joking it? That's crazy. Time is a construct. It's not real. It can't hurt me. Also, anyone else experience this? I experienced this a couple times. And I wonder what this means. Maybe it's just because I'm awake. So I'll be... You know when you wake up in the morning but you still have more time to sleep? So you kind of toss and turn and you fall back asleep and blah, blah, blah. So I've noticed I do that and I'm feeling really serene and really comfy. Mimi is literally spooning me. She's been a little bit sicky, so she's so like... She's so clingy. And then as soon as I check my phone, I'm hit with anxiety. Now, is that either from the state of the world and social media? Or is it just waking up? Because I don't know. So I'm like, what the hell? I gotta not touch my phone in the morning.
Put your ass away, child.
Jared the Canadian just subscribed. Happy
80?
freaking 6.6 years.
Okay, cheeky. Doll. How are you? Thank you. I know. You can love someone so much and playing Pummel will fucking annoy the shit out of you. You'd be like, fuck off. Don't steal that key. Stop. Am right.
Hello, Taylor. Oh, why did I immediately feel there?
Yes, sorry, Spuds. You always keep me in check. When was I
These
playing
guys are
zombies?
good. These killers.
I know. I know. Jared, that means you came in when I was what?
Dangerous.
Just turning 24? What? Oh no. Alright, nice. I'm aging rapidly. Remember there was a game with Jeffy and Mac, and the game was fine, like no one was doing anything, but I remember we were all miserable. There was a game. I don't know what it was. It was on like a deserty map and it was going on for way too long and we were all like, I think maybe I was like that. I was like,
Abby Holder just
I'm over it.
subscribed. Carl's Court.
Abby! 40 months, Joe? Thank you. Abby, you must be lucky because that sub spawned in a treasure train. What's your secret? Thank you, doll. Thank you, 40. It was in 2024, Jeffy, the year of the killer clown. Also, I didn't realize I was so close to Matt on the weekend, Jeffy. His workplace was 10 minutes away from where I was and he was working. I didn't realize. Imagine if I saw him. Hey, you're a treasure. Don't know, you're my treasure. 30 trophies or some shit. Oh, yes, that was right. Instead of a certain amount of trophies, we upped it. So we're like, oh, it'll go quick. And it was ending up being, it was just way too long of a game. Because Pummel is super fun until it's not. And if you know, you know. You got your willy out, dog. That was a hit. Interesting. Back on the DBD shit. Oh shit. No, we are. We bloody are. Stick fight? That sounds familiar. Was it a web game? Because if it wasn't a web game, then probably not. Spuds, thank you. My gory. On Steam. Oh, okay. Then not. Then no. Sounds familiar though. Wonder if it had a web game before it came to Steam. One of my favorite games of all time is a web-based game called Tanks. It's literally 2D. It's arse. And I love it. Yeah, we are playing with Grant. I guess we're both yapping right now. I'm hoping we can get into a killer game before I have to go though. One more killer game. Oh, shoot. Great. Bitties? Lizzie! Well, I never. Treasure!
Treasure.
Pookie! Thank you. I appreciate. Whoa, this is a rare treasure train. Is that new text? Thank you, Lizzie. That's really sweet. You love a bloody treasure train, you smoky slosh. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Oldest clip of you 4 years ago. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Look at that hair. That was 5 apartments ago. And I was still a DBD main as well. That's all I played. I'm gonna chase him even though I shouldn't. Grand's on a gen.
Girl, these killers are eating.
No, we're eating. Oh wait, I'm on Death Hook. Fuck, they are eating.
Everyone is dead or on death hook.
Oh no. Oh, they are eating. Do I have a pallet? I don't. Oh no.
Ooh, I fear.
Only 2 gens left though. I need a tonic. Oh, he's coming. Oh no.
My God, range whiz, thank you for the raid. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, my first hook. Oh my God.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, one gen left. Wait, oh my God, Mommy Kissel was almost done on that gen. Or maybe they were.
You take a hit, take a hit, take a hit. Yes, thank you.
Oh, Mama.
Oh, mama. Dang. Alright.
I feel this is just a loss. That's fine.
I want to
I
get
think
it.
it's good.
I
I
think-
think it's motivated.
Yay.
Oh,
Put your
Dad!
ass away,
motivated.
child.
Thank you.
Okay, here comes bloody
Dakran
Chucky.
just subscribed.
And Aaron, thank you for 70. Emily, but you're here now, doll, and I
Ooh,
love
I
it.
fear.
Hi, Staley.
Ooh, it's over for me.
Das, thank you. I appreciate. I totally forgot about the treasure chain. I'm so sorry.
Ouch!
My bad. The expression you made in this clip made me look. Thank you for the subby and unlocking the treasure.
Oh, wonderful. There's nothing here.
Das, my face. A treasure trove. How lucky. And it was all Abby. But seriously though, Abby,
Girl.
Lizzie, and Das, thank you. That's really sweet.
Oh my God.
Let me check I'm not late. I don't think I am.
Oh my God, the hatch is in front of me. It's in front of me.
Get it.
Oh my God.
Oh my god.
Oh my God, thank you. Ah! No! What the fuck?
Stop it.
What the hell?
Stop shaking it like jelly for 5 seconds.
We have to find the anomalies before we fucking
Is
die.
it only one person?
Thank
Pink
you.
Ling has gifted 7 subs.
What
Naughty
the
boy.
hell? Before we fucking die. I don't know if we'll be able to get a killer game in before the thingy, but we'll try. Thank you so much, Ping. We love a fucking sale and we support our queen. Who's sale? I'm kidding. Thank you so much. That's really kind. Bing, 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 bing. I appreciate that. You, oh yeah? No, but seriously, thank you. 6 minutes. Oh.
6 minutes.
All right, I'm gonna wait.
Oh, we're waiting.
We're waiting.
And I'm not going anywhere.
Anyway,
Anywhere. I'm not moving.
before we fucking die.
I need this.
Eh. That was a new sound. Wait. I love doing little whistle too. Jeffy? Look me in the eyes and say psych. What are you doing? Thank you so
Jeffy
much.
Kakes has gifted 10 subs.
Oh, Grace, you got a sub. Yeah. How are your trials? How are your trials going? God, I'm addicted to that game. Have you finished your expedition? I'm obsessed. Bloody obsessed. Thank you, Jeffy. I really, really, really appreciate that. That's ridiculous. Thank you. Hot shot. Yeah. Oh my God, that'd be amazing. If I can get a triple promotion. Oh no, triple. I'm the one above hot shot if I get a triple. How is the leaderboard for getting hot shot? Is it absolutely crazy?
Hi.
Yeah, that's fair,
I'll
Grace.
do a little dancey dance.
Little dancey dance for you. Hey, do a little dancey dance for you. I don't know how I completed Expo this time, to be honest, because I struggled last time. I don't know how I did both. I don't know, but I somehow completed my Expo because I thought I was going to be, I thought I was going to not be able to do it. And then I was adding stuff to my Expo and I was like, wait. Oh, okay. So it was honestly a fluke for me. It was a fluke. Friendly dad lobbies. Oh, that's so cute. I love when you get the friendly lobbies. The cute, wholesome ones. Lukey, thank you so much. Thank you, Jeffy. Thank you, Ping. You are the best. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad you're getting a discount. That makes me happy. I'll just message Chris. Just so he knows. All right. Thank you, 30 Club. Mamma Mia. Who's trying to call me? Why is this trying to call me? I think it's fake. When I googled it, apparently it was like, oh, it's PayPal, but then some people said it's fake PayPal. So I don't know who to believe. Great. Who do I believe? Please enjoy our wonderful streamer. That's so cute. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I didn't have to do that. Although I want to get into a game so bad. 6 minutes. Oh, it should be maybe maybe a minute if it's telling the truth. The internet never lies. And then when I go to listen to the voicemail, it doesn't exist. Like, they don't say anything in it. Oh, it's real. Okay, it's real. My bad. Not me not answering this call because I thought it was a scam. Guys, scams are so rampant that I don't answer calls because I'm like, it's fake.
Naughty boy.
It was a real call. My bad.
Lukey Llama has gifted a sub to have
I'll try and answer it. Lukey, thank you. Thank you for the sub. That's really sweet. Thank you.
Put your ass away, child.
Lukey Llama just subscribed.
What the hell? Thank you. That's really cool. I appreciate that. Thank you for a level 6 treasure train. What the hell? Discounts yesterday and today, apparently. A whole discounted week. Mamma mia. Emma! Thank you.
Legs, titty, caca.
Oh, you cheeky.
Hakuda.
Thank you for 22.
Patatas.
Thank you, guys. Let us in.
M0T just resubbed for 22 months.
Kaka.
Mwah,
22.
Timtim.
Hakuna.
I remember the last phone call I didn't regret answering. True. You're right about that. I might have to answer there if I see them calling again. Hi Virgil, how are you? Emma, thank you as well. I don't mind phone calls anymore, but sometimes, hear me out. Sometimes a call really can just be an email. But I don't know. I'm just not a caller. I'm a silent unknown caller's maid. Well, I just think if you're not leaving a voicemail, it must not be important. So when I get a weird, like, international call, like, because that call is calling from America. PayPal people call from America. So if I see an American number, I'm like, okay, I'm not answering that. That's obviously a scam. But yeah, I don't know. I know, Frozen. I feel bad because I do understand that a call may hold more weight and it's easier to have a conversation. But I'm such a texter-rooney. But I got to get better with that. I got to get better. Come on, let me in, please. If it loads now, that'll be perfect. Because I have another lobby in 10 minutes. Oh, the public transit, yeah. I'm always called at moments where I can't answer. So, I didn't feel the vibration of that call. But if they do call again, I will answer it. But I'll have to, like, mute my mic here. And just play muted for a little bit. Me when I'm ordering food in person and forget others' orders and panic. Yes. I can either have the best memory or like the heaps of confidence on a call, or I can have a day where I'm not. But surprisingly, I will say lately I've been a call, like I can make an appointment now where I'm not even kidding. I would say even 3 years ago, I would dread having to call. But now I'm not scared anymore. I just would rather not. But oh, killer. Guys, speaking of, this is crazy. So in Sydney, we have public transport, and it's not, it's okay. It's not, I would say, the cheapest public transport, but it's fine. Like, the bus would be a few dollars. The train would be, the train's like $4 to $10 depending where you go. Anyway, I'm in the Gold Coast, right? And we realize there's a tram. And I'm like, oh, okay, how much does a tram cost though? 50 cents. 50-cent trams. I was so shocked at that. Dylan, I'm finding out about this now? I found out about it on the last day of my trip. Like, finding out I didn't need to Uber places. 50 cents is unheard of, I feel like. When was that brought in? How is that? Oh, everything else here costs $4 million. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was amazing. Over a year ago. Wow. What was it before? Was it something, was it a crazy thing? Yeah. Oh, Daz, that's funny. Also, thank you for the bits, Lukey. I appreciate it. No one was using the stupid thing when it was built. Oh, so it went from $4.50 to 50 cents. And would you say people now are using it more? My tram was full. Thank you for that treasure train, guys. I appreciate it. You're the best. Bloody choo-choo. Doll, I need this game to load. Oh, okay, cool. Never mind. Ready up. Because we have Jackbox. I could be wrong. Oh, really? Well, I was delighted. I was absolutely delighted. A lot of people use it for the price and no traffic. Even I use it. 10 minutes to work. Still really? Wow, getting to work for 50 cents or like $1 there and back is amazing. Wow. I was so shocked. I was so shocked.
Are you ready?
Yes. Let's go.
This
$5
is your
a
last one
week,
today?
deal? That's crazy. Yeah, it is. Sorry, baby.
Oh my god.
Sorry, baby. Sorry, you got to play some Killer Girl.
It's okay, I'm gonna play some Sadikory.
Oh, yes.
I'm very much enjoying
Still, that is
vibe.
amazing. Oh my god. I think back when I worked in the city, it would be minimum $100 a week. Because I had an hour and 10 train there and back. And a bus. Almost the price of one way. That's crazy, man. Oh my god. I'm happy for you. You deserve that. That's crazy. The fuck? God, it's so pricey. Nikki. Oopsies. What a great time
Alright,
we had,
here
doll.
we go. This is it.
Alright. Still smells like piss. But hey, 50 cents exactly.
50 cents? 50 cents.
Fran, I went to the Gold Coast and I discovered that their tram costs 50 cents to ride. How crazy is that?
50?
50 cents. In Australia, that's like $5. I mean, Sydney, sorry.
Gold.
Can't see anyone.
Got one. Nurse gameplay. No, she flash saved. But surely you don't get it twice.
I'm coming to get you. Do I be greedy? Okay, I'll get him off the hook. Nice.
Another one.
That's 2.
Oh my god, 2 gens already, girl.
There's 4 over here. 4 survivors.
Nice.
Nice. Oh, there's literally
chase her.
4 of them over here, and you have the 5th one. What the hell? They're all over here.
Oh my god, girl. Ooh, that was close.
What the hell? What the hell?
Where did they just go?
Lock in.
Oh, that's a vial. What the?
Oh, grab it. If you see the vials, grab it, because then they can't use it. I just gave us a speed Boris. I'm on my way. Nice, I'll grab him.
Oh.
Perfect.
The way we are eating.
Yes. Yes.
My god.
Another vial. Thank you. The vials respawn? I hope not.
I bloody hope not.
I don't think so. Hey,
Where did she
girl.
just go?
My god, that's a bloody scream and a half.
Oh.
Oh no, it's respawn. Okay, cool.
keep going.
Like someone stayed around here. Hey girl. You're so blue. You're green. Oh.
Oh,
Oh, this gen is close to being done over here too. Another vial. Enjoy that boost, oh. Oh, nice. You bamboozled me.
oh my God! They're still doing the gens.
Alright. I don't think we have any vials anymore. I've killed 3. I've done it.
I'll take this and sell that. Someone over here.
I've someone exposed over here. Yes.
Ooh.
Oh, doll. Are you home? Did you go to work? Were you able to work from home? Or just lie
Where did this
down? I'm
person
sorry to
go?
hear that. Pookie. Hope you feel better. We're in
Oh.
sync though.
I see you.
There's someone right here. Where are they? Ah, yeah.
A little bit spooky.
I wonder if you know.
Well,
Well.
wow, Carla.
Wait, lock in. Oh, I see one.
Oh, there's a crow.
I see one over here. Shouldn't have done that, but that's okay. Okay. Come here, girl.
Come here, go, happy, go with it. Oh, you're lucky. Never mind.
Okay, she saved them. Oh my god.
This is our biggest sleigh yet.
I'm following a blood trail. Where'd it go? Oh, there she is. There she is. Oh, 2 injured people near me.
I'm on my way.
Keep going straight. You'll see someone injured.
Oh, I see them.
Oh, I see them alright. Where's the other gal?
Oh my god, she kept running?
Where's the blue pal?
Found
nice.
her!
And then where's
There's a Claudette over in this corner.
Bill? Where's Bill? Okay, I'll go back to the gens.
Gotcha!
Oh my god.
I'm sure this is not a Claudette.
Not the double whammy. I'm sorry
She
to
looked like
hear.
from a 4. Like a P3.
Hope you feel better. Send my love to
Did
Caroline
that
as
blue
well.
girl run to you?
Yeah, I'm on the blue girl.
Oh, I found a hatch.
Oh great, the hatches are gonna spawn now.
Can you go find the others?
Did you close one?
Yep.
Oh, Bill got it. That's
Oh.
okay. We'll take 7k.
7k!
We'll take it.
Wait, that was so good. We were locked in.
Oh my god. Oh.
Slay.
Wow, wow. Yay!
Well, dear, that was a wonderful set of games with you.
What is it? We got a 7 and an 8
I had a
Joel.
good time.
I did, baby.
No, I'm just gonna stick to playing Nurse in 2v8.
Do it. I'll see you soon, baby.
I'll see you next week, honey.
All right, sweetie.
Goodbye.
Bye, baby.
Goodbye.
Bye. All right, now we're waiting for the next Power Games. How are you guys? Hello. Hello, sweetness. Oh, I gotta connect this. My, so much has not been connected. I've lost, like, my Discord and stuff. Oh. How about this? Is it case sensitive? Oh, I don't know. Thank you, Ray. My god, it's actually. Are there any audience games where they can draw or write on it? Should I go into special events? I don't want any gauts. Right now. Right now. We're playing with pals, so honestly, audience games will be maybe more comfy for you, doll. But honestly, rest up as well. Kemi, good morning! Queen, it's good to see you. How are you? Guys, you know what? Ray, I was going to do the same thing, but I might just do special events. Just in case. Just to keep the vibes. I'm probably overthinking it, but I'll just do that just in case. Every time I put my thing into Jackbox, I'm like, wait. Maybe I shouldn't. Probably overthinking, to be honest. Yeah, feel better, guys. Oh, Emily, I can't wait, Jill. I can't wait, but I do understand. Why is my friends list throbbing? Sushi. Oh my god. Alright.
Yo.
Whoa.
Yup.
Yup. You sounded so crisp and loud.
I mean, I just woke up. My bad.
God.
Bello!
Welcome back, YouTube. Go on, Sammy.
Hello.
What is up, YouTube? Welcome on back. We are so glad to be gathered here today on this here Thursday. We're going to be checking out some Jackbox games tonight.
Yes, that's right, Sammy, but make sure you smash that bell for notifications, leave a comment, and maybe hit us with a like.
Exactly.
And Banth beat the egg game. So
That's
that's all you need to know.
Sure he
I
did.
had to get it done in time.
We
I'm
can
on
officially
schedule.
go to Japan now. We can officially
Oh,
go because
thank
he
God.
finished the end game.
You're
Wait,
right.
Banth and Carla, can I say one thing real quick?
Don't you dare. I know what you're going to say.
I'm that bitch. I'm that shit. I'm Miss Poopy.
Yeah.
Okay, I Spies. Okay, I Spies.
Ooh.
Speak on that. Speak on that.
Thank you.
SpongeBob, big guy, pants okay.
Yup.
Fuck.
Yup.
Okay, Banth just deafened shit. Not the giggle girl sigh.
And I've always said it.
The giggle girl side.
GGS.
Wish I was in Japan already.
Real. Oh.
Yeah, Bello.
Ah!
What's up, dude? Yo, how are
Finally.
we? What do you
Hey.
mean finally? I was sitting here
Finally.
twiddling my thumbs, man.
Okay,
Oh, no,
deafened.
we've been in here for a minute and a half.
Yeah, we've been in here for
Oh,
so long.
God forbid, 90 seconds. God, how you
No,
liking the new
56
whisper?
minutes we've been
90
in here.
seconds. The new Discord. The new
Sammy,
Discord's going
I'm-
Bello.
I'm doing house cleaning.
Wow.
Bro, you gotta sweep up before you go to Japan. You know
Bro,
what I
on
mean?
VIP, everyone, and let's start over, guys. Thoughts?
That's kind of a
Guys.
vibe.
Start
Who cares?
over.
Wait, should we fire our mods before we go?
No, I need them.
No, I like mine.
No, I
unfortunately.
need mine. I need
Yeah.
mine.
Sorry, but you do you.
No, it's okay.
No, it's
No,
fine.
no, it's-
no.
I'm
I
glad
don't
you
let me
guys
stop
are.
you.
Luigi, come over here, man.
No.
Hey, Whiskey Mods, you hearing this? Come on over.
I need some help over here.
Gates are open.
They're doing
Mod
a,
roll,
They're doing
Carl,
a
mod
you're
control.
roll.
fine. Carl, you surely got a mod in there.
Chris, okay, 10 mods at a time. Guys, come over here, Whisk mods. Let's have
They're
a
on their
talk.
way. They tied all their stuff to a stick and they're walking out.
Ray and Ghoul need some
There they
help.
are. Mod lurk.
Join the team. We have shirts. I'll make shirts.
Yo, is Banth AFK or what?
Yeah, he is.
No,
he said, fuck it.
he was here and then he dipped.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Leah. Remember
Wait, so we
Leah
have
when we
5
were
currently?
begging you to stay?
Mm,
Oh, okay.
We love
Who
our
we missing?
mods. We love our mods.
Sasha, I think.
Sasha said she's gonna join
Oh,
later.
she's gonna join later. Chris, no Shan?
She might be working.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, she's cleaning a fire station right now.
Oh.
Wait, that's kind of sick.
Yeah, in Power Wash Sim.
Oh, okay. I thought she's like doing community service.
That's crazy. In this
I was like,
weather?
okay, local volunteer. Damn.
Damn.
Bro, Kush, come back.
Luke
What the
sends
fuck?
his regards.
Hey, Kush, welcome in.
Kush, I got no
Oh.
emails, man. Hi, Luke.
Great.
Luke sends his regards. He's got Warhammer tonight.
Wait, can you guys explain Bello to me?
Yeah,
can.
Whiskey. I'm in my minion era. So the
Oh, you're
minions
so
say
valid for this.
Bello. They say
Right,
Bello.
right.
And so because I'm in my minion era, like I'm bringing Bello with me.
Right.
There's probably a
Sammy,
lot
I
Like,
of
it
grabbed a
kind
cold
of
brew.
hits, right? It kind of hits.
No, I've been like a Minion believer for a while.
Bro, this is what I'm talking about. We need to whimsy max. And I feel like the minions are whimsy.
Really?
They don't have a care in the world. They just do whatever.
Do they
Gru
wear
says.
shoes?
I don't know.
Yeah, they wear
Do they?
shoes. They do.
Really?
They do.
I don't think I've ever seen them in a
Yeah,
shoe.
they've got overalls on,
Let me
shoes.
see. Minion.
God, I have whiskeys just
They're
for all
fitted
this
to the
bottom.
nines.
Oh, they do have shoes
Okay.
and
Hey,
gloves.
Vance, thanks, man.
Oh.
I just gotta drag you up a bit. You're underneath. You're underneath TwitchCon Las Vegas.
Guys, it's got the new server smell. Come on, take a sniff.
It's so nice in here.
Wow, it's nice in here, yeah.
Wow.
Wait, matter of fact, let me hit up the general chat.
Do it.
Where is it?
We
Oh,
rolled
there
out the
it
carpet
is.
for you guys.
This channel.
Wait, guys, if we
Tell me
have
what you got
if we have
going on.
5, if we have 5 right now, you know what would be a really fun one is role models.
He's gonna say Fortnite. Oh, what's
No,
You know
role
what would be
models-
good? Pummel
Is
party.
No,
good.
no, you guys know what would be really sick? Fortnite.
Guys, pummel party, boot up.
I don't even know what that
No.
is, Carla.
Oh, it's so fun. You would win
Pummel
every
party.
mini game.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm listening.
No, it's super fun. You'd be goaded at
Okay,
it.
anyway,
party-
so can I explain role models?
Oh. Okay.
Dude, I'm not doing pummel party. I'm ready to make people laugh tonight.
All right, go on then, comedian.
Over
Or
under
try my
on Chris
best.
getting 5 laughs or more tonight.
I'll get at least 4. Yo, so role models is a game where you have to you get a random category, and then you have to assign random words that are in that category to people. So it'd be like murder, for example. Like, and then we would be like, okay, how would each person probably die or whatever? Like, it's random. Trust me, it's fun. Or it'll be like Disney characters, and be like Winnie the Pooh, Snow White, Goofy, and then
Wait,
you'd be like,
Chris,
okay,
we did this on
Vance is
stage,
Goofy.
didn't we?
Yeah, it's fun as fuck.
No, like we
It's
did this
fun.
in 2019.
Wait,
Yeah,
you're
it's a great
reusing-
game.
You're reusing
It's a great
content
game.
from TwitchCon 18 panels?
I think you guys would get a kick out of it, but I understand sometimes people get a little targeted and it's not fun. Also.
Right. Well, none of us here would get targeted.
Well, is it
ever.
a Jackbox thing?
Yeah, it's Jackbox, and it's 6 only. So I feel like if the fact that we have 5 right now would be smart.
All right,
it's
we'll
very
boot
fun.
up.
Well, that's if
We
you
should
guys
start out
wanna
with
play.
we should start out with the classics.
Like role models. I'm kidding.
Well, role models I think is smart to start with just to get the vibe of the.
Do you think it's a
day.
good? You think it's a good off ripper?
Yeah.
I think it's smart because it'll kind of put us in like our, okay, this is what the
mode?
vibe is tonight, and then we could do Quiplash. Can we have a no cum rule for Quiplash?
Oh.
Yeah, that goes without saying.
sorry, Carla. I'm sorry.
What do you mean no
But I-
cum rule?
Bro, because everyone just does that for their answer, and it's like, okay.
No, that's
Who's
like old. That's old tech, bro. That's like 2018 tech.
People
Old
still do
tech.
It, dude. People still do that.
Really?
Yes, dude. It's like
I'm
still
on a
number
new
one.
wave, man.
No, bro. They still do it.
Nah.
Okay, well, how about this? Everyone gets one cum.
No.
Wait. You can.
I can bypass mine to somebody else.
Wait. So I have
Hey,
2 cum. Great.
thanks,
Okay.
Sammy.
So
God,
like,
thank you for the
what you
sponsor
can
tonight.
do is one
You're not
cum,
sponsored.
one cum, or another word. So semen.
I feel like if it's related, it can be funny. Like
Yes.
blanket. Like
How
like
about, how about we just follow our hearts? and we just
What?
get it?
Okay. Just follow
Yeah.
your hearts.
Someone just typed a question mark in my chat. We gotta get it together.
Okay. Sorry.
No,
With an
a
orange
sea
chatter, it
of
doesn't
question
count.
marks has been flying in the Samly bus tonight.
No, they're a light blue chatter. Speaking of guest star, or no?
I was just
Okay,
about
now bro's getting crazy.
I'm
We
not
can
getting
use-
crazy.
we
No,
can
no,
use
we
the
don't have to share
Discord
cams
one.
or we don't
Oh,
have to
okay,
share
sorry.
cams or anything. I
Oh.
was just saying for the to show that we're all playing together.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm down for that. Yeah, we don't
Oh
have
yeah,
to
yeah,
dance,
I'm
but-
down for that. I'm down.
Okay.
Sammy's
I'm down for
now
that,
down
sure.
after
What's
you
your
said
real
no
name?
cams.
No, I fixed mine, Carla. Mine's fixed.
Oh,
I
okay.
could hypothetically
Okay,
do it.
4K Samantha. Cool. Yeah.
I just have to use Firefox. I can't use Chrome.
Firefox.
Sammy, I
What
like
is
how-
this?
I like how
2010?
Sammy says fire. Firefox. I like that.
Okay,
What?
Chris.
You say fire,
Firefox.
If you say fire, you say
Fire.
it different.
Guys,
I like
300
it.
Wait,
audience
Bant, why do you
minimum.
start playing
You say
Bite
fire,
Night?
how do you
Another,
say
that's
it?
another rock
Fire.
under his pillow.
Bant, why are you playing
Fire.
Bite Night Dine or Die?
Wait, man.
Guys, I'm in the
inviting you
credits
guys
for
to
that
the
What are
game.
you
Star.
talking about?
Wait, I already invited you.
Oh, you're doing it? Okay, no worries. I didn't want you to have to do everything. You're going crazy today.
Thanks, Chris.
No,
So how do I do this
Let
again?
him rip.
Bro, I already had people
I got it. Oh, I
invited.
got it. I got it.
Great.
Guys, this one's on me tonight.
Guest star and whiskey.
Why isn't it letting
Thank you for
me?
joining. Stream Together has ended. What are we talking about? Oh, there.
What do you mean? Okay, there we go.
I'm in.
All right, I'm in. Well done.
Okay.
Are we in the flow state, low Ken Uinoi?
I am. Sammy's tired, she said.
Sammy.
I'm a little tired. I slept maybe an hour last night, but I'm here for the
Sammy,
vibes.
what? Hold on. Rewind. What do you mean you
Wait,
slept
wait.
an hour, bro?
No, like I kept waking up last night. Like I would lay down, I'd
Sammy's
fall asleep like
true.
20
Japan
minutes,
anxiety.
and then like,
Japan
I'd wake
anxiety.
up.
No,
Definitely.
No,
I-
it's
I-
not even Japan anxiety. I think
I
there was
slept
something
like
weird
D&D,
going
bro.
on last night.
No, I
Normal
agree with
anxiety,
that.
You're valid.
Bad.
I agree.
Normal anxiety.
Normal anxiety.
Guys, regular anxiety.
Bant, are those real glasses or fake, King?
Those are real.
Wait, you're wearing your
No, Sean,
glasses
he's
today?
wearing the-
This is huge.
If Bant has a flannel on,
Yeah.
I'm gonna be pissed off.
He doesn't. You can see him.
Okay,
I don't have a
thank
flannel.
God, dude. That just so
Why
unnecessary.
are you like allergic to that?
Just-
Why? What's
just-
the matter?
A custom starter shirts, whatever.
Hi,
Whatever.
John. How are you?
It's whatever.
But Athen
Chris
just
faces?
subscribed.
Humble
Whatever.
Howie. Humble
Humble.
Howie.
All right, role models.
Bello!
So I screen share the screen here.
Yes.
It's in Discord.
And I do think
Bello!
I
Guys,
do think
thank
whiskey like
you.
genuinely role models. If
And
you
Jeff
get
as
good
well.
categories, will be a fun start to the night, and then we
Thank
can
you
just
for
move on and see what
55.
else there is.
How are you?
But what if it's a bad time and people start leaving?
It won't.
No one's gonna leave.
They're clamoring.
There's
Boot
no one
up.
else live tonight. This is all we got.
This is all
Run it.
we've got.
Chat, you're stuck here, or you have to watch regular cable programming. Like,
All right, it's live. You should be able to see it.
okay, perfect.
Live. And then pop out.
Pop out, yeah.
Can you perhaps stream it in 1080p and 60 frames? No, I'm just joking.
It is 1080p.
Nah, that's good. Yeah, you're right.
Bro didn't even check before he said. He just wanted to say it.
You're right.
saying
You're right. You're right.
Bro just wanted to say it.
Wait, Bant,
How do you-
you're
how
not
do you-
streaming your picture anymore? Great.
No. Why would you do that?
No, I didn't.
How do you pop how do you pop it
You
out?
pop it out.
You can't ask that.
No, you just
Lock it,
did.
and then you drop it.
So first you arch your back. Okay, so you're gonna hit
Sammy!
the
No, Sammy, I'm listening. I'm
Crazy! Let her speak.
God forbid!
I'm platforming you. I'm platforming you.
Now I know how
Oscar,
you
you
feel
are
when I say shit.
Whoa! My bad,
Whoa.
God! Sue me!
Totally, she's awake.
I wouldn't dream of it.
1 hour? Nah, 10 hours. Lock in. Bellow.
I can bellow.
That's
Do I show
crazy.
Discord right now?
You can pop out.
I'm showing
yeah.
it. Well, no, yeah, no, no, don't show yet because we have to join.
Oh! Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna, I
You're
can
right.
type the code in the. I can type the code in the chat.
Oh, you can hide
Genuinely,
it?
I don't think role models could be a brighter screen.
No, it should be brighter,
very
I think.
bright.
Ben.
Wait, why
You
can't
guys
you
are all
guys see
bright.
this?
Thank you.
I can see it. I can't see the code.
Test subjects.
Oh, should I?
Hello there.
No, my
test
stream can't
subjects.
see it for some reason.
Oh, wait.
Good.
Oh.
Let me get an image. Let me get an image over it.
Wait, what's the code?
Do I have a weird
see the
image
code.
that I can put over it?
Yamos.
Did you type? Oh, yeah, I can't
No,
see
I didn't.
it.
I didn't do it. I'm trying to get my thing to show up.
Hey, man, be careful.
Oh.
Oh, it's because Discord is using it. I have to pop out my own Discord. What do I look like?
What do you look like, a guy?
Bro, I gotta pop out
Oh,
my
don't
own
they?
Discord.
Don't they know that you're whiskey, bro? Come on, like, get with
Bro,
it.
first you're gonna arch your back.
I can't believe Sammy said that.
The outrage after I said that.
No,
Like,
Sammy,
oh my
you gotta
God.
understand. It's outrage. No, it's just
It's not
because it's one, we're proud, and two, it caught us off guard. Like now I know how you feel when I say Drake
To catch
Snake.
you off guard.
I know.
That's true. And you know what? And I forgot about that, Carla.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I forgot about that.
Oh, that's what I can do to hide the code. I can get Sammy's friend slot photo.
No! No!
Sammy, that photo could cure me of whatever I have. It's so good. Oh, it's so good.
Wait, what's the password?
Hold.
Oh, sorry. Guys, tech issues, no worries.
Okay, password is. Don't look.
Not looking.
Ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's gonna be R. I typed it in the thing.
Wait, you're not, right? Okay. Oh my god, I didn't even have the
no, I
window
What did you
open.
type it?
I panicked.
I typed it in the Aura required channel.
Oh, nice,
right.
nice.
Right.
Wait, so I can show the screen
I'm
now?
a fucking grandpa.
Yeah.
I'm having problems
Jesus.
with Jackbox. Let me try again.
I'm having problems in general, but that's unrelated.
Oh, same.
Chris, speak on that.
Nah, come on, guys, I'm kidding.
Okay, I'm in.
Wait a minute. Oh, aura
Oh, wait.
required. Oh, I found it.
So I can show my screen now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll remove the friend slot face.
Wait, Bant, you're VIP.
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
How'd you pull that
Of
off?
course, of course.
Oh, we should have joined on our phones because then we could have taken pictures as a joke.
I am joining on my phone.
Oh,
Do
the
I?
phone never works for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, should
Am I
we?
goofy?
Wait, should we restart? Can I get out?
I kind of want to restart and join on my phone so I could take a picture.
Wait, maybe
You
I'll.
can leave and
Yeah.
rejoin.
You can leave and
Or
rejoin.
you can leave.
How do I leave?
How?
Yeah. You can leave.
How do you leave?
Bro, you can leave.
If you want me to
Yeah,
remake it, I
fucking leave.
can.
No, wait. Let me see.
I don't know how to
Track
leave.
lock.
Remake it.
No,
This
no.
is going well.
No. Oh, it's fine.
No one panic. Everybody
Oh.
stay calm.
Okay.
Me when my flight gets delayed.
Should we miss our flights?
No.
I might.
Bant, like, think about like the content. It could be a movie.
Use Safari, by the way, not Chrome.
Oh. Oh, you just join on the phone. You don't have to leave. Oh, good to know.
Wow, 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 wow. All right, ready?
Why,
Yeah.
are you doing cameras? Or no?
No, I'm just taking a pic because it's funny.
Oh, no, for guest star.
I don't think
No,
so.
I
no.
did it and no one else did it, and then I felt weird. 'cause I was
Oh,
by myself.
Sammy has
Oh.
a camera feature now.
I
Wants
did
to
it
do
just to
it.
make him feel weird.
No, I don't even mind. I didn't know why you were. Never mind. It doesn't matter.
I thought
I'm
I
here to
saw
have some
Bant
fun
on the
with my
screen for a
friends.
second.
I'm in there.
You did.
Oh, okay. Gotta log in with Twitch.
Wait, we have to
one
draw
moment.
ourselves?
No. You can take pictures on your phone.
Or take a picture.
Oh, I can't use my webcam.
What photo are you taking?
No. You'll see.
Oh, okay.
How do you take a picture? It doesn't
Okay,
say.
I'll just draw myself.
Game
normal.
requires Twitch login. Ah, fuck.
Yes, I saw that.
It's
I
quick,
saw that.
bro. It's quick.
What's my fucking code for my authenticator app?
Wait, Chris, I could, if you want, I can remake it a third time for you.
Wait.
guys.
No. I got it. I'm in.
Okay,
It
don't laugh
doesn't-
at my drawing.
It doesn't
though.
let me take a photo, Chris. It just says draw yourself
should.
on the phone.
Let me see.
I
if
think
it doesn't-
other games.
Yeah.
do.
Oh.
You
It's
know
like
what?
Mario
Maybe-
Kart Arcade.
Oh, dude, Carla, you know what? They got rid of it.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, they did.
They got rid of it. Why?
Wait,
Oh,
Carl,
I
your
can draw a
picture's
face.
pretty.
Porn.
What?
Mine
Sorry?
is just draw yourself.
Well, yeah, same.
That blows ass. It used to be so funny.
Okay, I'm drawing.
You know what? Since it's an old game,
Yeah.
it was probably using a lot of resources.
I wonder if.
And probably porn.
Huh?
Huh, Anthony?
It's what do you mean? You know?
First, Sammy
Okay.
said bend over, and now Anthony's saying.
She did not say bend over. She said
Okay, I
arch
did
your
not
back.
say
Oh,
that.
you said arch your back. Sorry,
is
I'm sorry.
infinitely better.
Yeah, you're right. She said arch your back. My bad. That's better.
No, like get the quote right at least.
What the hell? Great.
What are we drinking tonight?
Red Bull.
Cold brew for now.
Bro, I've just got a Mountain Dew. I'm trying to wake up.
Do the
Wake
do.
up.
Is everyone in
Do
here?
the do,
Yeah.
bro.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
we're in.
I'm here, man.
All right, chat. Now you want to share the code so people can see it?
First off,
Oh my God.
let me say,
Oh no.
ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, find your seats. It's Team Japan getting together for the first time since July 2025. That's right, you heard me.
So
First up,
fucking
straight
loud.
from New Jersey, Chris Bacon, Egg, and Cheese Melberger. You mess with the Shack, you get smacked. Next up, we got Banthony. The B stands for boy. You better believe it. He's gonna beat that egg game. So help him God. We have Samantha. Hankster's the name, prankster's the game. Her laugh is contagious, her beauty outrageous. And last but certainly not least, we've got Kala, the Sundo from down under. Put some shrimps on the bobby because we're ready to party.
Oh
Dude,
my
really good
God,
job.
that was
Where'd
the best thing I've ever heard
Where'd
in
that,
my
where'd that
life.
come from?
You
Who
need to
was
be an
that?
announcer.
Oh my God.
And we have
flip it,
Whiskey,
chip it.
who
Flip
did
it
all
and
of that for
Was that off the
free.
dome or was that planned or was that off the dome?
No, that was off the
Pretty much
dome.
Off the dome.
That was
that was
off the
off the
dome,
dome.
dude. Get a different
Chris,
job. That was
wait.
incredible. That was so
Get a
good.
different
Get a different job.
Chris, Chris was about to say, get a job, man.
Ah.
Quit your job.
Okay, wait, Shan said pretend Luke and I are there.
Okay,
Yes, do
easy.
us.
We ready to walk in?
I'm ready.
Shan, we're starting. Too late.
All right, Chris,
Oh,
this
it's
game
soft
better be
Wait,
a
was Sharon
banger.
gonna join?
No.
No,
She wanted
cleaning up.
Whiskey to do her Luke and
Oh, I
Sasha.
see, I see.
Next time, next time.
A lot of night left.
Wait, I need to listen to the instructions.
Yeah,
Hold on.
same.
Okay.
Wait, can you turn captions on, or is that not a thing?
I can do it, but I think I have to do it next game.
We found a short
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
We theorize every Friday
Okay, here we go.
some version of the
Chris.
smart one, the popular one, the troubled loner who I can change. You get the idea. And these roles make it a lot easier to figure people out with science. You guys are going to match your fellow test subjects to the roles that fit them best.
Chat, if you want to join, by the way, up there.
DKKF.
DKKF. Yep,
We'll
yep.
crunch
yep.
the numbers
Donkey
to tell
Kong.
each of you who you really
Thanks.
are.
Kong.
Okay, I moved all the chemicals out of liquid.
Can I be honest? I wasn't paying attention
distance.
to the
So let's go.
instructions.
No, I didn't listen.
Everyone
Okay.
vote for the
Alright.
category
Okay, so
It's
here's
so
the deal.
quiet.
most interesting.
Vote
Preferably something you all know
on
a bit
one
about.
of these, and then we have to drag people based on what we think they would be. Okay, yeah, I'll turn the game volume
we're
up
just
more.
voting for a category? Okay, okay.
Yes,
hold
you
on,
vote
I
for a
got it.
category first. So, horror movie characters, sure.
Yeah, I like that one. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I've turned up the audio as much as I can from my
I should
side.
turn
I
on the
think Whiskey
extension
has
for
to
Jackbox, actually.
do it.
Oh,
So audience
smart.
could
I gotta
play.
turn them down to make it sound louder.
Chat, is the extension
'Cause
on
I'm
or
pretty
not?
sure it's
Oh, I thought you were
yeah,
just
it's on
yelling
max.
that.
Which Which horror movie character
Okay, so
best
now-
suits each of
It is
you?
You don't
on
say anything out loud, but who?
So, on your
Oh.
sheet, you've got the names
Whoa,
of your
this is
fellow
okay. This
lab
one's
rats.
crazy.
Drag each
Wow,
one to the role
wait,
you
this is
think fits them best.
insane.
That includes yourself.
Oh
This
no.
kinda
See a
sucks.
little 99%
What?
sign next to each roll.
Wait.
Tap that to lock in the
I have
answer
to-
your 99%.
You have to
score
vote
and
on
match
who
what
you
everyone else
think
picks.
everybody
I'll make it
is.
worth your while.
Yeah.
if you're
Okay,
right, so
okay,
make
I
sure
see,
to
I
pick
see.
Oh
someone.
no.
When everyone's given out their roles,
Wait,
we'll
some of
check
these
your
Great.
guys,
results.
they-
Guys, Predator is an alien, okay? He's
guys, that means that's from the movie Alien, guys. Okay.
great.
Easy. That was the easiest list of my life. Easiest.
Really?
I have no idea actually. Wait, I get to
I
I get to
actually-
drag myself or no?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can. You have to drag. Everyone has to drag everyone. I do feel like I'm at a 99% as well. So you get a 99% where you could like, if you're so sure, you lock it in
Oh, no.
Okay. And we're just going
Let's
based
see
on.
who's who.
based
What
on
we think?
vibes.
Chris picked the messy game right before
Let's see
we
those
leave
votes.
on a trip together.
Oh, good.
Get rid of the outliers.
Really?
Yeah.
We have our winner.
That makes sense,
Is it-
I think.
I like to reward my lab rats for positive behavior.
Wait, so then who did
so
us-
I'll give
okay,
you
I mean,
guys
I'm
these
interested.
Wait,
nutritious
Chris, you're
science
Jason
pellets.
Voorhees?
Whenever
I don't think I don't. I didn't see that.
You're a bad
has the
guy,
most
bro.
At the end is my lab rat.
They're all bad guys.
The victim's kind of goaded.
Bad guy.
True.
That 99%.
Banth 99'd it. That's crazy.
99 that.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Confident.
I told you this list was easy for me.
Okay.
Easy. This is so free. Yep.
Subjects
Whiskey.
who already have a role
No,
can't get
no,
this
Carla.
vote, So we'll
That's
take out
Carla.
these votes.
That's Carla right there.
Wait, I'm kind of surprised that
thought
everyone
Whiskey
says
was
that.
Predator.
Oh.
The alien.
Well, I
Hey,
did that
Vance,
for
what do you
myself.
mean by that?
Because I'm
Hey, Vance,
an
speak on
alien.
No, you're not.
Oh my
Great.
gosh.
Yep. This one's easy.
Yourself.
Vance, I got you, bro.
Wait,
Don't
we're
worry, I
actually
got you.
killing it. We're
I would
killing
never
it.
call you the victim.
First victim, 99% of course.
Guess
Wait, we're
is
actually
that's
winning.
devious.
I'm so sorry.
That's devious.
I had 2 therapy sessions this week.
I'm
And
proud
you
of
guys
you.
roll with the audience bonus.
And the audience too.
One advanced guinea pig.
Wow.
Wait. Audience prime.
You guys prime.
This is easy. Oh, dang.
If I know my science,
This was easy.
it's tied.
Low key, none of these were easy. I think we're all lying.
No, I thought it was
Why?
easy.
Freddy and Jason, though.
No, I thought it was
Hi, Mikey.
Freddy's a
I'm
creep.
not
and
sure.
Jason's
I'm
like
learning
a
as well.
Creep in a different way.
Devices now.
Wait, who has
But you're
the...
basically voting on
Oh,
your friends.
that's so
Oh, this one's
free.
easy.
That's
Like who
so
has
easy.
the
Whiskey, where
ugliest
are you
sweater
sometimes?
collection.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, he with
thanks,
the
man.
candle and he's doing.
So my,
like,
I
he's
think
like,
Whiskey
I like
does,
the
for
candle.
example.
Are you
Because
talking
he
about
does.
Are you talking about... Guys, I'm gonna mog... Just because you said that, I'm gonna mog you in Japan. You don't even know... No. I'm gonna pull out with threads. You can't even pronounce the brands. It's gonna be crazy.
Good.
Banth, I better not catch you. I better not catch you in a Spider-Man merch Universal Studios sweater because you're gonna wish you didn't wear it.
Oh shit.
That being said, I will take the ugliest sweater collection.
Wait, everyone vote.
Whiskey, dude.
Why-
Not
why
don't
is it
worry,
50
bro.
seconds? What are we doing?
I can't even vote. I
We
can't
were
even.
Oh,
all
there we
doing
go.
the Same thing on that one.
Oh my god, even the audience said this though.
Your achievement in this test definitely deserves some science pellets.
Wait, I'm Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're my
Yes.
nightmare.
Don't spoil
Is he?
it.
Is
Oh.
he? Is he like a nice
Nightmare.
Oh, I'm
Alien.
an alien. Yes.
Yeah, guys, join the audience.
No.
You can vote.
Carla's the alien because she's
Maybe
from
we're splitting votes
Australia.
here.
On your chin.
we are splitting us.
It's like a whole different world.
Well, Sammy's from the
True.
Midwest.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, dead last. Don't know any of my friends. That's good.
And here's how you're doing on science pellets.
You weren't kidding when you said.
Wait, how about
Just a
person
reminder,
who
I'll
gets
reward
last
you with
doesn't get
pellets
to
when
go
your
to
answers match
Japan?
the group, or when you do
Bro.
the test in
Wait,
a tiebreaker experiment.
That's fucked.
Keep that in mind.
Bro, I did at
You'll
least
be the
top 3 of the
lab
work,
rat
so let me go a little bit.
Top 3 of the work is crazy.
Sammy, you're number 1. I know it.
What's next?
You're number 1.
Hmm.
And then it's
Oh,
not
classic
a competition.
pranks
Dating
would be
red
good here.
flags.
Wait, dating red flags
Fantastic
would be
Four.
good too.
Dating red flags is crazy.
that's
Classic
hilarious.
pranks is also funny.
I want both of those.
going
Whiskey, I
classic
want
pranks.
trouble.
Yeah, the other one's the other one's trouble.
Does the audience get to vote?
Oh.
Um,
Not on the categories,
yes.
I don't think.
Audience
Wait,
votes on this stuff, but you guys have to
Which
join
prank
if you
are
want.
most likely to pull?
Oh my
Oh,
god, that's
okay, I got
funny.
it.
Wait, this is
And
funny.
make sure to tap that 99% next to the roll you're sure you're right about.
Oh my god.
Oh
these are all
wait,
good.
this is good. This is good.
Spicy gum whoopee cushion. What is your
This one's
husband is
easy.
dead? What
Like
is
someone
that?
like just saying something,
Like they
saying
took
that
it
to
too
someone.
far.
That's
Yeah,
kinda
took it too
fucked up.
far. Okay.
I'm 99. I already 99 that one. I already 99 that one.
Oh no. Okay, wait.
I can't tell. Like these are all.
I don't know.
We'll see.
Because I feel like.
Wait, I don't know.
These could be
actually.
anyone.
Yeah, even I could do 5 of these.
Sucks though, because none of us are like that.
Which one?
Your
Sammy.
husband is dead.
Oh, Sammy,
sure.
that's not true.
That's
No,
not true at all, Sammy.
Sammy,
I thought
you're really sweet. You know that?
That's my bad.
Sammy, you're giving Saran a rap car.
This is gonna be all over the place.
Yup, that's so whiskey.
Yeah,
Whiskey would call a
so
pizza
Okay,
place
that is
and
true.
order like nails or something.
Oh, I
Okay,
guess
that is
that's true.
No, I used to do the GeoGuessr thing where I'd call all the businesses.
Oh,
on
you're
Geo.
right. You're right.
That is true.
What?
Man,
No,
don't
Chris,
ever
that'd be
do that.
you. No,
I would
Chris,
never
Chris,
say that.
That is a good
Chris,
one.
I'd be like, you're bad at Fortnite, and be like, well, at least I have a home. Like,
That's different.
like,
Okay, that's different than your
that's,
husband
that's
being
just
dead.
true. I'm not lying.
Some extra science.
I would never say. I would never say
Can
your
we go
husband is
back that
dead.
No, you
never
wouldn't
say
say it-
anything
you would
about
say
my
it
relatives being dead because I'll be
In a
anxious.
funny way, which is diabolical. But you.
You would say, yeah, you would say it in a way.
Oh, we were all off on this one.
Gonna need more
Oh,
control.
Wait,
what?
Sammy, you and me pointing at each other.
Yeah, true. Saying exactly.
Vote on your
Who has
devices
the
now.
Who's
patience?
the patience?
Ooh, here's
Oh.
the thing. Here's the thing.
I feel like Sammy has the patience.
Sammy has the patience, but Chris has the height.
Mm.
Yeah, but unless you're
got
rapping
the
like an
Adderall.
SUV. you're
Yeah,
fine.
exactly,
Like
Sammy.
walk-in.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Sammy, I feel like if it was Pizza Friday though, you would beat him.
Yeah, Chris has the
Ooh,
reach.
true.
But Sammy
That
has
is-
the
it is
Baja.
variable on
This
the
is
day.
easy.
I do have the Baja Blast. That's
Yeah.
true.
Ooh. This could go either way.
It takes 3 hours to saran wrap a car. It would only take me an hour tops because I would do an okay job.
Guys, who's not voted?
3 hours? No way.
Someone has to vote.
Please, someone vote.
The
me.
There we go.
data has spoken.
That's fair.
I'm just going off height.
And this roll comes with some science pellets.
No worries.
Yep.
I can't wait to be in Japan and talk about the time Chris made us play role models.
Yes. Spicy gum because I made Van try wasabi once.
This is
Whoopee
such a
cushion.
Sammy. What?
Wow.
I felt like it was
Wow,
so
we were
Carla.
all
It is pretty
off.
Carla.
That's so
True.
Carla.
But it is so
pretty
innocent for
Carla.
Sammy to be like, hee hee, cushion, you know?
True.
Whiskey,
Actually,
wait, you because
Jiggle
fart
girl
noises.
coded.
There
Me?
we go. There we
Am I
go.
fart?
Stand it up.
We're getting up there.
Am I fart?
You are freaking me out.
Wait,
with
Carla,
your
you know your
videos.
types.
Get out of
Carla, I
everyone's
think that's
heads.
Giggle Girl coded.
True.
So the most definitive thing was me making a prank call.
Okay, we've
Is
got
that what
some
you guys
Yeah.
think of me?
info on each
Yeah.
of you.
Yeah, but like it's
But, like-
talented
Like,
as
you
well.
see if
So would
anything
do that to
interesting
someone.
Dead last, we up.
Like you would so go on Omegle and like troll people, but like in a
These are
funny
your
way for
roles. You're
content.
total opposites.
Not in a weird way.
One
Isn't it pronounced
is
Omegle?
Oh,
science
Whiskey,
reference.
great.
Science
I don't
demands
know.
An experiment to see which
Yeah,
of you
it's
is
serious.
better
Whiskey's
for
funny.
science.
Wait, what?
Awesome.
You
Great
discover
career I
a
have.
microphone that can broadcast
Oh.
a message to every person on Earth.
Oh.
What do you say? I want both
Oh.
of you to write an answer that
Wait,
really
me?
plays
You have
up
to-
the characteristics.
you have to
of
answer
you.
these-
The rest of
Okay,
you will
okay.
decide
Oh.
who
And Ben, you have to
wins.
answer this seriously.
I have to answer funny?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Answer
easy.
seriously?
This
Yeah.
is easy. Mommy, how are you feeling, my love? Hello?
Oh man, I don't think I'd say anything.
I'm scared.
Boom, 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 boom.
I don't even think my thing was funny. Bant, I'm excited to see you walk in and be serious.
You lost the game.
Bro's
What?
stoic.
Bro's
How's your
eating with the
eye?
pile right now.
Man, you remind me of
That's what
Marcus
they came up
Aurelius.
Fart with reverb.
Vote on your devices now.
Hobby
I'll be
Lobby
lost
Wait,
for
not you're
Monday
killing
through
it.
Saturday. Are they? They closed on Sunday?
Yeah, of course they are.
Oh,
That's
because
their
they're
whole thing, bro.
yeah, they're like the Chick-fil-A of furniture.
Yeah, they are.
That's crazy.
I
Man, I
voted.
feel like you're a serious type of guy. I've never seen you like laugh or smile.
Me?
He's laughing.
Oh,
You guys laugh all the time.
Wait, man,
Yeah,
let's giggle in Japan.
wait, Whiskey, can we go to a sauna?
Yeah, I mean we're going to an onsen for sure, right? Actually, you might be the only one who will get in because you don't have tattoos. Me and Chris are gonna get shot.
Well,
God is crazy.
well, Sammy and Carla don't have
Shot.
tattoos either.
Hey.
They're both vanilla.
I'm vanilla.
No clear winner there.
Hello.
Let's go with what the supercomputer predicted and give it to you.
Audience, what's good?
I thought your answer was pretty serious.
I voted for
Your
you.
rolls tell me that you're polar opposites.
Wait, we're opposites?
If you look at the data a certain way, then
What?
Wait, leaving here until we find
Bro,
out which of you is
fuck!
exactly you.
They're putting two bad bitches against each other. What is
What would be your
this?
plan to stand
Not a
out?
square.
Enter your
Great.
answer on your device.
Role models was a
On the
crazy
Bachelor?
choice for first
What
game.
would-
My bad, guys.
Yo,
Yeah.
Chris, you doubled down on this. Whiskey even asked if we should start with this.
Mods,
Yes.
give Chris's account a warning in the Discord, please.
It's funny. Bro, no, come on. The Discord's my favorite. Squares are shapes, which is sick.
Yeah, shape's wrong.
Dude, Sammy, that's what I'm
Here
saying.
it is. Vote on your devices now.
Scream loudly over the producers. Show up on
Get a
time.
ticket,
Run
it's
APM. I don't get a
crazy.
ticket.
Wait, man, no one
That
would
is giving
know.
square.
That sounds
No
like a
one
zip
would
line.
know
Life of
that
the
you got a
party.
ticket, though.
Bro only is here for the zip line.
Yeah.
True. All right, audience, feel free to vote.
Audience, if you want to play, the code is DKKF. You can play on your phone, your iPad, your computer, the palm of your
Your
hand.
smart fridge, your
We're
microwave.
averaging
maybe.
163 on Jackbox.
Yeah.
Pants.
But we're also, but that's also on like a, that's also on a strange game. There are ones with audience that are like really, really impactful, which I think will be fun
Wow,
later.
no
So you
clue
decided to
there.
start out with a strange audience game to test their metal.
Because it can only go up from here.
This will be our last category, so choose wisely.
Salads, college party guests.
This is for you.
What,
game
me?
show hosts.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I said pile. This is for you.
What is for them?
This.
This, bro.
tonight,
this.
Role models? Oh, they were clamoring
I'm their
for it.
role
You're right.
model.
Bro, the pile knows what I
Reincarnation.
mean, bro. I don't need to elaborate.
They know what you mean.
It might be
They know
just
what you
US
mean.
match, maybe.
We all voted, right?
Wait, Chris, can you tell Shan
Just
bello
one
for me? She'll know what it means.
Wow.
can
Wow,
hear
we're not
you.
doing salads. We don't eat
I
salads.
think
Shan,
Minions have like a
Bella!
Minion accent.
Bella!
Though. They don't
Great.
enunciate.
Person at a college party would each of
Bello!
Oh, great.
Dancing while maintaining
truth
conversation,
telling
upside
begin.
down at the keg, finishing homework on the couch.
You already know.
crying in
You
the
already know where to put
bathroom.
me. Just do it.
Wait, honestly, Ben, no, this is free.
This is
Oh,
free.
Carla,
This
sorry.
one is
No,
free.
I
This
know.
one's
I
free,
put
free.
myself.
Sorry is Chris.
Because I was like,
Sorry
oh,
is
I'm the
Chris.
dancing one. And then I saw the other thing and I was like, okay. I hate
Wait,
myself.
I actually, no, you don't hate yourself. I think I 99 this though.
Wait.
I think I 99 this.
I easily 99 this.
I think I nailed this one.
Yeah, I think I got them all right, and if I didn't, my name's Chris Kringle.
Oh, wait. Fuck.
Chris
Easy.
Kringle, you know?
Watch
Chris,
this.
I cried in your bathroom.
Really? Wait, why?
I heard you. Yeah, I
You
heard you.
constipated?
See what everyone picked.
It's because I had
heard
something in
you
my
is
eye.
insane.
That's me.
I heard you, you know?
Oh.
That's me.
Party.
I thought it was me,
No.
Carla.
It's,
Nope.
No, that's giving Chris.
Can't-
It could have been Carla. No, I
No,
agree.
Bant, you'll see.
Finishing
That's
homework
you.
on the couch.
You
That guy's
At the
Full
party.
consensus.
No, man, that's like your studio. Like you're mad studious. And I respect, bro. I respect. it.
Thanks, Ben. I needed that.
I thought Whiskey was gonna be the crier.
Wait, Carla, are you good?
I just feel my feelings really strong.
And you.
I
Carla,
hate it.
we can cry in
And
the
there's
bathroom
nothing
next
wrong
week.
with that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
There's
The
nothing
audience
wrong with
too.
Likes you.
Damn, the audience. Jesus.
Guys, it is what it is. All right, I'm
We've
starting
all
therapy
been there,
soon.
guys. We've all been
No
there.
Yeah.
No, that's easily
Sure.
That
Sam.
green piece was just someone
Sure.
getting high.
No.
I
Well,
You know?
arch it up.
I-
Arch it
No,
up.
I'm dancing the whole night long, bro.
That's what I'm
Wait.
saying.
Arch
You're
it
the
up.
dancer,
Yeah.
Sammy.
Data. Don't worry.
I'm
Bro,
unidentifiable,
rewind
bro.
to Bobby Burns' wedding. Name one time I was off the dance floor.
You were dude, to drink
True.
water, then you were back on.
Everyone vote on which role fits our neglected subject
Oh, this
the
is
best.
easy.
I
Which
don't
role
know,
fits
it could
Whiskey
go either
better,
way.
Dancing while maintaining or campus police.
You would do good. You would be good at campus police.
Me stopping Banth on my police bike to ask if he did his homework at the party last night.
He's done it already.
With a helmet on.
No. This one's easy. I wish I could 99 this one.
I already know your ass put campus police, bro.
No, I didn't. I'm not a bad guy. 27 seconds is crazy.
We all voted. Does the audience get to vote?
I voted.
You did it.
You did
What?
it. You did it.
No.
No. Oh.
Here's how it all shook out.
Bro, that was actually really close. Holy shit, I've never seen that close
Hey,
ever.
This is a close game, yeah.
One last thing before the
One last one?
experiment
Oh,
ends.
great.
Let's see if there are any more interesting patterns in those roles.
Great.
Great.
I can tell from your roles, you two are complete opposites.
Upside down with the
point of
keg
view,
and
anyway.
alien.
We're gonna pick
Show
one
off
course.
introvert.
Introvert, of course.
Yeah,
Your
Sammy,
speed
the
dating.
classic introvert.
What's your attention
Classic
getting opening
introvert,
line?
bro.
Write your
Classic.
answer on your device.
Attention getting low.
God, thank you.
Speed dating, what's your attention getting?
That's
opening
really
line?
sweet. Thank you. How are you?
I think
You
I'd rather play
cheeky,
Sea of
cheeky.
Thieves live than Speed Date.
Sea of Thieves live is crazy.
I mean, compare. Like, it might not even be that bad, but speed dating sounds like. I don't know. I think I would just chop it up with everyone and like leave alone still at the end of the day.
Chop it up. Get a few business cards.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't
I
even let me
need
vote on
this.
this.
Yeah, you just vote.
Do
I
it,
think, after.
pussy.
Oh,
you
because
don't.
you guys are you're
Crazy
writing your
but
answers,
true.
right?
Yeah, I'm already done.
I can take your mans if I want to. Won't feel lucky for you.
Vote
I
on
don't
your
want to.
devices now.
Happy belated birthday, Carla.
Okay.
Can I get the check already? For speed dating is really funny, Sammy.
Wait, Sammy, why is that so delayed, Court? Thank you.
Like, hey, it's been 30
Thanks,
seconds.
Jules.
Wait,
You guys know-
Chris,
Thank you.
wild
Say-
question, but wait, no, go ahead, Whiskey, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you know how to say check please in Japanese?
I
Yes.
forgot what check is, but kudasai is
Kudasai.
please. for
Okay,
an option.
okay. All
Okay.
right. Sammy, I'm gonna,
But I
Sammy,
don't
I'm
know.
gonna go
I
to
don't
the
know about
bathroom when it's
you.
time for the check, so you guys can handle it.
Hey man, don't worry, I've
Very
got
conclusive.
this. Hey.
Sammy, what were you going to? What were you gonna say?
Oh, Chris, I was gonna say, can you even imagine dating in today's day and age?
Based on your
Like,
No,
roles,
no
I
interest.
can't even fathom that, bro.
At least
I can't
in
even
a
fathom.
Imagine.
way. We're
I
not
just-
Oh,
sure
you're
until
in a
we find out.
relationship.
Carefree or
bro.
warrior?
You. What's your idea of a perfect
Sasha,
stress-free
this is for
vacation?
you.
Type an answer on
Wait,
your
hold
device.
on. I feel like we both worry.
Wait,
Oh
warrior
God.
or care?
Oh wait, that is me.
Wait,
thought
I
it
think
was
we're
What's your
both
idea of a
worry
perfect
wars.
stress-free vacation? This is topical.
Okay.
Hmm.
Japan's
You mean
not
tropical?
gonna be
About to go on
stress-free.
vacation.
That is not stress-free. I'm sorry.
Japan is not stress-free.
We're gonna be doing
gentlemen.
30K steps minimum and freaking
I'm
out
out
the
of
whole
shape.
time at where to
Will
eat.
you guys carry me if I complain that my feet hurt? Or no?
Freaking out. Guys, we cannot set this precedent for the trip.
Wait, nice word.
Thank you.
I got special underwear for the trip.
That's nice, Chris.
How many pairs are you bringing?
A lot.
50.
What?
More than you think
bringing-
you should bring.
Bance, yeah, of course, dude. Bance gonna have one pair.
You.
Are you bringing-
That's
Are you bringing
foul.
a suitcase, Chris?
Yeah.
Man,
Real.
What do you mean? Are you
What
bringing?
do you mean am I bringing this suitcase?
Emily, that's funny.
Yeah, bro,
Man,
for
what
all
kind
my
of question
stuff.
is that?
I gotta repack.
There you have it. Vote on your devices now.
Wait.
Chris paying for every meal. Cinema.
Cinema.
Crying in the
Stress-free though?
bathroom. Crying in the bathroom. bro.
So serene.
Carla, if I hear you crying in the bathroom on this trip, I'm bursting in through the door with like a bouquet of flowers.
Oh, thank you. Nah, I won't cry once.
No tears in Japan.
Although it is
bro.
Shark Week, so no promises.
That sounds like a
vibes.
Frank Ocean album.
Wait, is it
saying.
Shark Week for you too?
Yeah.
In Japan?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wait, in Japan? I
Yeah.
got
What's
lucky.
Shark
I
Week?
bypassed it.
Oh, Sammy,
What's Shark Week?
nice.
I got mine this week.
Oh, that's the thing I just found out about,
you
right?
just got it.
Swerved.
Oh, I'm really upset about that for you guys.
Wait, Carla, you should have synced up with me.
Oh,
I
I'm
tried.
Really upset for
That's-
you guys.
She sunk up with Shan instead.
Oh.
Dude, I feel like my whole chat's been synced
Here
up.
come your final
True.
roles.
Like, the other day they came in here, they were all just like dapping each
All right,
other
well-
up and stuff.
Unmedicated,
What am I?
not synced up. Shan's like, I'm fucked.
What?
You're not very
Oh,
serious. Clumsy
Sammy.
super bystander.
Wait,
I mean-
Shan, quick, sync up with me
I'm
right
a
now.
childlike
Do
Cardi
it,
dude.
bro.
Instead of what?
You're a violent, childlike
Violent.
pseudo planner.
Oh God.
Of course.
You're extremely quiet, annoying activist.
Not true.
Oh, cool.
Wait, why did they cook you?
Pellets is
Super wisecracking. Creative.
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
Great.
Wannabe
Wannabe.
party dude.
Wanna
They
be
clocked
party,
me.
dude.
No, guys, they clocked me for real.
Congrats, Whiskey.
We got complimented.
Oh.
What do you get for winning, I guess?
So we can do that again, or we can do anything else. I'm down
I'd
for
rather
anything
shit in my hands and clap.
Okay.
else. Be careful.
Don't do that in Japan, man.
I'm feeding the pellets.
How do you do that?
We could do a quiplash. We could do the rap one. We could do anything.
Oh, not the rap one.
Job.
Am I
Trivia
wacky
murder
for
party.
throwing us on? Yeah, let's do a trivia real quick.
Yeah, let's do a trivia.
Yeah, because then people,
Okay.
audience can win.
Wait, should we play the new trivia?
Yes.
one,
The wheel,
though? The one,
wheel of enormous
the wheel
proportion. I like that
one?
one. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Wheel.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Wheel,
Let's do
wheel,
that one.
wheel, wheel.
I like the murder one too. We could do it after. Unless
Murder
Yeah, I'm
is
down to
good.
do both. I'm down to
Murder's
do
fun. Audience never wins though.
But the audience isn't here to win. They're here to have a good time.
They've won once ever in 8 years.
Wheel of enormous proportions.
Yeah.
Which one's that one?
It's the one with the wheel and the trivia.
Yeah,
That's all
it's
I-
like their new take on trivia.
Yeah. It might be one of the greatest games, low key.
Oh, Dominate's also
It's very
fun.
fun.
You can
That's
join
what
the
I was
audience,
saying.
guys.
Yeah, we'll
What
do
is
Doom.
You were Beth, were you muted? Because I didn't hear you saying Dominate.
Dominate.
Dominate is that's the one where you have to ruin the vibe, but it's like funny.
Oh, I've never played that.
Oh, Sammy, you would
It's
love
on the
it.
new pack.
Bet. We could try that later.
Wait, do you want me to
I'm
turn off connect with Twitch? I could do that. Hold on.
Whatever,
This
whatever you
game's
want.
way louder than the other one. What the fuck? Oh, we could do
No,
the noise
only
one
the buttons
too.
are loud.
Wait, the noise one could be funny because we're not in the same room, low key.
Oh my god, so loud.
Sure.
I turn it down for you guys.
Oh, shoot.
I'm gonna show the code, so don't show it.
Oh, wait, wait,
Oh,
wait.
shit, wait.
Okay, you can show it now.
Okay, wait. No. Oh, fuck, sorry.
Interesting.
Wait,
Very
show it.
interesting.
Wait.
I'll
Okay,
type it. I'll type it.
okay.
How's band so
Oh, thanks.
fast?
Sorry.
I don't know, bro. Was at the ready?
Are we using phone again?
Wait, how did you even know? He didn't even type it. What the fuck?
He
He
actually
showed,
flashed
it,
it on
he
the
showed it
screen.
for a second.
Oh.
What is this? I haven't played this
Wait,
one.
I like your
do
little
we-
clown character, Carla.
Do we want to add
Thank
any
you.
like any mods or pals to make it a full 8, or do we just want to have 5? What's your thoughts?
I'm easy. I don't mind.
I don't
I'm down with
mind
5 right now.
At all.
We can do 5. Let's do 5 for now and see who's the smartest out of us 5.
Wait,
Alright,
Chris,
yeah.
why'd you say us 4 really quick?
Us 4.
No, he corrected himself. He like Euro stepped out of it. He was
Wait,
about
Shan
to say.
says she's down. Wait, who
Okay,
joined
someone-
us? Come.
Guys, was that Shan?
No, there's no
Shan
enough
would
Shan.
not do come.
Bro, who's
Shan, there's no
come,
way you
bro?
joined us that.
Who joined
Bro,
us that?
bro.
Kick him. Kill them.
Who showed their screen?
Not me.
Bro.
You can't kick them.
Restart.
You gotta
the
restart.
lobby,
Who joined us? Come.
Wait.
We
Wait.
should keep.
What does it mean?
That's why we should have kept.
Yeah.
The
It was
Twitch
definitely
thing.
Luigi.
We should have kept the Twitch thing.
If
We
that was
should have
Carl, I
Twitch
swear to
thing.
God.
Well, Cara, did you show it?
No.
We got hacked. Great. All right, Shan.
All right, can I?
Shan's gonna join.
I'm hiding it.
Oh,
Or hide it. Hide your things. Just change scenes.
I hid.
Discord.
I'm in there.
Did you share it, or is it just showing?
I'm gonna type it on the thing.
How are people seeing this?
I'm already in.
Band's just moving different.
Man, band cheats.
Wild code. Wild.
Well, that's a
code.
weird
It
code.
doesn't matter. Shan Bello.
Bello.
They say hi to you.
Okay. Hello. No,
Hello.
I said Bella.
Okay, bye. I love you.
I didn't say hello.
It might be.
Sit next to Chris.
But if you're watching us,
You should be
you
able to
can
play
sit
with
next to me if
device.
you
though.
want. She doesn't want to sit next to me. That's fine.
I bet you
She's
can start.
over you.
You can start whenever.
So she's over me?
No.
Sammy.
I
Sammy.
didn't say that. I didn't say that.
All right, if you guys want to join, let's start the game so then we can share the code. Band started. It's up to you.
He's gone, bro. He left.
Good thing he joined
Bro.
right away.
Yeah, good thing he joined immediately. Wait, he's the clown. Look, he's the clown.
Sorry, I was
That's
just.
a
I was
cute
just.
character.
I was lifting weights. My bad. Okay, here we go.
No worries.
How are you
All right, started.
lifting weights, bro?
Fucking
Jack
jacked.
Japan.
All right, guys. Password is Weddy.
You have traveled to
So if you're ready to
sacred
play,
mountaintop.
there it is.
Seeking
W-E-D-Y,
answers
Weddy.
to a mind-blowing wheel
Weddy.
of enormous proportions.
You may now ask the wheel any one question that torments your very soul. Should you be chosen, your longing for truth will be satisfied, and your life forever changed.
So we just type anything or?
Yeah,
Yeah, you can
type,
type
type,
anything.
type a question that you want answered.
Why am I not
Because the
getting
wheel
anything?
spins at the end.
I'm not getting any.
That was for you, bro.
Refresh.
I knew my question.
Will we ever find out who joined, by the way? I see you Monday.
If you do not
Chris,
submit a
connect us real
question,
quick.
one will be provided for you.
Wait. No, I clicked the wrong thing. And my screen was on like not dark mode. Oh
no.
no.
Now what? What's that mean?
Mountaintop.
I love my wife so much. Shan!
You play my trivia game, and I give you the answers to life, the universe, and everything.
What'd you put in that? Is
Su-
that basil?
The longest alert of my life. I'm so sorry.
God.
Mikey.
Herb?
She's tearing
Oh
you
my
apart in
gosh,
the
Shan, I
comments.
love you, man.
Great
I love
Mel.
you so much. Anyway, newsdrop,
I just keep talking, don't I?
The winner wheel.
No worries.
But not just anyone gets.
I dream of another moment like this
Thank you,
for
Mikey.
friend
To
slot.
prove
Tell
yourself
Shan I said
first.
great tuna melt.
Carla, did you get back?
You have the chance to win
Yes,
points.
but I think
thanks
I
to
didn't
these
get
two
to submit.
I feel
slices.
like Shan's gonna mog us.
But your
They might
odds
give you a
increase
random
when you
one,
have
though.
more of them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I
So
played this
we're
with a few
gonna
people in
earn
my community that
some
have
by
left.
doing trivia.
Crazy.
Wait, Anthony was crazy. Very relatable
Question
comment.
one works for me.
True, like people who are all
Which
about this game and then
nations
they're
were
gone
among the
forever.
founding members of NATO in 1949.
What?
Hey, what?
Just tap on the ones that fit
Oh.
the prompt.
Hey.
NATO stands for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. I know you knew that, sorry. And what about you in the audience?
Okay, I've
Vote
got
for
this.
the player
Oh, he
you
does.
think will do the best.
Bro,
if the majority of you guess right, you'll earn a special
Wait, I've got this,
slice
I
of
think?
your own.
No, you do. We know you do.
It's
No,
like
I don't.
massive guess. Chat, don't laugh, okay? If we
Is
don't
Canada
get this
NATO
right.
pilled?
Bro, you can't ask for help.
You can't ask.
I'm not.
You
I'm
can't
not.
ask the
I'm,
audience,
I'm
bro.
thinking out loud.
I went.
I went kind of just like where my brain felt. Yeah, I need John Cheetos behind me going.
Winding down on this
Some
topic.
NATO,
I should have
actually.
known this.
The
I should have known
founding
this, bro.
members. I'm not sure. This
Oh,
is
the
tough.
founding.
If I
Oh.
had a
Yeah,
Nate,
not
I'd
who's
call him
currently in it.
NATO. That'd be fun.
Oh.
It's gotta be the same.
I did
though.
everything.
What did you say?
Oh, I got
It's
rolled.
Okay, yeah, I
It's
did
not
everything
really
but
the same.
Germany.
Oh,
Wait, Chris,
yeah.
you goaded?
Let's go.
Oh, high
I
score.
went with the
Chris with
classics.
a 9.
Why I
I'm
need
with
to
the
see
classics.
Russia?
I got 8.
Really?
Oh, that makes sense. That
You
makes
did
sense.
something special just now.
Wait, hold on. I
How
got
did you
five.
see Russia? It's one of the biggest countries there.
Wait, I got five.
And what about the top scoring player, you ask?
That's okay.
Another one.
I gotta come back.
This next one will be for you.
Here's my follow-up. Question
Bang
number
Chan.
2.
Exactly.
Which of these are yoga poses?
Oh, I
Wait,
got
man,
this.
you should know.
Oh wait.
Wait, Beth,
Oh,
you do
I'm
yoga now?
screwed. I don't know any of
Tap
this
the
shit.
answers that fit. and
My spine's
totally
actually
ghost
straight
the
and it's
ones that
crazy.
don't.
I think that. Wow, so you're gonna gain a couple inches, no?
Hey.
Did you know that the plural of moose
Yeah.
is moose? Another great decision
Oh.
from our
No shot.
friends
There's a
in
yoga
Canada.
pose called Mountain.
These are just fucking episode titles for the White Lotus. What is this?
Real.
Cobra.
Floating grandmother was a great time. Love that episode.
Great time.
Love.
No shot. There's one called Sand, bro.
Only
Yeah,
a
that-
few seconds
maybe.
left, so make him count, okay?
Candelabra.
Candelabra.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
How about some answers, baby?
I don't fucking know.
Let's go,
Whoa.
Let's go. Let's go.
Child's one of them? Yeah, right.
I don't believe
And
it.
tree?
It
Oh, okay.
is.
Those are the two I
It
missed.
is indeed.
So the only one I recognized was
That's two
Downward Dog.
slices I've given you.
Same. But
Watch
I
it.
I
Same.
used context clues. I was like, okay, cat. Oh, child's
This
pose.
is the
Duh.
last question of the round.
What's child?
As a
I don't know what that
being
is.
able
What's
to
child's
see all
pose?
timelines, I'm always
one of
delighted
them.
by Hollywood's unique take on
It's
history.
My
one
chat
of
is
them.
saying everyone knows it.
Match the
Period
movie
movies.
to the decade
Oh,
into
okay.
the set.
Oh.
Period movies. So like Shark Week?
Oh,
You'll see
snap.
2 columns that you can slide up and down. Tap an item
Oh, I already
in column
fumbled.
A, then tap its match
What?
in column B.
Bro, this is over for me. Pack it up.
Oh, what era it took place in.
Oh, I'm cooked, bro.
What?
Am I the worst
What-
person
what?
alive? I don't.
No, you're not.
Yes. No, you're not.
What?
Bro said yes.
There's only
Oh
time
my
for
god.
one, maybe 2 matches.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, it's the 20s. Fuck.
Oh wait,
No.
what? I
Dude,
got one.
actually-
You know.
I got
I'm an
two of them.
idiot, bro.
I didn't know it was on the clock. I got.
No, this was
Oh, we got
awful.
Captain America.
Bro.
So it's movies and when they took place.
Okay, when
Yippee!
was,
I didn't know
when
any
was
of those.
the Iron Giant? 1950? I could have sworn
You
it was
did
1960.
equally good, but I don't
I
Anchorman
remember
remember.
Hairspray because they sing "Welcome to the
Don't stare directly at it, it's
'60s."
like the sun.
True,
Yeah.
Carla.
Yeah.
Vance,
I
did you get
present
did you
to
get
you
Captain
the
America at
power
least?
Slice.
That's the only one I
It
got.
gives you the power
Yeah,
to spin.
20s, right?
I didn't
40,
get it.
30s.
Boom.
40s. Ah.
20s was
We're
Great
already
Gatsby.
talking about
Because
spinning.
Germany.
Oh,
Let's
duh.
go.
Of course.
Oh.
Look at you up here, where your slices can finally be spun and score
Yeah, it was a
you some
confusing question,
points.
but it makes sense.
Pick
once you,
slots
like-
on my face to place your slices.
This guy's
Oh.
But know this, you share
If
the
it lands on
points
Chris,
with
I'm out.
everyone who shares a slot with you.
What?
Oh, I got nothing.
But what about the audience, right? They have
Wait,
two
you didn't even-
slices
you got
this
one,
round
right?
to stir up trouble.
Audience, put your slices down. I thought Iron Giant was giving like 70s, maybe 60s.
Oh wow.
You're gonna take
Good
turns
movie, though.
spinning me. And
Okay,
I've
Sammy, spin
decided
that
you
wheel.
will go
Spin.
first.
Wait, Chad decided you go first?
Swipe the wheel on
Thanks,
your
Chad.
device to.
Or was it him? I don't.
Where will I stop? Even I don't know.
Okay,
Oh,
Okay,
Shan.
Hey,
Okay,
Shan.
Chad, sure.
Great. Thank you for the raid.
Chris, can you yell good job down the hall?
slice.
Good
It
job.
grows in number until
We're
you
playing
land on one.
Jackbox. How are your games?
Hey, how about a
Yes.
spin from a new
How is
spinner?
Sadako?
Oh, it's me? Someone?
Yum.
Watch this. Big money, big money, big money, big money, big money.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, right.
50-50?
Needed that.
Wait, did you have some rough games too?
The audience is gonna go ham. Do you want players who are next to a power slice to get points or lose points?
Wow,
What?
Chad, you
Go
diabolical
on.
here.
There's only
Go
two
on.
power
That's
slices,
right. You
right?
players
Do
can
what
vote
you
too.
want.
Wait, chat, follow your heart.
Try to convince the audience to vote.
Chat,
with
follow
you.
your heart.
They are
Lose points.
fickle, but I
Lose
know how
points.
persuasive you can
Get.
Oh my god.
be. And the most popular vote was.
Get.
Wow.
My alerts are
57%.
delayed. What the hell? Thank you though. I appreciate it.
-3.
Ouch.
Ooh.
Wait, to be fair, Bance has
Shit is
minus
negative
500.
three.
That's minus
Mikey, get some
It's
rest though.
-500.
Sorry I can't chat heaps right now. But have a good sleep.
Love the
Audience,
support,
you guys.
guys. Love it.
Don't spin me. I'll just rotate.
Sandra,
Constantly
kill me.
reducing
Guys,
its
drinks,
speed.
drinks are on ban.
Hey, some
Shan, you
points.
need
Okay,
that.
Who can say
Shan.
no to that?
Back
Got a
in the
debt. W.
Oh, they're so back.
1997, good year.
Oh,
good
that's
Yeah,
year.
we need
Winning for my
20,000 points to
spin
win.
meter,
I'm at negative
which
500.
Can only mean it's time for the last
Wait, no.
spin
A lot of
round.
game left. Chris still
Wait,
has
Vance,
This is
This
it, this is it.
Like,
You'd
what's
be
the
our last
joke?
spinner.
Oh, I just saw Chris's 9K. Now I'm pissed off. Yep, Bance, end him. Bance, bury him.
What do you mean?
Bury
Give
him,
me
bro.
him.
He has-
Give
he
me
has 10
11K.
grand.
About to stop.
If he lands on Chris, I'm
Bury
out.
him.
Yes.
Oh my god, bro.
Wow, you need
Well,
those.
like, what's the joke?
I'm pretty
You
sure
needed
that's like
those.
4,000.
Needed
I'm really
that.
happy.
Literally needed that.
Flexing with that score.
Let's tear Chris a limb from limb.
No, come on.
Thank you for hanging tonight. It was good seeing you guys one last time for the trip.
Invites.
Oh,
Hand pile. Hand pile. Don't go to bed yet. What's the rainbow wheel? What is this?
Oh, it just means you
Oh,
get
I love
more
how
points,
I
Chris,
have
don't worry.
one thing.
Yeah, me too. Why do I have one slice?
Wait, why do the girls have one slice?
I'm not even on there.
Wait.
Wait, I'm
Wait, okay,
interested.
hold on. Okay, never
Wait,
mind,
Carla
never mind.
got it. Look at that. Oh, wait, I keep spinning.
W.
Oh.
Carla.
Of course.
Oh,
Man!
man. Just keep giving people points.
Good
No,
guy,
like
good
me
guy.
next. No, like me next. Okay.
No,
Oh,
no,
okay,
enough
not
of No, no, enough of that.
Yes.
More.
Like me
more.
next.
Okay.
Oh, back it
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah,
Chris,
yeah,
if
yeah,
you-
yeah,
you-
more.
All right,
You
that's
can stop
enough.
spinning
That's
it
enough
now.
slices.
No, you
Yeah,
can stop.
baby,
You can stop.
Yeah.
bud.
Chris Paul cuts the lead down to 42.
Let's
Rich,
pretend
get
that
richer.
never happened.
Put your ass away, child.
How is he already about to win?
Whatever.
Whatever
No,
each
it's
just
different.
subscribed.
33.
Curly love.
33.
And then last.
33.
Looks like I can double as a
Wait, I
spinner.
didn't get to
Forgot
spin?
you-
Is that
Chris
normal?
was actually playing on Shan's phone,
You
also
will
on
next
sabotage.
time. Charles.
No worries.
Okay.
No worries, guys. I would have loved to spin, but
Crying in the bathroom.
I have a
No,
layover.
don't cry in the bathroom.
When a round begins, I hand out slices.
Oh my god.
Thank
Wait, the
you.
guy on the mountain kind of looks like Mount Fuji.
Happy
Are we hiking it?
33.
No, I'm down to look at it though.
Question 1 is the first
We'll
of
definitely
3
look at it.
questions.
Definitely gonna look at it and go, that's cool.
Which of these are monotheistic religions?
Oh, I know this.
What?
Tap the
Bro, you know what's
answers that
funny,
fit
man?
the prompt.
It could be any
Makes sense to
question.
me.
You go, what? I actually have no fucking clue.
I actually also have no clue.
Is that
All this
low-key
tapping
bad of
reminds
us?
me how
I think
much
I know,
love
like,
to tap
3
dance,
of
but it
these.
makes me sad because
I'm
I'll never
guessing.
do it myself. Don't think about that. Just keep tapping.
I don't know what some of these are.
This one's
Same.
easy.
Oh.
I don't know, actually. I think I might have made a grave error.
I made a mistake.
Okay,
No.
but what about the answers? I'm curious. What did you say?
Okay.
Oh my god.
Whiskey with 10. Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
scholar.
Yeah, I majored in philosophy and religion in college before I dropped out. What about it?
Wait. Okay. Wait. He's moving
2
different.
slices
That doesn't
is better
surprise
than
me.
1.
Wow.
Wait, I can mod Chris. We need this.
Bro, I'll mug you back.
No,
I'm a
don't.
looks
This
maxer.
question favors fast thinking.
Oh, I like this one.
Bro,
Sammy,
don't
don't
frame
laugh.
mog him.
Oh, I'm
Don't
never
frame
gonna
mog
get this
him in Japan.
Which
bro.
sketch comedy show came out first?
Tap as many correct answers as you can before time runs out.
Oh.
Oh my god, I already
Oh.
fumbled.
Oh.
I reek.
No, you don't, Sammy.
Oh, I'm fumbling.
There is so little time left.
Oh no.
What?
Oh god.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Okay.
Yes.
No! Shit!
Wait. Okay, Ty.
Okay, couple.
Okay, married.
Okay,
Yelling
alive?
answers down
Okay,
the hall.
married
way.
from Vine?
Look at these freaking
She goes, I know my
scores.
shows.
Bing.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, actually, that you guys got that. Wait, Chris is
Question
one
3
hair
is when
away
the
from
power
20k.
slice comes out
That's
to
I'm
me.
gonna take us to
crazy.
the mountain.
Defend
You
him.
know what they say about
What?
an apple a day. All doctors will be disqualified from the following question. Which of these are apple varieties?
I got
Alright,
this.
I've got this.
Ooh.
No, I think.
Oh,
I
no,
got it.
where's Severance?
What if you tapped all the answers that fit the prompt?
What's
I
a
bet it'd feel
crab
pretty
shack?
good.
I actually think I nailed that. I love
don't
apples.
I think
know.
so too, unless they launched some new apples.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless they dropped like 2 new ones, I think I got
There's
that.
a new update. No, there is a new update.
Bro,
New
not the
patch?
new
All right,
update.
doctors, you
Is it
can come back
DLC?
now. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
I fumbled.
Did you tap the
Oh,
ones you were supposed
Brayburn,
to?
who's that?
I didn't know Brayburn. 11 whiskey and Chance.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
apples.
Andy. Let's just say I
Dang.
do not like to see the doctor.
Your point is the requirement.
Doctor
And
hates
when
to
he
see me
does,
come in.
Just one more spin.
Yeah,
he's
to
got
get
a
us
bundle.
That, but then I have an appointment like every week.
A tie? What?
Yeah.
No. You.
What?
Spicy
No.
power
They just
slice.
gave it
What?
to Shan.
Gave it to
What?
Shan.
They get you in the power slice.
Just
Are we
'cause.
spinning
Come
or?
to my room. Mom
I
said
think
you
we're
could play
spinning, yeah.
games.
Carly, you're about to spin me into a W, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
That's right.
That's
There, bud.
right.
Perfect.
Fuck.
And not to get personal, but
needed that.
naked without your slice on my face.
I never heard of Brayburn before.
What?
This narrator,
He's
you
saying
know?
some Carla shit. I don't like it.
I just want to point out that when Chris went up to 20k, we lost 15 people in the audience almost instantly.
No, guys, join
Yep.
again.
You can't get him back, Chris.
Guys, come
Guys,
back.
come back.
No, we're
Sam,
gonna
come
we're
on.
gonna
Look,
beat
I'm gonna
Chris.
spin with or without your slices.
Poll mine's fun, by the way. Poll mine is a good one too.
Is
with
it?
the audience? Yeah, but also maybe not.
The first spin of the round goes
Oh, good, he's
to you.
spinning. He needs the points.
Bro, why are you spinning again?
Woo!
Because I'm a spinner and a winner.
Great.
Hey, Shan, I
Don't
got you.
cringe. Pack it up.
Wait, Shane, you're getting
What
a
if
third
what if
round.
Shan beats
You're
Chris?
not cringe. Carla, there you go.
Ready for a
All right,
new
let's get
Spin
Chris some
that
points.
thing.
Spin that wheel.
Hook me up.
Woo!
Okay,
Yeah,
Carla.
yeah, you can have it. You can have it. Take
Wait,
it, take it.
audience
They're
gets
yours.
to do something crazy here. I think.
I need some input from our fun
Oh,
and
no.
feisty audience. Do you want the spin meter to fill up, or do you want me to reset it?
Ooh,
Full
full,
go
so
crazy,
so
chat.
Chris can get 40k. He needs this.
Or reset and make them work for it.
Reset gives Chris
Waiting
more
on the
chances
last
to spin.
votes to come in.
Oh, true.
Do what you think is
I don't know
right.
which- I don't know which is better actually.
For you, definitely a reset is better.
Yeah.
Has spoken.
So the next spin's gonna be expensive.
Ooh, last spin. Let's finish on a high note.
Wow.
Oh no.
All right, Sammy, you know what to do here.
Sammy, come on.
Spin that wheel.
I'm decelerating, and very soon.
What?
Yup.
What a good thing for you.
Well done, well done, well done.
Sammy.
Wait, another double
Thank you,
audience
Malcolm.
Needed that bad, bro. Needed that bad.
The audience
Wait, but
will
Chris, didn't
tell
she
it
win?
like it is. Do you want
No,
players
he
next
can
to a
lose
power
points
slice
here.
to get points or lose points?
Get
Wait,
points, I
Wait,
think.
nobody is next to the slice, right?
No, everyone is. Yeah, you have to do lose points, lose points, lose points, lose points.
Lose
or
points,
Chris is
lose
gonna win,
points.
lose points, or Chris is gonna win.
Guys, get points, get points,
Lose,
get points, get points.
lose.
Shaq, lose points.
Can't
Come
get
on.
worse.
Points,
We're
points,
gonna-
get points, get points.
Once
Jen
the
needs
game
to
is over
win.
and we're
Or
out.
whiskey.
I'm going to the airport.
No, the
Just
game's
getting
not over. It's
points.
gonna land on me for the game to be over.
Oh, thank goodness.
great.
Whatever you say.
Take him down a peg.
Oh.
It was literally
900.
No, you don't have enough points to win again.
Wait, third round and under 1,000's nuts.
Let's put you and your scores.
Yeah.
He's gonna lock in right
Okay.
now.
That's another rock under your pillow, Chris. That's an
Bro, I don't want to rock under my pillow.
Like they're
I'm just
keeping
stealing
a
the pillow,
secret.
actually.
Yeah, what are these two up to?
All-knowing wheel. I know when two people are in cahoots.
Look, there's just more
It's a
games to play.
slush
It's better.
party.
humble
And you're in
Better for
beginnings.
everyone.
Humble beginnings.
I'd like to start with question one. How
Okay.
about you?
It's like we're a dog and you guys are all trying to get us to come to you. No.
Match
That's
the
so funny.
country's
That's wild.
English name
What?
with its local name.
What?
All right, whiskey's getting
Oh, I actually can do
1,500.
this.
Bro, I think I need
Go
to
on,
up my
I
knowledge
promise you,
straight up.
Everything has a match.
Wait, I don't know anything.
Oh, fuck.
Oh fuck.
No. I got nothing, bro.
Tick.
Oh
Whiskey,
no.
yo, Whiskey, we're chill, dude.
No,
Anthony,
I was getting so good at
Anthony,
the
you're
end.
trolling. Anthony has to be trolling. Anthony has to be trolling. No, Anthony, you gotta be trolling. There's like at least 2 freebies on here, bro.
There's 2 frees, easily.
Bam.
Maybe
You
4.
should- you should know Germany from
Very exciting.
from Marvel, and you should know.
Bro, don't say you should know that from Marvel, bro. Bro, you should know that from your high school
know that from
education,
life.
brother.
Marvel.
You should know that from Marvel. Hey,
Which
man,
of
you should
these
know that
are
from
human
general
I can't go to
knowledge.
Deutschland. I have homework.
Tap the ones that fit
Girl,
Human organ
I need to go back to
systems.
school. Like, what is this?
Human organ systems.
I don't know shit about fuck.
What do you mean organ system?
Organ
I don't know, I'm
is
just guessing.
crazy.
Open the schools.
I don't know this one.
I think it's all of them.
Bro.
Sammy, you're not cringe. You're
No,
in 5th.
I think I got maybe half of these.
Bro, my
now here's
college
what we
degree
were
is
looking
rotting
for.
as we speak.
Can I have it, Sammy? I kind of need it.
He's
different.
Oh my,
Man said, I don't
wow,
know
oh my God,
places,
Aura.
but I know places inside the body.
He knows the body, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of
Body.
doctor's appointments right there.
One
Oh.
Bro, you
slice.
ulted.
Bro, use this ult.
Let's finish this set strong and get you that power slice.
Go.
Time for some wall-to-wall fun. How tall is the Great Wall of China in Berlin
How
Walls?
long is it?
How many Berlin Walls are in the Great Wall of China?
In
okay,
other
we have
words,
to guess.
how many Berlin Walls would it take to equal
How long was the
length of
Berlin
Great
Wall is
of
the
China?
question here.
It's bigly long.
Answer with the
I'm such a
keypad on your
fuckhead.
device and then tap submit. The
Why do I
player
do
who
that?
gets the
You're not,
closest
Carla,
will
you're
win
not.
this
Sammy,
one.
I have no fucking
I might
clue.
be. Hey, I might be. I thought it was like
actually no
unlocking a
clue.
password and no one could see your answer.
I don't know.
So that's not good.
You thought I meant height. Uh-oh.
We're almost
Yeah,
out of time.
I
I need your number now.
No,
Look
actually,
away.
Probably
no.
over. I overguessed.
Look
I
away,
think.
How
guys.
did you answer?
I have no clue.
2.
Is your answer this?
What?
No, Sammy, good job.
Yay!
Chris, 1400 is
Sammy.
actually psychotic.
It's sending me to the moon.
Guys, I thought
Whiskey,
it wasn't
it's
shown.
so long.
Chew on
14
The Great Wall of
Berlin
China.
Walls?
Great Wall of China.
1400.
Bro.
Chris, 1400
I thought Berlin was long.
Bro, I thought the Berlin Wall was kind of tiny in comparison.
No, it's the width of Berlin, Chris.
Berlin's small compared to China.
Great.
Welcome to the mountaintop.
Wait, who got the power
Giant
slide?
since 1673.
Great.
Oh, Sammy has it. Let's go.
Great.
Here's a hot tip.
I
You can
do.
tap
Berlin
a
had a
slide.
wall,
Chris
not
gets
anymore.
no
Give it
points
a
for
shot if
chilling.
you're feeling frisky.
Frisky.
Chris, someone said
not-
1400 times the Berlin Wall is like the whole circumference of the Earth.
That's sick. That's really nice. You can see you can see the Great Wall of China from space, which is crazy.
Guys, I didn't put any of my slices on the wheel. I wasn't paying attention.
Wait, Whiskey, you're
You're
doomed,
sliceless.
bro.
They're
First
sliceless.
spinner in this round.
I
Whiskey,
wish-
you were about to win, too. You're only 5,000 away.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Shan.
Shan. Now, great.
I was busy sharing fun facts about the wall.
All right, Shan, here we
Next
go.
spinner.
Come on, get the point, Shan. Beat your husband. In the game.
Gradually
69 Berliner.
down and
Fuck!
Hey. I didn't win yet. I gotta spin a wheel, bro.
extending the lead.
4K.
With those
Shan, don't
points,
beat my
you now
husband.
have a
What the
chance
fuck?
to spin the winner wheel. Come on down. If you can spin and land on one of your slices,
Wait, statistically
then
speaking,
you
Chris
win.
won't win.
But land on one of the skulls.
That's right.
And we still have
But-
a game to play.
I'm against
You're
all
about
odds
to win
here,
the game.
and I win this.
No, that means he'll win.
2-1-1 for
Jack,
the
you'll win.
championship.
Thanks again, guys, for watching. I'm stoked on this dub. Appreciate you guys, seriously.
Huge.
Kush,
Wait,
keep
they
that in the
Next
YouTube
time,
video.
spinner.
They should
This
just
Zoom in on that.
This ain't
Zoom in on that
this ain't getting
skull.
posted anywhere.
It's not too late to
Wait, Sammy, you
snatch
can log
victory
him
from the
here.
jaws of defeat.
Vance, whatever you do, don't give Chris points.
Oh boy, this could be.
I'm that bitch. I'm the shit. I'm Miss Poopy.
I got you, Sammy.
Thank you, man.
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, slow down. That's too many points.
Wait, that's huge.
Nah, like I needed
Sammy, you
that.
know what to do.
Again.
Oh, fuck.
Again, again.
for a new spinner.
Boy.
Oh, let's
Wait,
go.
Chris, statistically speaking, you shouldn't win here.
Oh,
Oh my god!
Again!
There it is.
Wait, Sammy, you win.
I gotta spin the...
Wait, she's different.
Sammy.
Oh,
This could be the
let's go.
Come back
Emma.
crazy.
You get more
Emma,
slices,
get ready.
though.
Oh my god, I need to mob
Oh,
Chris
great.
here.
Emma,
Come
boot
But
up
you
the
get more
editing
slices.
software.
Yeah,
Wait,
yeah, yeah.
Sammy, if you lose
Oh,
this, that's
GG.
extra sad because you
Lady,
take percent. No, she's got it.
Nah, she's got this.
luck.
She's got this.
Lady luck is in the building.
Oh.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
No, it's not.
Okay,
Yes, it
okay,
is.
Miss Poopy.
Can I spin a wheel?
Over there.
Imagine if I put
You
my
said you were
slices
gonna
on.
mob
But
me,
imagine
man.
if I put my
Slices are
slices
all
on.
over me now.
But imagine if I put my slices
Yeah. All right, Sammy,
Bella-
this is for you.
Bella.
Win next spinner.
But
Kyle, let's
imagine if I put
go.
my slices
Check this out.
Carla, bruise.
Thank you. Sammy, get this.
This is crazy.
No!
Oh, wow.
Yes, but so does Sammy's.
What a surprise.
Wait, this
Oh,
is
I
bad.
win.
No,
Everyone else gets points, but they come from you.
No, I think Sammy and I spin together, bro.
no!
Yeah, I think we do. I think we do.
Oh.
Wait, Sammy, hey, may the best pal win. You know what I mean?
May the best
Wait. But what if the
That's
skull won?
crazy.
But what if the
Last
skull
spin
won,
of the
though?
game.
Let's go. Come on, Sammy. I want Sammy to win this one. Yeah.
Yeah!
We'll take it. We'll
Emma,
take
put it in there.
Emma, we're eating.
Nice.
Sammy, sweet.
We'll take it.
Sammy.
Soul-searching
Yeah.
question.
What's
Hey,
her
guys,
question,
listen,
then?
I needed that. I needed
How many?
that.
What do you mean?
It's time.
I'm
That's
bringing
your
at least
question.
5.
Wonderful
I'm
question.
bringing
You can
5
ask
rocks.
Yes, that was my question, bro. Here we
I'm
go.
bringing 5 rocks.
Oh, so
Quarter
none.
of your monthly income. Oh, there's gonna
Wait,
be
that's a
mad
lot.
rocks under there. Okay, sure.
Okay, so one
Bag.
tiny pebble.
Okay.
Wow.
GG.
Wait, let's read everyone else's questions. Hold up.
Humble Howie.
Anthony wrote Will.
Will.
Yeah.
I didn't write. I forgot.
Is my flight to Japan going to actually end up in a Little Rock, Arkansas? When should I buy a new car?
That was his
We're gonna have the
quiplash.
Tumblr lives in Japan. Who will have the first panic attack in Japan?
Shan, you already know.
Don't say that.
Shan.
Will.
Dude, I'm gonna have a panic attack as soon as I step off the plane just to anxiety mog you guys.
Ooh, nice.
I can have an anxiety attack within 3 minutes if I try my best.
Guys, anxiety will stop me from coming.
Right now, if I needed to.
I'll do it right now too.
I'm having one.
Let's not though.
Okay.
Wait, do you guys
Let's
want to do a
have a good
different?
time instead.
You want to do a funny one
Let's
now?
do the sound one, Chris.
Sound
Someone
one would be
breaks
fun.
my computer,
BRB.
low-key.
Can
Oh,
we
does
take
it
a
actually?
BRB mixed setup, by the way? Any
Yeah,
minders?
yeah, take your time.
W.
If the sound one ruins your computer, we could also do. I could actually share it. It works on my computer. if
Just
you want me
trivia
to.
murder party.
No, it
Old
breaks
school.
my computer no matter what when it messes up my audio.
Can you
My
can you
mic.
do Doominate?
I can do Doominate, TKO, Job, Pole
I'm
Mine,
down for
Quiplash
Doominate.
3, Blather Round, Joke Boat, Mad
What's
for
Blather
Doominate?
Round is also Blather
love
Round's fun,
Blather's
but
my
it's
favorite.
like I think Blather Round is a good one for later. I feel like we should do like a funny one. Like
Let's hit
Job could have us
Doominate.
giggling. Or Doominate. Doominate's
Doominate.
also funny.
Trivia
Alright,
murder
launch
party
it.
3.
No, we gotta do a
There's no
funny
trivia
one.
3, is
Okay,
there?
sorry.
3 soon.
Carla's like, come on, I want to do some more triv.
Wait, Carla, there's a 3 or no?
Yeah, there's a 3 just came out.
There-
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it did.
No, it didn't.
I can see it.
You're lying.
Is it
Where?
standalone?
Where the hell is Trivia Murder 3 at?
Oh, wish list
It's
now.
not till
Sorry.
like
My bad.
Wish list.
Yeah.
Sorry. Trivia murder party 2 though.
Yeah, that one's fire. All right, don't show your screens, okay?
Yeah, no, we need a
Oh, I need
silly
to
max for a
stream it
sec.
for you actually. Hold up.
Bant needs to bounce back from the trivia and get some giggles in.
Triv.
Huge. Wait, are we showing screen?
No, don't show yet.
No, don't show screen yet. Guys, so Doominate's the one where you have to like ruin the vibe.
Oh,
Which
easy.
I'm pretty good at.
That should be easy.
Do you have a bathroom I can borrow?
Bro, what?
So I'm gonna cry in it. No, I don't cry in bathrooms.
Oh, I think I'm
Alright, I
gonna
put the
I
code.
think I'm gonna ruin the vibe another way. And the bathroom's like, yo, Jesus Christ.
Sorry,
If
my
the
bad.
game is full, you can still join the arms.
I'm in.
At
Where is this code?
TV.
It's in the
In the-
Aura
in the
required
chat.
channel.
Oh, what?
I'm okay, Puffin. How are you doing? Hello.
Alright, I gotta go peep her back. Band, keep them on their toes, please.
Ugh.
Wait,
so
that's
Jen,
me.
you want to
freestyle
do
rapping.
Doominate or no? I'm gonna send the
How
code
are we,
and
guys?
You're good? Okay.
Guys,
My bad.
make sure you join the audience
Will.
when you can. Doing all right. Little party game today. Oh, nearly 4 hours. Wow. That's crazy.
Banana bread latte sounds real nice. What the hell is this? I can't see it. How do I read?
I haven't played some of these games, guys. I will tell you guys, there should be a pop-up when you, it's usually top left, but
Wait, Whiskey, how'd you get your
Jackbox.tv.
character like that?
and then there'll be a code.
What the hell is that?
Oh my god, wait, I'm mogging.
Hello. I'm back.
You can make your face different?
You can touch one of the highlighted boxes. But I like yours. Abby,
Wow, Whiskey
either
and Sam and Shan, you guys gotta lock in together.
today or tomorrow. But
You can. I believe in you.
I might need to go to the vet with Mimi tomorrow, so I'm not sure.
All right, I think everyone's in. If you
To be honest, I'm a little bit worried
wanna
that
start
Mimi
it,
is like
and then
sick,
share- we can share with the class.
but she seems okay today. Yeah.
I'm not host. I think Whiskey left his building. His little building.
I think she honestly got really anxious when I was gone. But hopefully she didn't eat anything weird. Yeah, I'll get her
I don't know
checked
why that
tomorrow.
took me out, but it did.
Obviously, like,
'Cause
I'm
you could've
worried
said
Guys, in a few days.
for her first.
All right.
But I'm also worried that I won't make it to Japan. If that makes sense.
Cinnamon
Like, she's
challenge.
number one. because I can go back to Japan whenever.
Someone made Chris Nobella.
But I'm a little bit worried that I'm
I already added it.
like I know it's not the biggest deal in the world because she means
Oh, 'cause it's the
more.
giggles.
But
Alright,
like
alright.
yeah, that'll just be
They tossed goggles on. I believe it was
kind of
Sloth.
awkward to be honest.
You're right.
But she does come first,
Thanks,
so
Sloth.
we'll see.
Basement Sloth, this is for
Yeah,
you.
for sure.
All right, so chat, if you want to join, what's the password? It's not showing. Oh yeah, it's Yillis.
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 Wait, what's
There's a
this one?
password.
I've never played.
Wait, here it is.
Okay, just watch and listen. It'll explain.
To be so bad. You know what's fun?
Okay. Okay,
Ruining
Arch.
things. I ruin things all the time. You're gonna take something nice and add something to ruin it.
Death Note.
Write anything you want. Oh, that's nice. Oops, made it worse.
Oh, I
Something like
see. So
this.
you try and make it
Yeah.
horrible.
Yikes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
it's
try to
awesome.
ruin the
You're gonna ruin
vibe.
two
Okay,
things
bet.
in this
Yeah.
first round. One that you choose.
This
and
is
one
where
that's
this
been
is
selected
where
for
I
you.
excel.
You might notice that you
Yeah,
have
Panther's
both
really good at this
things
one.
on your device. Start with whichever one
Carl,
you
I feel like
want
you'd be good at this
and
one,
hit
too.
Submit when you're done with both.
Oh.
If you're a real lazy bones, or
So am I.
can't think of anything, you can press the ruin for me
I'm probably
button.
horrible at this.
I'll give you
Nah,
a
I'm
joke.
playing. Come
No,
on.
you're good.
No, Sammy's saying that because she doesn't ruin the
Hey,
vibe.
girl, look at
You're
her.
being jokes.
Should I skip the intro?
Your little friends
Oh,
will
it's
vote
over.
on who
Yes, I'm gonna catastrophize this.
Got it?
Chris.
Cowabunga! I can say that, right?
You can do it too if you want.
You'll see two thingies on your
Mm.
screen. Pick one direct.
Okay.
Yeah, chat, join. This one's fun, especially if you're
This
in
one
it.
is pretty fun.
Everyone select a prompt to ruin, and then we move on from there.
So is it like randomized? Like we'll all get each other's prompts?
Yeah.
Yes. And then like it gets exciting too. Like you'll see.
Guys, the alarm clock on the screen. Did you guys have that one when you were little?
The
Yeah.
Nickelodeon one.
That
No.
one?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah, the
no.
Nickelodeon one exactly.
You
Thank
have
you,
your main
guys.
pick,
Look at those
but you also
horses.
have a second one that one of your little buddies picked to ruin too.
So now you're gonna write
Get messy.
something that would ruin the above thing. It's like Quiplash, but just ruin it.
Best.
Thank
also,
you.
You know, it's a joke game, so make your buddies laugh. Or not. I don't know your friends.
I don't know your friends.
I don't get like how to ruin it.
So let's say your word is, like the World Series game.
Yeah.
You'd be
How
like, but like it was canceled because of rain.
Oh, okay.
Or
So
like
it's just like
no
yes
one showed
and
up.
kind
yeah.
of.
Yeah. Yes and exactly.
This one's fun. Let's see.
This one's fun.
How do I ruin this?
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
I'm trying to think of something.
I want to say something, but
Lord
this
Daddy
is
just
got it,
cursed,
I
I
got it.
think.
Happiest of 38th
You think it's
birthdays
cursed, but
to
you
you,
think you'll get a
Carls.
laugh or maybe like a
So
joy
much
at
love.
ruin, then you're
Hope
good.
you had the best celebration and enjoyed the theme parks. Carl's love, Carl's hype as Carl silly.
You've reached halfway through the timer. Congrats.
I don't know how to ruin this, but
I just go with whatever my first thought is.
really? Okay,
Yeah,
that's nice.
You gotta go with your gut.
That works.
Rally puff. Yep.
I let the intrusive thought win. on
I
this
don't
one.
know. I need to warm up. Mine are bad.
That's okay.
Time's up. Let's
Thank
see
you,
what
Nordic. You're the
Good thing we warmed up as a
best.
role model.
Here we go.
Getting asked to the dance. With the devil.
With the devil.
Oh.
Break dance.
Break dance.
Okay, sure. Okay. We got a few
Okay,
rounds.
audience. Okay, audience. Run those numbers up.
Chris.
I'm so sorry. I didn't know how to ruin it. Like if someone asked me into the
We're
dance
getting
and I
there, we're
started
getting
breakdancing, that'd be awkward. But I don't think that's the point. Guys, I don't know, man.
No, Carl, you'll get it.
I don't get it.
We're warming
No,
up.
you're
We're
good.
warming up.
Watch. A
And
big
big promotion.
That's exciting, right?
Oh, okay.
In Trump's
In
cap.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I
your
get
wife
it.
Left you the same day.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, now you
Okay,
get it.
I get
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Okay. No. See, I knew you'd be back.
Okay, I'm back.
Time to vote.
Guys, I'm so back.
This was tough.
Okay.
These are both the same thing, kind of.
Sentence making. Right. Right.
Nice.
Yes, Carla. I'm gonna ask the dance. Break dance.
No, like I laughed at that.
No,
Yeah,
I did
because
too.
it's so bad.
Look, I can tell you were like, yeah, sure, right?
Yeah, that's funny, huh?
Okay, Chris.
Okay, Sammy.
Oh,
Chris,
we-
I like this. I like
You
this.
mobbed-
The
you mobbed me,
conciseness.
low-key.
Can we play this one again?
Yeah, 100%. Man, what'd you say?
No, it's pretty.
I
long.
wait yours with the concise. The Tooth Fairy.
Tooth Fairy. But they graduated in 2020, didn't have a normal graduation. 6 adults, 4 skins instead.
No!
Oh, fuck. they're
Get
both-
your hands off me!
That was Whiskies.
Wait, but hold on. But hold
That's
on.
so Whiskies.
No. I would never say that. I feel like 2020 didn't have a real graduation, which is kind
are
of
both-
fucked up.
Carla! What the
Fuck, I'm
I'm
getting
gonna
mogged here. I'm
get
getting
you.
mogged here.
I'm gonna get you.
That's
Carla, you've got the ropes. You've got the
Carla,
ropes of
you,
the game.
you got it. The
Oh.
fact that breakdance and this one, which is an all-timer, were in your same combination's crazy.
A day
A
pet
day
sitting.
pet sitting. But the pet is hungry for your human bones. But the pet is a tarantula.
Oh, Shan would love that.
Tarantulas are
Aw.
low-key cute and
She's a little
fuzzy.
guy.
They're little fuzzballs.
Chris, if you think that, get 10 of them.
All right.
Oh, that's so funny.
10.
My
no
cats would
less
have
than
toys.
10.
Guys,
It's okay,
I'm gonna
warming
hook
bro.
up. I'm warming
I'm
up.
getting the groove.
We're all warming up here.
Let me get the groove.
Wait,
This is the
Sammy,
first
you're not a
time I've played
spider main?
this.
You
No,
have a
not
foreskin,
really.
then you don't get to see the Tooth Fairy, I guess. Your childhood arcade.
Childhood arcade.
Oh no.
Burned down.
Oh.
Burned down.
Breakdance.
Aw.
But it was built during the Bush administration.
It's probably kind of sick.
Guys. Breakdance. Bruise.
That's Chris. He must be political
No,
coded.
yeah, no.
right
If,
I'm not political.
if the one on the if the one on the right is Chris, I'm gonna be pissed off. Dude, that's almost cum adjacent to just put like political answers. That's cum adjacent. We gotta ban it.
That's ban. That's so bans.
There's no way that might be bans. Which is valid. But if it's Chris twice, that's cum adjacent.
No, there's no way.
We're
Vote
gonna find out right now.
Come on, someone didn't vote.
Come on.
Oh!
Come on, man.
I'll let it slide because it's banned. I'll let it slide.
Wheezy!
Why, bro?
That was
I
very
wrote
close.
heaters,
How are you,
man.
doll?
It was. I liked it. I
Happy
liked it.
20.
I wrote the heatiest one.
Nordic real.
Domination.
Thank you so much.
Warming up.
Okay, all right.
Warming up.
Okay. Nice.
Round 2, boo-baloo.
Round 2.
For round 2, let's get a little personal. You just
okay.
got some prompts on your device to write 2 things down that you like or are a fan of. Put in anything. Could be a movie or your favorite place, buttered toast. You can answer the questions on your device.
Put your ass
or
away,
ignore 'em.
child.
Just write anything that brings you joy. The
Wheezy
questions don't matter.
_BB_
Alright,
just
players are gonna take
subscribed.
one of these
So
thingies
happy to be
and
here.
try and ruin it for you. If you really love
Oh,
nothing,
okay, I won't
press the
play that
give me
then.
one button, and I'll give you something to love.
How much time do I have?
But try
Wait,
look
so is
at
this
the
still-
you shriveled
You got
little heart first. Jeez.
Wait, is this still the one where you ruin and then the next ones you fix
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. No, we still ruin. We just ruin here.
Okay. We're still ruining.
No, I think we fixed.
No, we fixed.
Yeah, we fixed.
You want something positive here, right? Your 2 favorite things.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah, your 2 favorite
this,
things.
This is your favorite things, and then they get tossed to you, then you ruin them. And then the final round, you fix something that was ruined, which is exciting.
Okay.
You unruin it.
You unruin it, exactly. Yes.
It's like me getting my haircut fixed today.
Bro, your haircut was
Did you?
fine.
No, Chris, it was okay, but I feel like the proportions were off, so I went back in today and they lined me up.
At Great Clips?
No. It wasn't great.
This game's very funny, I agree.
Oh, shoot.
There we go.
Now,
Okay.
choose one of the thingies to ruin for the player listed on your device.
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, I
this
get
is
to-
funny. This is funny.
Oh wait. Oh, I think I get it.
Oh, no.
Whoops.
That's okay. We're warming up. Warming up.
Warm it up. Super
Wait, I got
cuts.
that's a good prompt.
You know the player listed next to each prompt. Feel free to use any
So we have to ruin
and
this.
all
Oh, so we do ruin
information
it,
you
yeah.
have on them to ruin it for them. You know, or just ruin it any old way you want. I'm not your mom. Get creative.
We don't
I
get
wish
that
I
many-
could
we
type
get
something
S
on here.
Characters. I'm running out of characters.
Oh wow.
What are you laughing about? Great. We gotta do another one because this was such a warm up.
Yeah, this is such a warm-up game.
Okay,
No,
okay.
this one's
Gotta
we're
do
cooking,
another
I
one.
feel like.
No, another
Oh,
one.
yeah, we're cooking. We're cooking, but we're not even close to like baking.
we're-
You know what I mean?
We're still rare.
Yeah.
Bro's, yeah, baby, bro's cleaning windows over there.
Okay. I think I got it.
All right.
I think
The
I got
ti-
it.
The timer is long. All right,
Waiting on
Anthony.
That's
no
crazy.
worries.
It says that.
Yeah, it's crazy that they drag you like that.
The hell?
It's
Time to
crazy.
see
Ready
the
up.
damage. And for starters,
I love old movies. Wait,
Name
how about
three.
this? Everyone reads theirs.
No, because that's
But they
No,
drop a
no,
weird
that's
questionable
cheating.
word that hasn't been heard in 3 decades. No. Like it's my favorite
oh,
thing.
it's the thing that he loves.
But
yeah,
you
okay.
find out it's
Oh,
AI
I
this
see.
whole time. Nice.
vote please.
They drop a weird questionable word that's been heard in 3 decades. You find out it's AI this whole time. Both are very good.
Clip it out of context. Clip it out of context.
Fuck. No. Sammy, nice. Go.
Okay, Giggle Girl.
Oh, okay, twin. Oh, not really.
Wait,
Sorry.
split.
Okay, twin.
I thought we were twinning.
Vote of the
Guys,
ruin.
not to
Extra
age you,
points
3
for the
decades ago
player
was
that had their thing
1996.
you ruined.
Okay, and that's when I was born. Great.
Not even that long ago.
Great. Just turned
Alright,
30.
I
Sammy,
should have
nice
said
one.
like 10. My bad, I
Next
panicked.
up, we got
Oh no.
Baja
Sammy loves-
Blast.
Sammy, read yours.
Wait,
Okay,
I
you
don't know
read-
if
you
I
read.
can read these. You know what I mean? But it spills on the ground, and the next day you get audited by the IRS. Baja Blast, but it's just a big explosion in Mexico. Cool, guys.
What?
Cool.
That's a. Oh, that's a whiskey or beer.
That's crazy. Whiskey's laughing, bro. Whiskey's laughing.
I'm not
Yeah.
laughing.
I knew that was yours. I knew that was yours.
I keep
bro.
getting bro, getting screwed out here.
You're not getting screwed.
Bro was giggling up a storm back there. I knew it was his.
You vote with the code on the top left.
Whoa.
A
Anthony,
big,
read,
massive
Anthony,
raid.
Read it, Vance, read it.
And they're a cozy streamer. But it's from Redacted, you know?
Redacted, you know? Hey.
Dude, Daryl Cozy Streamer is an insane stray, bro. Who wrote that?
That's a crazy stray.
That's wild.
Redacted is crazy.
Thanks.
Bruh.
Wait, do you change up your greeting for raids depending on who it is? Like if it's Chris, if it's Chris, like, yo, what's up, Shaq?
I usually just end right away, no matter what. Carla, I tried to raid you yesterday, but every time I try to raid you, it says I'm not allowed to.
Oh, I might have had raids turn off. I put it off when I'm about to go.
Oh, okay, that's
Sorry.
why I like manually raided you. Like I just like went in there.
New setup coming through.
All right, read it.
All right, Carla, read.
Oh, sorry. Arc Raiders, but you forgot your prison pocket. Arc Raiders, but the lobby's full of Chris clones screaming, "Let's go!" when looting. Oh, I see.
How do you forget your prison pocket?
Vote for who
Yeah.
ruined it best.
That's funny.
Can
Both
someone
are good.
explain prison pocket in Fortnite terms?
Sammy.
No. You mobbed me, bro.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm warming up.
Domination.
Chris, can
Oh,
you
you
yell,
got
let's
an
go?
achievement.
Wait, ooh, nice
Let's go.
achievement. Nice achievement.
Wait, you're up.
Gifts for my loved ones, but it's my balls. Gifts for my loved ones. They live in another country.
Oh.
Wait, that.
Why is Bant laughing, bro?
Who said balls, Bant?
Balsony.
Do the ball. It's either Chris or Bant.
Wait, is it implying that it's my balls
Another
or
rock
the
for under the
person who
pillow.
wrote its balls?
I hope it's the person who wrote its balls, and I hate it that I even said that because both ways are bad. Yeah. Okay.
How did I lose here? How did I lose? How did Jane Lee? How did I lose?
You didn't
Audience
lose.
laugh. Audience
Oh.
laugh.
Bro, you
You did.
mogged. What are you talking about?
No, you didn't.
You won.
You won.
Oh, you won. You won.
Bro,
There you go,
bro,
Balthany, you won.
Yelled. Yeah, balls, boy.
That's a heater.
Now we get to unruin it?
Yes.
Hmm.
Okay, whiskey.
My bad.
Round the third. For round 3, you're gonna receive a couple.
So now you have to
things that
unruin
will
one that
ruin
already
these
has been
rounds.
ruined.
You'll pick the
Oh,
scenario
shit.
you want to unruin.
Oh.
Oh man, my options are kind of buns.
Real.
It's just like all people's answers from this call. My options suck. Bro, cozy streamer's not a straight. If you know, you know. Like if a cozy streamer raids you, they have such a different audience sometimes, and that's fine.
And you gotta greet him like, hi,
Oh, that's
everyone.
like every raid I get.
You
That.
have to like change up your vibe like immediately sometimes. Like, hey guys, welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening.
I can't do that though.
I know, that's why it's funny.
Does that mean that every raid I get it gets off-putting?
Am I
Yes.
waiting for someone to select a
Oh,
prompt,
thanks,
or is
man.
it bugged?
I am waiting to select.
It's waiting
I'm
on
not-
someone.
I'm not sure.
Sorry, I'm choosing.
I watch cozy streamers, guys. Don't worry.
Name 3.
No, that's
Whoa,
crazy.
the silence is crazy. The
didn't
silence.
say
Oh,
one,
he's still
bro.
silent. Oh, he's muted. Great.
I chose.
To be fair, I think I used to
this is
be
so
a
tough.
cozy streamer back in the day. I think you would categorize that. Maybe. I don't know. Any of my OGs, you let me know. I think I kind of was, but like we were also really chaotic in the chat. Now I don't think I'm cozy. I think you can feel cozy here, but I wouldn't label myself as that.
10 seconds.
Especially with
Uh-oh.
Ark.
Who has
Or was he silent?
I got it.
Okay.
Oh.
You're gonna
Here we
add
go.
something to save this disaster.
Okay.
Then you're gonna go up against another player.
Okay, so we
to
make
see
it
who
better
unruined it
Yeah,
best.
yeah. Make it better now. Make it better.
Remember, you're unruining these thingies in a funny way. You're still trying to make your buddies laugh and not trying to actually fix these scenarios.
Okay, so fix it.
What's it like having a wife?
The best thing that's ever happened to me.
Aww.
Now yell it louder down the
Let
hallway.
me text Luke. Let me text Luke.
Hey, Chris, that was cute. It made me warm and fuzzy.
Thank you. There'll be more of that in Shibuya, let me tell you.
Can we ban PDA in Japan?
No, it's not allowed. Shane
Wait.
goes, can't hold your hand. I'm like, no worries.
Wait, that you actually can't hold hands?
Yeah, it's like frowned upon.
Banned.
It's
Oh,
frowned
I'm
upon.
holding Sammy's hand.
Just
Sorry.
frowned upon.
Okay, who's reading it? Who's reading it?
Chris, you go.
The Tooth Fairy. But they graduate in 2020 and they don't have a normal graduation. But the Tooth Fairy brings you 50,000 yen for Japan. They graduate in 2020 and have a normal graduation, but they take your teeth and not foreskin. Yay! Yippee!
Doubling down.
Wait, they didn't imply.
Who's the best at
Are
making
they
it
taking the
better?
teeth out of my mouth or from under the pillow?
Who knows? They
Still
just
be
take
bad.
your
They
teeth.
didn't say, bro. They didn't
Yeah.
say.
I mean, 50,000 yen would
Anything
go
could happen
crazy.
then.
I ordered my yen today from the bank.
I got mine.
W.
W. I have mine.
You like my yen spread earlier this morning?
I love your yen
It's kind of
spread.
an unnecessary flex.
Yen spread.
Wow.
Ooh, Carla, you got a little bit of that.
Sorry, I was trying to do a callback. My bad.
No, the callback was
no,
good.
I laughed, Carla. I laughed. I
Sammy,
would've
you're so
voted for
cute.
it.
Anytime I do a shit one, you go, I laughed.
A big promotion. Well, your wife left you that same day. But your wife left you that same day. But your wife left you that same day to quickly run to the store and buy you a big yummy cake and card.
Aww.
Wow. These are so
Vance,
wholesome.
Vance, what the hell was the first one?
How do you know it was me?
Because I know it's you, dude.
Maybe he was Mormon and he had multiple wives.
You got two votes from the audience on that one.
Bro,
To the
that's
audience,
a
to the
funny
audience.
bit. Bro, everyone's been thinking too logical.
Ooh, that's nice.
Vin,
Getting
they
out to the
voted for
dance.
you.
Break dance.
Oh,
goat.
please fix it.
Please fix it.
Break dance. Dance break. Break dance. They hate my moves and go with my older brother instead.
Wait, so you don't want to go to the dance?
Wait, guys.
Didn't want to.
Ooh, make sure you vote.
Did you guys go to your prom or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called a
Yes, I did.
formal.
Formal. Winter formal.
I went twice.
Oh, okay, Flex.
Flex.
Sammy had 2 proms. She's just winning, honestly. New camera, husband, 2 proms.
3 cats.
I like
House.
how those are recent and then prom which happened a decade ago.
Yeah, and
Prom was only a decade ago for you. What?
Yeah.
So
my
you
dress
were
was
20 at your
black
prom?
and my hair was
No,
red.
Sammy, it was like
Not
15 years ago.
anymore, bro. It's 12.
so-
okay, you want to
he's
make me depressed now?
No.
Don't
wait, you
wanna
still go to
break your
prom?
heart, wanna give your
decade-ish,
heart a
bro.
break.
I messed up this one, by the way. I ruined it again.
Look at this one.
Arc Raiders. Oh. The lobby's full of a bunch of really cool guys. Every day is a chance at greatness. Not related. But Chris is also married to Shannon. She keeps him humble. Let's go!
Humble Howie. Humble Howie.
More like humble
Hello.
Yowie, am I right, Sammy?
Time to
Up
vote
top.
for your
Yeah,
favorite
speak on that.
unruined.
Wait, Whiskey, will you descend into the Yowie dungeon with me?
Vance, I knew that was
Tokyo?
yours.
Sammy, girl.
Vance going for the anti-humor ones, which I
Is that
respect.
a yes?
They're gonna roll out the red carpet for me. What do you mean?
Yes! Amen, Whiskey!
69 points!
I told them I was coming.
Carly
They
got a
said,
fucking
"You know."
rejuvenation.
I know that's
We
right.
mogged.
Bro. I know that's right.
Your childhood arcade burned down. Owner was racist.
Nice.
The CEO's 9th vacation home.
Oh.
Wait, unruined it. Oh.
That's insane.
Oh.
This makes no sense. Wait, no, hold on. When you burn it down, everyone loses. No. When you burn it down, everyone loses their jobs, and then they don't have a livelihood anymore. If you burn down the CEO's 9th vacation home, it doesn't affect anyone but the CEO.
Yeah, but no one worked there. The only people who
You're
worked there
still
were his
winning. You're
kids.
still winning.
And they're also racist. They're all
ruin
racist. Everyone who worked there was racist.
It's so unreal. We Chris, there's gonna be one good
They're all
virtuous
bad
soul who
people.
works there.
You won anyway. Who gives a fuck?
Time to fly.
Because
Ew, your
Whiskey,
the fucking unicorn farted on you.
mugged.
Fought.
Wait, let's run that one back.
No.
Yeah,
Yes,
let's do it.
people
Run it
do.
back.
Chat wants it.
Let's run
Yes,
it back
yes, run it
after
back.
a different
Run it back.
one.
Run it back.
No, run it back.
right
Run it back.
now.
You know it's serious
Everyone
when
wants it.
Sammy's insisting. Run it back.
Run it back.
Play
run it
again,
back.
play again,
I just
play
warmed
again.
up that round.
Yeah, Whiskey's
warming
afraid
up.
to lose again. That's why.
Same players. Same
No,
players.
No, I just
Same
want to put it
players.
to a vote.
Same
Vance, what's
players.
your vote?
I'm down again.
Same players.
3.
I
Yeah.
gotta cook, guys. I said break dance.
Everyone's back
But
for
Sammy
more.
laughed, so it's
All
okay.
right, you know
Let the
drill.
record show that
Let's
Chris
boogie.
lost hundreds of people their jobs at the arcade.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but they were all racist, so it doesn't matter.
Fair enough.
All of them. All of them were.
Every single person who worked there. At the old dated arcade that no one even went to.
What about the youth soccer teams that they sponsored?
Hmm.
They didn't. And then that
Join
team
the
sucked.
audience,
They never
guys.
won.
They did. They didn't.
Guys, join the audience.
What's the audience code? Oh, it's the same.
Same
You'll-
code.
It's
You
ruining,
listen.
my friends.
Oh yeah. Delish, Cammy.
Wow, 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 wow.
Wait. I'm actually winning this one, I think. Is that okay?
That's fine. I'll allow it.
All right, thank you.
Again.
Which is the funniest? I think, because we have to ruin it.
What's the name of that one thing?
Dude, you know it. Come on.
How much time we have?
You've
we
reached
got time.
halfway through the timer. Congrats.
And you guys want to join Jackbox.tv?
Chris, the audience numbers are dwindling.
Bro, guys, rejoin.
You said, didn't you? Chris
Guys,
specifically
please.
said that the audience.
Why
wanted it.
LSS?
There's so many alleys in my chat right now in a row. Alley,
Wait,
Valley,
Elliot.
Alley, Cat 55, Alley, Saurus.
Well, you're
Well,
farming
Hannah's make up
alleys.
it.
The whiskey chat is an
50%
alley
income.
haven. I feel like they.
Really? How many
feel
alley
at home
whiskers
there.
are there?
How many alley whiskers? There's at least 2.
Oh, it crosses out. I'm okay.
There's at least 3.
And Ruthie.
Writing is over.
All right, ready?
Doom
All right, here we go.
I have my period too, so I'm extra emotional, so just ignore it.
Your favorite band in concert?
But I'm fine.
It's
I
Kid
knew
Rock.
It. I knew it. I knew
It's
it. I
just
knew
a
it.
bit of water.
Only performing in Ohio.
Well, Ohio is for lovers. So.
Oh, Kid
That
Rock
is what they
sucks,
said.
rocks.
Everybody vote.
Speak on that, Carlo.
Sammy.
Wow, wow, wow.
Sammy's so supportive. I'm dead.
Humble Howie.
Okay. I'm good, I
Does
promise.
Kid Rock imply that's your favorite band?
Wait, that actually. Wait,
I'm
wait a
alright.
second.
Clip it.
Cook 'em.
Dang.
I just gotta
Hey, if you
lock
think about
in.
it, Kid Rock is kind of like a kidney stone.
True.
True.
They can text from your crush, but it's Domino's telling you about 50% off large pizzas and sides and wings. They
Ad.
can text from your crush. Oh my God, sorry, I was working 18-hour shifts.
That's so
Oh my
funny.
god.
Sorry, I was busy.
Oh my god, sorry, I didn't see this.
It's crazy. Ah.
Almost Mog. Almost Mog.
Doesn't Whiskey get kidney stones a lot? Yeah, that's why you could joke about him.
Yeah.
Being top of your class. But you're known as the top of your class.
That's kind
Hell
of
yeah. That's
Homeschool.
aura.
Yeah, I was.
Top.
So, who ruined it?
Boom, boom, boom.
Bana.
Being the top of your class, but there's no bottoms.
Okay, Chris.
Thanks, man.
Okay, Chris.
Yes.
Homeschooled. Okay,
Wow. The audience.
Wait, Sammy, that was yours? What the hell? Conga
Yeah,
line.
and?
Yes, and? Nothing?
yes, yes, and?
But it's all MAGA dickheads. But there's no music at all.
That's got to become adjacent, bro.
Yeah, that's like an all.
It's
Like,
the
that's an
same
insta
thing.
win.
Vote.
Ali. No, I gotta cook. I gotta cook.
It's not me.
I had to ruin it, guys. I'm so
Alright, Shaggy.
sorry. I had to ruin it. I had to ruin it. And this is ruining it.
It's not me.
All right, man.
Guys, you're meant to
Alright.
ruin it, no? Sorry.
Well, that's ruined.
Yeah.
MAGA is come adjacent. I'd say the same, yeah.
Sorry, we had the administration before. I thought it was okay.
No, you're fine.
We had the administration.
I was just going with the I was going with the vibes because that's shit, to be honest.
No, they're both bad. They're both bad.
Last but not least.
A really cool magic trick.
Magic trick.
Oh, the tooth fairy one, my bad.
It's really cool when you contract
Hypothermia.
with someone in the
Oh, that's
audience is
whiskey.
a better one.
You know how I know it's whiskey? The 3 Ys.
You gotta pick one.
3
Wait,
wives?
that's crazy.
Carlo, just call me a slut at that point. What do you
You
mean?
little slut. Yeah,
Wait, bro's a
see?
whore.
Oh my god!
I'm not a whore.
Yeah.
He does multiple letters.
The
Okay, it's not my
3
fault Chris
wives.
didn't know what hypothermia was. That's insane.
I know what it was, but it didn't make sense.
Sorry, I had to mob you.
Yeah, the dickhead clocked
I had to
me.
mob you. There's no other way.
Chris, what do you mean it didn't? No,
unpause it.
Chris, what do you mean it didn't make sense?
I feel like I saw that word and it wasn't expecting to see it for magic trick, and that's my bad. The joke was cool.
Chris, what type of thermal?
That's another.
It's when you
rock under
get
your
really
pillow,
fucking
bro.
cold and you fucking almost die.
You can't end it here. I'm winning for once.
I'm not gonna end it. I just wanted Chris to explain himself.
Benson first.
Time.
True.
Bant, I'm glad you're winning.
Okay.
Guys, don't look now, but there's 167 people in the audience.
We needed that.
And the guy on the screen's doing the 6-7 thing. Oh, wait, 2 of them left immediately. Wait, are we making it? We're ruining or no? Oh no, we're just
Yeah,
writing.
you're writing your favorite
something you
things.
like.
Yeah. It was tongues all fucked up.
Oh, it's kind of like me in my moldy apartment.
Bro.
Should I try
your
and
apartment a small building before?
should I try and like write something
Dude, I was
with
looking at
heaps
Zillow
of
the other
letters
night
at
and I
the
got the
end
Preston
so
X
people
down.
think I'm whiskey? I'm gonna try.
Yeah, Zillow's kind of does
Big
that, huh?
Sammy. I don't know if it's like Zillow. It's like
I'm
more
gonna
so like
see
the
if people think I'm
market.
whiskey
It's
with
not really
the
Zillow's fault.
multiple letters.
The market also blows.
Probably not.
These are tough
You've
questions.
reached halfway through the timer. Congrats.
I fizzled here. I really.
Yeah,
fizzled
I
here.
didn't do good.
No, you don't fizzle. Dude,
Fizzle.
This isn't even. You didn't even do anything. You just wrote your favorite things.
Oh,
Yeah,
true.
well, I'm not good at positive maxing.
Bro, you're positive.
Join
Oh,
Max.
I'll help you with that when we're in Japan.
Oh, great.
The Sammy kills in this prompt.
I love positive Max.
Yes. She looks forward to this
That's why she wanted to play again.
My favorite things. Like, oh yeah, cats, music, summer.
Ready on whiskey to add his 3 extra letters.
Okay, all right. Carla, I only put 3 Ys because I was trying to emphasize that it was really.
No, you've done it multiple times, and that's fine, twin.
When have I done?
Every prompt, every prompt, every prompt. Go back in the VOD. Go back in the VOD.
No, it's
Oh, I plan
literally
on it.
it's a bunch of Ys or it's a word that it's like a $3 to $5 word.
What do you mean?
But I love you for it. It's not a bad
$5
thing.
word is
Chris
crazy.
is playing Wheel of
Not
Fortune
a
in his
bad
head.
thing.
Can I
Hypothermia
buy
is
a
a great
vowel?
word, but it's maybe $3.
It's a disease.
Yeah,
It's a
$3
disease.
It's not a $3 disease. I gotta walk in.
$3 disease?
Sounds like my Friday night.
That angel kind of.
Hey yo.
All right.
Wait, men are pretty good.
Bro, who's giggling?
So someone's giggling.
Giggler
We're all
right now.
giggling.
Carla's a giggler.
Carla's giggling.
They gave
She's
me good
cooking
prompts.
something up devious.
They gave me
Girl.
good prompts.
She's giggling and
I
cooking.
did the multiple letters again
Should we
to
go
see.
suntanning in Tokyo?
Oh.
Bro, I was gonna tell everybody in the group chat that we should bring sunscreen because we're not used to being outside that much.
Oh, I live in Australia.
Isn't it-
I got some.
Isn't it really dry?
Well,
over there
not
right
you,
now?
Carla.
Okay.
The sun is out. It's not warm, but you can still burn.
You actually
Exactly,
mentioned wiki.
Sammy.
Oh, wiki.
Yeah, you're fine, Ali.
What's
Send
wiki?
it in.
You. I think he keeps saying wiki.
Bone bags.
You. No, Sammy, that is true.
100 SPF, Sarah. Imagine.
Especially if you're outside for
We
a
get
minute.
50.
I see your,
It's pretty
see
good,
your
actually, my
mouth.
sunscreen. Did I tan?
This is the way you're like trying to like hide it, but also like not sure if you want
Let's
to.
go skull to skull.
Well, it's because I'm capping the Discord screen. It won't let me cap the
Pete.
actual
All right,
game.
Carla, you read yours. You read yours.
But Mr. Pizza shows up instead and it makes you. But it's cold and you can't.
Doubling down's crazy.
I thought, okay, I'm sorry to make this awkward. But whoever did the left one, I
really
thought you were
funny.
making
That's really
a stepdad joke because that's his name. And I was like, okay, interesting choice. But it's okay.
Pizza.
He's with us.
Sammy,
Pizza. God, that's so funny. I like both. Damn.
Nice band.
Bant, that was really funny.
Band all good.
No, that was
Ali, I'll check that out. Thank you.
There's a double entendre there.
There's still so many more games.
Extra points from the player that had
No, his
their
Bant's ult will recharge
Wait,
for the
Carla,
last
how
round.
does that TikTok go?
I've arranged transportation to take you home. A limousine. And for breakfast, a pizza.
Alright, Chris, read it.
Alright, I love loaded nachos, but it's loaded with redacted. They're loaded with plastic explosives.
They didn't say it.
Loaded
I
with the
really
same
respect
redacted
them.
That rated Banthony.
Maybe. We'll never know. We'll never know.
Plus 5,000 whiskey.
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. 5,000 is crazy.
No, that made me laugh.
True.
Wait, no one voted.
I voted.
No one.
A lot
I
did.
voted.
I'm getting mogged.
No, you win.
Oh, thanks, Chris.
Oh, I got mogged as hell.
The plastic part of explosives made me laugh. All right, Sammy, you're up.
Okay, the hit movie Interstellar, but you're watching it on Twitter through someone's phone recording. But Hans Zimmer didn't do the score.
Ooh.
Instead, the score was done by Kid Rock.
Oh, that's fucked up.
Wait, they should have elaborated.
It's up to interpretation, I think, personally.
True.
Okay.
Both of these suck.
Bro.
Okay, the audience
And
is with you, though,
voted
Ban.
for you. I voted for you.
You're my goat.
Oh!
Oh, that's how it works.
I thought it was funny.
Next one.
Now you're fair.
Wait, that's not what I wrote.
Alright, whiskey.
We love jumbo hot dogs.
Jumbo hot dogs, but they're girthy AF. Jumbo hot dogs, but they're moldy and strange.
Someone's impostering right now.
Bro, what?
Someone's LARPing as we.
First
as me,
one's
bro.
Carla. Second one is Sammy. Wow!
Why do you say it like that?
Because that was you. That's crazy.
Whiskey, come on. Whiskey, come on. Fuck.
The girth, listen, Carla, I see where you're going. The girth is a good thing. It's vitamin
Yeah, but you might choke on it.
No, I can handle it.
All right.
My
Ban, you're on.
friends
Yeah.
are all in the 30s, and it's hard to relate sometimes. Wait, did you actually know it was my bro? Wait, this side had to bring me. Yes!
Woo! What the
Also,
hell?
the right one is definitely Chris, because it's definitely 1000% Chris.
The white one is?
No, Chris is on the left.
What? Bantho days?
Come on, that's so funny, bro. How did you not vote for that? Banth, please. Oh my god.
The fuck's Bantho days?
It's a made-up Banth event. Come on.
That's funny.
Bro, that's funny.
What? Oh.
Yeah.
We gotta play again. I'm still warming.
Bro, he
No.
ulted.
I'm joking.
We're not done
Come
yet.
back.
We're not done.
Round 3,
Come
you're
back,
gonna
come
receive
back.
a couple thingies that were ruined in previous rounds. You'll pick the scenario you want to unruin.
Oh.
Bum, bum, ba-dum.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
We got this. Anything can change here, guys. So, believers, hold,
unruin it?
hold
Yeah.
yeah, you're unruining in this, yes.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Bum, 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 ba-dum.
I got nothing.
You got something.
Okay.
Do you think it would be a good bit to pull out a comically large fork at every single restaurant we go to in Japan?
Yes. Yeah.
No, we'll get kicked out of the restaurant.
No, Sammy, I'm good for it.
I have to keep refreshing.
Okay, I had some good ones. I still have the tech decks, yeah. So I guess I'm talking to my beloved chat. I gotta chop it up with them because someone said my chat is broken because it didn't move for a while. So now I gotta make sure that they're okay. No joke, dude.
So guys, what did everybody have for dinner tonight?
Sammy, no, no, Sammy, don't ult yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Dyer. That's my bad.
No, not yet. Someone just said she ulted in all caps. Pizza Thursday. Wait, is this our last stream?
Is everyone going to Japan? Yes, everyone is.
You know, Chris, you know why they asked that? Because
Everyone
they thought it was me who wasn't going for sure.
Bro, Whiskey,
No, they knew you
don't
were.
self-project, bro.
No,
Everybody knows
Sammy,
that
come
you're
on.
invited.
Sammy, I'll never forget Paranormal Detour Gate.
Paranormal Detour Gate.
Okay.
Dude, I had people like checking my location, being like, "Hey, Whiskey, it shows that you're not in San Jose right now. What's going on?"
Pizza, but it's cold in your contract hypothermia.
Crazy. Chatters have your location. That's crazy.
But you don't have kidney stones.
Oh, okay.
But you drive safely when it comes to highways. Banff, nice.
Wait, we should do Mario Kart in Japan.
For whoever saved it
They got rid of that.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, it was too touristy and people got hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would have got hurt for sure.
Yeah.
We definitely would have gotten hurt.
I would've cried in
we
the
would have
bathroom.
tried running each other off the road.
Yeah.
But the clips
I would
would
end
have
the
been
trip.
9.5 hours,
funny.
Shrubby. Not bad.
True.
The music is good. You're right.
Yeah, the trip's for fun, mainly. It's for Carla's 30th.
Dirty
Oh,
30.
right. Whiskey, you got me.
I do got you.
Woo!
Carla Mog, dude.
Hate to
Mog.
The hit movie Interstellar, but you're watching it on Twitter through someone's phone recording.
Oh, Nikki, nice.
They accidentally scrolled with some tasteful yaoi on their feed.
Wow.
Oh,
But it's in
Sammy.
4K and the comments are really funny.
Okay, Sammy and Chris.
Get to voting.
I raised you here.
Okay, Sammy and Band.
Nah.
Ah, nice.
Wait, Whiskey logged me with the mention of Yowie.
We'll see.
Yeah,
That's
like,
late
Wow.
Come on.
Wow.
Wow,
I know
Sammy.
who's not descending into the Yowie dungeon.
A really
wow.
cool
Dude,
magic trick.
I'll
Like
tell you
9
who is the
hours
audience,
quicker?
Sammy.
10 hours?
It's really cool when you contract hypothermia.
More.
Well, you're the fire guy from Fantastic Four, so you're cold for a second. But the prompt was read with confidence the first time.
Because New Jersey
The
is
double
13 hours, then another 6 hours, and then layovers. So probably like 23 or 4 all up. And this is 9.5. So, yeah.
Who unruined it?
Free. Thank you.
Nice band.
Yeah.
How are you, doll?
Fuck. Oh man, you might take it
Yeah.
all the way, dude.
21.
Yeah, that's some
Okay.
bangers.
Shit.
Bantha's warm as hell.
Look at what's next.
A conga line, but it's all MAGA dickheads.
How do you unruin? How do you unruin?
And it's a human centipede line. That's how. But it was just a nightmare. Woo!
30401 just resubbed for 21 months. Happy late B-Day.
I like
I've
how
been
it got
away.
answered immediately
Hope
for
it
you.
was the best day Carl was hyped.
I had to.
Crazy.
I had to ult.
Nah, so
Wow.
true. So true.
That's a big ol'. That's a big ol'.
Thank you, Bree.
Loaded nachos, but they're loaded with
In a couple of
plastic
days, Bree.
explosives.
Yes. How was it?
It's your last meal. So that's
My
okay.
thing broken again?
We notified the authorities and become a local hero.
I think my alerts are broken. Hold.
What's your guys' last meal?
Loaded nachos with plastic explosives.
Besides
I'll tell you
that.
after Tokyo.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Because I feel like,
Italian-
that could change our choices. You know what I mean? Like we might be
No.
messing
She's mean.
up it.
It's 100% an Italian beef slightly dipped with mozzarella on it, no peppers, with a large
From the
fry
Wooden Spoon
inside
Diner.
of gravy. No, from Portillo's.
Dude,
Oh.
if my last meal comes from Portillo's, I'm sitting on the electric chair myself. I'm plugging in the thing, bro.
No, bro. Sorry, we're not eating.
Bro.
Sorry, we're not eating on the San Francisco Bridge.
How come the previous person's term was 1 second and this one's 8 years?
Okay, Chris.
Oh, because Whiskey didn't vote, that's why.
Okay, I was
Whiskey-
asking engaging questions. I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Whiskey laughed, but couldn't vote. Interesting.
Lake Titicaca.
Oh my Whiskers, come on!
Hakuna.
Wait, Chris,
Come
I
on,
think you
ult,
beat
ult,
me here.
ult.
No, Bant, you won! Oh my god, Bant Believers rise!
Lake Titicaca.
By 200! Nice, dude.
Hakuna.
You're about,
Well done,
to,
little
you're
bro.
about to be rich.
Your eternal
Lyle, this is for you.
I'm trying to fix it. It's not working. Wait, hold.
Lake Titicaca.
Bro, let's play it a third time.
For me.
We should do odd,
Oh my God,
odd
Mash.
jobs funny.
You just fixed
Lake
it.
Titicaca.
I'm okay with
Hakuna.
whatever.
My tata.
Oh, you fixed it.
Does that help?
It does. Thank
Carl,
you
you've been
so
muted
much.
for 20 minutes.
Sorry, my alert was broken and it played over and over. It was me going Lake Titicaca over and over. I was trying to.
Oh my god.
I was trying to stop it.
Like titty, cock.
I'm not even kidding. It was bugged. Fuck. I'm back.
Okay, hear me out. Blather round.
Trivia Murder Party 2. Oh, okay, yeah.
I like. I think Blather Round is.
Blather's my favorite.
Blather
Blather
Round
Round's
is
funny.
less fun. I
Yes.
think it's funny, but like more like clever.
Match, thank
which
you.
I'm down
And
for.
don't say sorry. That wasn't your
I'm down
fault
for it.
either.
We're
I like
brain
Blather.
We
mashing.
don't need
Oh my God.
cameras for that, right? That's not like a secret.
No.
No.
thing.
You're
Okay,
basically like if my word is the Avengers, I have to give clues until like it's
like charades.
super-
Oh,
Yes.
right. I forgot.
It's
They
like
were
passwords.
rocks.
Sammy, have you played
Hi,
password?
Dean.
Yes,
Don't share your
yes, I
screens.
have.
Good. How
Nah,
are
So
you?
you don't have to because I'm not
Older.
sharing.
That's one way to encourage more alerts. True, but also I don't want to drive you guys crazy.
We want to do the sound one, Shan, but the problem is, Whiskey says it crashes his computer when he tries it every time. Wait, you could join from your phone, low key.
It fucks up my mic.
Could you join from
No,
your
it
phone?
did that to me too. It did that to
Yeah.
me too. It kept
Oh,
changing
really?
my mic source.
I think Blather's perfect for because I think it's six on this one.
It is, yeah.
It won't let me join. Hold on.
I'm also down for Job too, though.
Jump Job's good. I'm putting the code in the what's it called?
Oh, how'd you? Oh, all right.
She's gonna flash it.
Is Sasha joining soon, you think? For
I have no clue.
No worries.
Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum,
I hope she's
bum.
having a wonderful evening.
Me 3.
Honestly, Sammy.
Oh,
read
Jay, what do you
she
wanna
said she
do?
could she could join now or whenever.
Oh,
No?
Sasha, feel free to get in
Oh, yeah,
here. Join
hop
some
in.
Wait, hop
Blather
in. Wait,
Round.
I gotta go pee. Take your time.
Wait.
Sasha's
Yeah, do that.
Sasha, the code's in Aura farming.
If you need me, just holler.
Hey.
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 Bella!
Bella.
Make some noise for
Oh my
Sasha,
God.
aka Vixella, aka Fancy Simmer, Little Miss 100 Baby Challenge. Don't blink or you'll miss it.
So loud every time.
So loud. I'm at 10%.
Don't blink or you miss it. Cracks me up for some reason. Oh my god. No, thank you for hanging, guys.
the lore called me.
I know I can't like yap a lot with you, but I'm seeing everything and I appreciate you hanging.
100 Baby Challenge, huh?
We're going to
Yeah, I know.
Tokyo.
Fancy Simmer, isn't that's like a throwback.
And
Yeah. Wait, how do you know that?
I feel like you told me, or I
Kyoto.
knew.
I feel like you told me.
And I'm blanking on the other popular one. Osaka? Yes. And 10 days.
Code is in whatever Whiskey said it was.
Yeah, Sasha.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I had
Nice.
a
I've
never played this one.
brain fart
This
just
one's
then.
fun. Yeah, do you want to explain it?
I feel like you've seen me play this one.
I have, but I don't get it.
Oh, all right.
Care to explain?
It's like so like if my word was the Avengers, you would have to guess. Like I'm giving you like clues around what it could be, but then you'd have to guess. Like you're typing your guesses on what it be. So I'm like, if my clues are a superhero story or some shit like that, you know, you're gonna start just randomly guessing like Captain America, Iron Man, Avengers. You know, you're just going off my clues and what it could be.
Okay. Sure, I'll get it.
It's charades.
Charades.
Alright, let it rip, Carla.
What'd you say?
Let it rip.
All right, here I go. Oh, wait. I get it.
Wait, is Chris back?
Oh, shit.
Oh wait, the audience code is
Oh.
XCRW.
Nice.
Audience.
X crew.
One in the audience right now.
4 in the audience.
Guys, did we fall off? The thing is, if we fall off and we go to Japan, that's the nail in the coffin.
That'd be the best place to fall off, though, because at least you're surrounded by stunning views.
Wait, Sammy unruined the prom.
Welcome to Blatherbound, the game where it's
W
hard to
Domination?
explain
Move
things
there forever.
and you don't talk.
Wait,
so
guys,
good.
Sasha, this is Sammy,
You're going to
Sasha,
present a
Whiskey, that's
secret-
Carla, Carla Whiskey.
Hey.
Moby Dick. You'll describe it to everyone else with sentences like this one.
Sasha's
Now,
my
you
queen
can
already,
change some of
Wait,
these
listen to
words,
the instructions,
but
low-key.
your options are very limited.
Oh.
Everyone else will be guessing.
Oh,
while
yes.
you make more elaborate sentences.
This one's fun.
Oh,
I'll
it's
take
a
what?
like
Check
Moby
Laura
too. Moby Dick. Be fast to win big.
It's a lot like Free
And
Willy
teamwork
too.
is rewarded. So talk out loud and work
Free Willy.
together. Let's begin.
Oh, audience plays along. That's
Okay,
actually fun for
Round
them.
1. First up, choose the prompt you'd like
So
to
don't
play.
show this to anyone. You can re-roll if you don't like it, Banth.
Hard prompts are worth more, but easy prompts take less of an emotional toll.
Oh. Yeah.
Man.
Let's just remember we're all good
Man.
guys.
Yeah, we're
before
good
we
guys.
play
Don't
this.
show chat, by the way, because they'll guess and then farm
Oh,
points.
time is ticking. Hurry,
Sure.
hurry.
My chat would never do such a thing.
True. I
Now
did
we're
it.
going to craft a
I made a
sentence that
choice.
describes your prompt.
I did it.
On your device, you'll see 2 word columns. Tap all the words you want to include in your sentence, and then tap submit when you're finished. You can always change your mind.
Oh, guys,
Just
you're gonna
tap the
get
word
this
again and take
straight
it out.
away.
Oh, same, Carla. No worries though.
Yeah,
Wait, Sasha, do you need a guest star invite or you're not live?
I'm not live.
Okay.
I'm just chilling.
www.chillin.com.
Wait, that means we're extra special because she wants to hang out with us,
Aww.
regardless of the content.
Oh wow! Wait, this is my squad.
Oh.
Japan in a few days.
Wait, new hair? New lashes, new nails.
Wait,
Got my
did
lashes
everyone
done
get new hair?
today.
I think everyone got new hair today.
New hair, new nails.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
woman.
Speak on that. Speak on that.
Because you're
All
my
right,
Oh wait, what
here
am I
we
first?
go.
No.
The category is thing.
Thing. That's the chat. Now you just start to guess.
Thing.
It's a thing.
It's a nice experience.
Oh, I see. And then I
Use your device to
Yeah.
submit your guesses.
Really
That
both
means
said
everyone
Japan.
in the audience too.
Epcot.
Vacation.
Meanwhile, the presenter will write
Disney.
another sentence.
Go cards.
Japan. Falling asleep.
Okay, man.
Auto farming. It files down the beauty industry. Manicure.
Nail clipper.
Oh,
nice. You did it. You got it.
Pedicure.
Who do you think got it?
Whiskey, let's get a petty
I
in
said nail
Japan.
clipper.
Nail
I'll,
clipper.
I'll,
So
I'll get
close.
a mani or a petty. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, let's get mani petties over
yeah.
there.
Solid
Let's get the
performance.
works
I
done.
respect you.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
actually up for the
Can
work.
we go
I
to
need
a
my
head
back.
spa?
Yes.
Ooh.
we go to a head
The
spa.
Yeah.
category is person.
It's like a massage
a-
for your head.
I have a weird bump on my head though, and I'm self-conscious about
They
it.
won't
Chris, can I
care.
rub it?
Oh, that's
They won't
okay.
care, Chris.
No, it's
Let's
hard.
get the presentation started.
Jacob Elordi.
Mary Poppins. Maximus.
Oh, oh, oh.
J. Cole
They
is
fight
so
the lady
funny.
sexist.
What's her name?
When the presenter uses your guess in a sentence, you get points.
Malcolm X. Abe.
Bobby.
Joan of Arc.
Abraham. Ken.
Greta Thunberg.
Bobby Bone.
Barbie bird.
She's so disguised.
Why, that sentence would fit in the palm of my hand. I think our audience is getting warmer.
I got it.
James and Quart. Buchanan and Quart. Barnes.
I don't know.
Known for the boyish hair.
Oh.
Oh.
Miley Cyrus.
Wait, what? I don't know this one.
Cardi B.
Okay.
And they are celebrated for the gender role soldier.
What?
Bro,
What
the
is
audience
this?
keeps getting it. Audience keeps getting it.
Bro, are we stupid?
Me, girl.
Yes,
I
you
know
are.
this.
Ear hot.
Thank God.
Get your guesses in before this thing wraps up.
I think we're stupid, bro.
Humble boy. They're a joyful, youthful human.
I feel like I know this.
Marilyn Monroe.
No, I know this. Why I can't get the name? The
Girl,
word.
you are getting this left and right. I'm clueless.
Minion from Minions.
Sabrina Carpenter.
I have no idea.
What?
That's crazy, bro.
Stings.
My
The prompt
clues are
was
actually
not
so
guessed
good
correctly.
too. No offense, guys. Look at
At
my
least
clues,
you
and then
figured
look at my
it out.
clues. It's actually fucked up.
Wait.
Like
Okay, but you
I'm
didn't-
pissed, kind of.
You didn't say fictional. That's the problem.
They fight the lady sex and she's so disguised.
that
No
is
for the
fictional.
boyish hair.
You
Celebrating
didn't
the
say
general
fictional.
soldier.
You
No,
didn't say
that's true.
fictional.
I was thinking real
That's
people.
my
We're
bad.
I was
all
thinking
guessing
real.
people.
Yeah.
Me too.
No, that's like not my fault, but good, but GG.
Chris, that was for sure a
No,
prompt for you to say
you can
fictional.
say that it's not. It's fictional. You can say that in the words.
I
It's
said
a
the
youthful
actual
ideal
words you needed to hear. Though. No
Here
worries,
we go.
JD.
Rubik's Cube.
Nintendo Switch.
Game Boy.
Basketball. iPhone. Yo-yo. Etch-a-sketch. Bop-it.
We're all guessing real people. Guess as a minion.
Put the clues in the
Red
bag.
Bull.
Oh, at that point, I had given up.
Thing.
Glasses. But what is it?
Car. Hurry up.
Sami?
Who?
The same
Oh, no.
vibe. Oh,
It has
okay.
the same vibe as Nintendo Switch.
Game Boy.
Wii.
PlayStation. Xbox. Xbox.
SNES.
Steam Deck. PlayStation. Atari. Bandonese hairline.
Duck Hunt.
Wii.
Calculator.
That was like a jump scare.
Nintendo Ds.
Nintendo D's.
Nuts.
Talk about not pocket-sized.
What a
Belong.
marvelous
Laptop.
sentence.
PC. Tamagotchi.
PlayStation 5.
Computer. iPad. iPhoner.
iPhone are
not pocket
iPhone.
size.
PlayStation 6.
I have no idea.
iPhone
It's an
19.
idea object.
GTA 6.
TV.
Wii U.
What the hell?
Spark Notes.
PS2. PSP.
Time is running out. Submit more
I
guesses.
love my PSP.
Game.
Oh.
Bigger than computer?
What?
Arcade.
This one's tricky.
Car.
Television.
Carnival Ride. Roller coaster.
Mortal Kombat.
Oh, I got it.
Type fast. We're down to the wire.
Arcade machine.
No.
Pinball. Twister.
It's a lot like television.
Oh, cinema.
I gotta know what it is. I gotta know.
Dang.
I gotta know.
So it's so, they did not give me very good words for this. Like
Yeah.
similar to a console, but like not.
VCR bigger than
like a
computer?
TV.
That's
No,
tough.
wait, they did 2 years, dude.
2 years.
Callum.
The category is.
All right.
Oh, I was unmuted. Oh, fuck me.
Yeah, you were muted for literally
Yeah,
so
you were
long,
muted.
bro.
I thought you were just locked
It's a
in.
big loud tube.
Yeah.
Time to
Airplane.
begin.
Plane. Tuba.
What's that thing
Boeing
called?
747. Airbus A380.
What? Someone got it?
Airplane. It is the item.
Tin can. Pool noodle.
Pole.
Cheetah.
Vuvuzela.
Telephone pole.
What the heck is this, bro?
Fufuzela.
The audience is mogging.
Hair dryer.
It's kinda similar to tuba.
Trumpet.
I was typing
Oh,
saxophone.
saxophone.
I was typing it in.
Wait,
You guys
because you
seen
sound
that?
like those
Speak on
tubes that you
that.
turn upside down and they go. "Whoop."
And hey, here are
That
some
sounds like he's getting beat up
everyone
by
who
Homer Simpson.
contributed a helpful guess.
He's got hands.
Bro,
Alright,
it's a
that's anything.
it's a
Lock
TikTok
in, lock
sound.
in.
Ah, Bantini, it's your time, huh?
The grown tube guy, yeah.
Big tangy massive figure.
Off you go.
Dang it.
Free.
Guy Fieri.
Oh, come on.
Bro said free and got it wrong.
Chest of Cheeto.
Sammy.
Frosted Flakes spider.
Spider-Man.
They lick the food. Cat.
Finger licking.
Dog.
Dog.
Hmm.
Oi, oi.
They're kinda similar to Guy Fieri. The bear. Gordon Ramsay. He's so southern.
Gordon
That
Ramsay.
was quick.
Southern, huh?
What?
Bobby Flay. They're a lot like Finger.
Oh.
What's his name,
KFC.
bro?
Bro.
KFC guy got it?
That counted.
Bro,
I
little
got it,
KFC
bro.
guy. That's crazy.
Yep.
There's definitely a
KFC
5-second delay because I wrote
I'm so
Colonel
proud
Powder.
of you for doing the words like
You
that
didn't.
and making the sentences so
I did,
good.
but you wrote oops and then wrote KFC guy.
Chris, you saying finger licking was pretty free.
You're
I
the
mean,
last
Oh, yeah,
presenter
finger licking.
this
I should have
round.
fucking
That's
locked
KFC all
in,
time,
man.
The category is thing.
A lot of things this round.
It's a Nicky Patch crisis.
Let's do this.
Hair loss.
Band-Aid.
Oh my
God!
Who's
No
eczema
way.
maxing? Who's eczema maxing? Who's that? Sasha, let's go. My
Eczema.
goat. My goat.
Wow.
My
Wow, that was so
skincare
fast.
goat, bro.
W, I think.
It's a
I
Nicky
didn't have
Patch
time to read the
crisis.
prompt, bro.
Let's take a peek at the scores. I don't really care.
Sammy, you and I gotta lock in. We're warming
I
up.
care about
It's
you. as
okay.
an
I'm just
individual.
warming up. Humble beginnings, Chris.
Humble Howie over here. Humble Howard.
Round
Humble
two.
Howie.
It's my favorite round, and I also like round one. As a little treat, I'll give you double the
A little
points
Times
this
two. We
time.
need this, bro. Carl, we need this.
We do.
Same challenge, new prompts.
Locking.
Choose wisely.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is
No,
tough.
my prompt's.
Reroll,
One
reroll.
that seems like the
I
most
already
fun.
re-rolled. I
Oh,
went
my
risky.
Oh,
God.
you're screwed.
My
The
prompts are
least
detritus.
scary.
Wait, nice word.
Mine
That's a
Kyrgios
$9 word.
Bro, no, the whiskey's been on detritus.
Yeah. That's old news. It's actually on its way out.
Time is ticking.
No, come on,
No
let
idea
it
for this.
linger.
Okay, the cranberries.
Oh God, please just don't be me first.
Write a sentence to describe your
Oh,
new
no.
prompt. Did you know that you can scroll the lists up and
Oh,
down?
I
You
got a
might
good
have
one.
more words than you think.
Oh God.
Okay.
Wait, this game is fun.
It's
Next
very
one.
fun.
I like this one.
I would do this again, especially if I get like dead last.
Oh, this is not good.
No, Caller, come on.
Not in a negative way.
Thunder from down under.
This one's fun to play in real life too, because everyone starts to like.
It's
like,
your
melt
turn.
Melberg. All right.
I picked
The
the hardest
category
one.
is thing.
Okay, I'm going thing for this one, gamers.
It's a
Ooh.
goo yummy thing.
And
Yummy
we're
bear.
off.
It could be this.
Sour Patch Kids. Play-Doh.
It could be.
Cookie.
Skittle. No.
It could be this.
Nerds gummy clusters.
Go Good. Skittles.
Go good.
Go
Nerds Gummy Clusters.
Wow, whiskey, nice.
Gooshes.
Peep.
It's
Jelly.
nothing like gummy bear.
It's nothing like gummy
Great,
bears
both of
and
my
Skittles.
guesses.
Nutella.
Talk about saucy.
Saucy.
What a sweet little sentence.
Saucy.
Wings.
Hot sauce.
It's a lot like pizza.
Szechuan SOSs. Mozzarella. Marinara.
This one. This one?
Aioli. Red sauce. Mustard. Ketchup. Ranch.
Come on, come on, come on.
Ketchup.
Honey.
Honey.
I've named every sauce, bro.
Mayo.
More, Chris, more.
I'm
Nacho
trying.
cheese.
Okay.
What?
That's what I'm gonna
Sometimes
say.
the words just aren't there, man. I feel you.
Salmonella.
Tacos. Burger.
Bro, nothing. I'm getting nothing.
Synovial fluid. White cheese.
White cheese?
White cheese.
White cheese.
It's a molten
Quite
mouth
simply,
object?
it's a molten mouth.
What?
Time is running out.
It's a lot like pizza.
Thank you,
Yay!
Oh.
Anthony, I know you should have got this.
Fans,
That's crazy.
I'm actually disappointed. No offense.
Okay, but you
Because I
said
said Hot Pocket right away, which is like so close.
Each
a
sentence
gooey
is
yummy
more
thing.
beautiful
Got
than
it.
the last.
That-
And
that
Chris
was-
didn't
that was
say
the
it's a
final nail
lot
in the
like Hot
coffin.
Pocket.
Yeah, well, I didn't see Hot Pocket because you guys spam mayo and mustard. So like, I didn't even have that.
Hot
enough.
Pocket was the first
Gooey?
thing.
I'm looking at
I
ranch.
was held up at gooey.
It's
Oh.
a happy
gooey.
object.
Oh, you're doing the microwave. Never mind.
Go.
Rose toy. Friends.
Okay.
Whiskey.
How do you guys know what that is?
Game Boy.
Pack it up.
I don't.
Pack it up.
Good save.
It is.
Oh, no, I didn't mean. Oh.
No, I don't.
That's so wrong. Sorry.
Anthony.
No. Oh no. Oh no.
Toy's crazy.
It's a happy object?
No. Oh no.
What do you mean, oh no?
No, it's
not.
okay, Carla.
Dice.
I got it.
Oh, this is so bad.
I would marry that sentence, but no kids.
Talk about tradition?
This is so bad.
Oh, abacus.
Oh, that's
Abacus.
nothing what people are saying.
Ben Shapiro.
Rubik's Cube.
What?
Talk about tradition.
Oh, no.
I got it.
Lego brick.
Yo-yo. Ice
It's
Cube.
the substance.
Oh.
Yo-yo.
No, guys.
Yo-yo,
It's
but better.
okay, Carla.
Snap. Margaret
Just
Qualley.
lock in. We've got this.
Oh.
It's bigger than Lego brick.
Oh.
Digimon.
Car.
Connects.
It's bigger than Lego brick.
Oh.
It is
oh.
used for the restaurant.
What?
Bib.
Napkin. Plate.
Utensils.
4.
Oh no.
Pan.
Oh.
We're nearing the end. Guess.
Hat.
Oh, dumpling.
Back. Chicken.
Cook.
Oh yeah.
Jello. Chopstick.
Pan.
Come on.
Japan.
Walk.
It's a happy
Fuck.
substance.
Ramen.
Oh.
That just sent me to the moon.
Wasabi.
Come on. It's
You got this. You got this.
It's
You got this.
in the same place as chopsticks.
Yeah, you got this. You got this.
Oh! Fortune cookie!
Fortune.
What?
Silverware.
Wait, that's a good guess.
You got it. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Dim sum.
What the fuck? Guys, I had DIMSU type.
Guys.
Carla, what's that?
Also, dim sum is not smaller than a rose toy.
Bro,
Dim sum is
I
not
didn't
smaller than a rose
have
toy. I don't know
anything
where
to
you guys
do
are
with
getting your dim sum. You're
food.
paying way too
I had
much if it's smaller
nothing to
than a
do
rose
with
toy.
food.
No, Carla, we gotta get you some dim sum. Honey, listen.
It's smaller than a rose toy.
It's a story about an ancient.
We gotta run it back.
It's a story about Gilgamesh.
I had no food-related things.
Oh, yeah.
No, pause.
Sasha,
Shut
yes,
up. No.
bro. Yes.
There's no way you typed
I
dragon,
ulted.
bro.
I
There's no.
ulted, bro.
Bro, you
I
wrote
ulted.
Fair enough,
KFC
carry on.
guy.
I
Listen,
ulted. Yeah, bro.
I'm- I'm
Sit
not
down,
arguing with
Whiskey,
someone who
not you,
ulted.
bro.
Whatever
Not
you say,
bro.
beautiful.
I'm so
Sit
pumped
down,
up. I don't even need to drink.
When we're
the
already
rest of
sitting,
it.
it's so funny.
I'm standing in my chair right
I
now.
ulted, bro.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
but
awesome.
again, I wasn't ready, guaranteed.
Yup.
When it
Mind
comes to writing
melded.
sentences, you're the alpha best.
Good movie though. Good movie.
All right, here we go.
The category is person.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I chose. Oh no.
They're an ancient
Oh.
sweet figure.
And so it begins.
Mother Teresa.
Jesus.
Cleopatra.
Okay.
Mary.
Okay.
They are renowned for the marketing.
Okay.
Madman.
Marlon Monroe.
Steve Jobs.
Amelia.
Marlon.
He's so crunchy.
Amelia Earhart.
Colonel Sanders.
Captain Crunch.
Oh.
Captain
man.
Crunch.
Peanut butter guy.
Yeah.
Hypothermia.
Good one.
Ooh.
Known for the crunchy box.
Oh.
Vagina.
They're a lot
Wait,
like
what?
Captain Crunch.
Sorry.
Oatmeal.
What's the oatmeal man's name?
Come on,
What's
you
his
got
name?
And they appear
Fuck,
in
oh my
commercials for the breakfast.
What's his name? Oatmeal man.
Oatmeal Sam.
Oatmeal man. What's his name? Captain fucking Oatmeal.
They're sweet.
What?
This one's pretty tough
Quaker.
actually.
Quaker.
Cinnamon
Fuck.
Toast. Evander.
Quaker. Oats.
Oatmeal fu-
Sam took me to the moon.
Sugar.
Sugar.
Yeah, I got nothing, guys. These are all the clues I got.
You still have 40 seconds, Whiskey. Lot of prompts left.
Cereal guy.
Snap,
Okay,
crackle,
okay.
pop.
Okay, I got it.
Sand Crackle Pop.
They're creepier than Quaker.
That sentence.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Fucking 1990s cereal, you know?
Nice.
Oh my god. I was going through all the fucking mascots.
To be fair, Count
Oatmeal
Chocula is like
Sam,
he's not
bro.
very well known.
It's like a
Tony the
word
Tiger Moggs,
tapestry.
so does
A very,
Sure.
very,
Oh,
Captain Crunch.
he is
very
ancient and sweet
large
figure. Oh, I
word
like that.
tapestry.
He's ancient.
Yeah, bro, he's 100. He's like 386.
I didn't
Wait,
know you knew
The
him like
category
that.
is
Wait, Chris, are we just
Oh,
shouting out our
Sammy.
viewer numbers? Like, what do you mean he's 386?
You have 386? Yeah, you're
It's a
just
plain
chill.
one.
no, I'm talking about you.
go.
If I have 386,
Texas.
I'm out.
Ungrateful.
Florida.
Shaq!
What?
I'm alive. I didn't even get a chance to answer.
Yes!
Well
Bant
done.
ulted!
Oh, not fair. He's GeoGuessr pill.
You the host.
That's why I picked the prompt. I knew somebody'd get it.
That's how we play.
Frame it. Put it in a museum.
Ben, did you know that where we're staying is very close to a KFC and McDonald's?
You're
Oh, great.
Let's have
Wait,
zero Japanese
Chris,
food
Chris,
the
you
whole
have
trip.
to lock in here.
I will.
It's a story about a cool insanity character.
Here we go again.
What?
SpongeBob.
Joker.
Boy, you should know that.
And a horrible code.
Oh,
nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Hey.
Brilliant.
Nice. Nice.
That's good.
Ain't that the dude with the laboratory?
Yes.
What's the horrible code in that
See
game?
those points.
In Dexter?
I guess morally.
He lives by a code.
Morally.
Whoa!
Might be a
Really?
W
It's almost
band.
1-2, dude.
I won?
Well done, well done.
Wait, can we run that back? That was fun.
That was fun. We can run it back.
Carla, we miss you.
All in favor of
I'm
running it
here.
back?
Let's all
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Carla, I just need you to know that oatmeal
Welcome
Sam
back.
is going to live in my brain forever.
Sammy, once again,
Is that really? Is it really a mascot?
you
called Oatmeal
always
Sam?
No.
affirm my shit.
Affirm.
Breakdance.
Reassurance.
Break dance.
Breakdance.
Breakdance.
First things first. Pick a prompt you're familiar
Oh,
with.
this is good.
Something
This is
you
good.
think you could
Guys,
describe.
lock in. I'm picking the hardest answer.
God,
This one-
these are so bad.
No way!
You have to
Hardest
choose a
one.
challenging
Hardest
prompt.
one.
I
But
might
it's
be okay
tempting,
here. I might be
right?
okay here.
I'll let you
I
guys
have-
know I had Derek Jeter, but I didn't do it because I feel like only Banth and Whiskey would have gotten that.
Gotta
Thank
be,
you.
gotta be sexist.
Hey,
Hi,
sometimes
Ghoul,
you
and
gotta be.
everyone that's
Calm
here. I'm sorry I'm locked in.
Immediately.
There's so many noises
He's
that I don't want to
not
overstimulate
Do
you.
you know who Derek Jeter
And thank
is?
you for all the follows as well.
Don't worry too
What?
much. This is your
Point
starter
proven.
sentence.
Point proven.
Soon, we'll move on to the main
I
course.
can't. I
Get his
can't
ass.
say my prompt, but I need someone to get this. I need someone to get this.
Vance, just DM me the answer. We could cheat.
You're done, Miss Poopy.
There's no way I got this prompt.
Okay.
I hope I go first. Oh
You're
my
leading
god.
the pack.
Hankster
we go.
girl.
The category
lock
is place.
I'm ready.
Ba-da-bum-bum-ba-dum.
It's a vibrant fabric place.
Ooh, ooh,
Time
ooh, ooh,
to
ooh, ooh,
begin.
Joe Ann's. Los Angeles.
Carpet store. Epcot.
Michael's. Hobby Lobby.
Breakdance.
Fabric.
Emerald City.
Fabric.
Fabric.
Paris. Legoland.
Fabric.
Walmart.
Oh, it's Milan.
Japan.
It wasn't
Milan.
Milan.
Goodwill.
It's where you get fitted with
Oh.
the human.
Fitted with the human.
Suit store.
Hospital.
What?
Men's warehouse.
Okay, Usain Bolt.
I knew exactly what it was as
We
soon as you
get
said that.
it.
Did we find out
Nice.
what Victoria's Secret was?
Yes, we do.
They're still looking.
It's
They're
great.
still
It's
looking.
not great.
Can you DM it to me?
I've never seen such a caring application
Yes.
of nouns. You are
Damn.
the poet of party gamers.
Remember when Chris put
That's-
us through role models?
Guess what?
Oh,
Thanks.
let's run it back with
Guess
Sasha here.
the
Nah,
thing.
come on, guys.
No, it's okay.
Alright.
Sashi dodged a bullet for sure.
It's a long gadget item.
And we're off.
Vibrator.
Umbrella.
No way someone got that immediately. Candy cane.
Calculator. Candy cane.
Long.
iPhone.
CD remote.
How is the... Chat, you're goaded.
What? Are we dumb?
Flashlight.
Yeah!
Woo!
Who
got it?
missed it?
What is
Holy
that? What is that
modern
thing?
prompt.
Wow.
Yeah.
Selfie stick. Yeah.
I needed that.
Wait, is that really her secret? After her husband, Albert, died, she always wore black. The secret was a rumor that her underwear was
Boop, boop,
colorful. Queen
boop,
Victoria.
You did good.
Oh.
Ooh.
T.
Oh, man, nice job.
All right,
The
please lock
category
in.
is
Lock in.
story.
Please
We
lock
are.
in.
Okay,
I'm
okay,
locked
okay.
in.
It's a story about a horrible story entity.
Let's
Bible.
get the
That guy's name.
presentation started.
Batman.
I don't know how to
Story
spell
about
it.
a horrible
Story.
story.
Rumpelstiltskin.
Bible.
It's a
What's that
story
guy's
about
name?
a horrible.
Planet Earth.
Come on! Come on!
Good, very bad.
And an elastic thing.
Do it already!
What?
Do it already!
Incredible.
Elastic thing.
Avengers.
Ah, come on!
An
Fantastic
elastic
underwear.
thing. One Piece.
Spider-Man.
Bro, put some great guesses.
It's nothing like the Bible. No shit.
Come on.
Iron Man.
Give us one more clue.
Come on already! Come on!
Whoa.
You could have gotten this!
Cinema.
What?
Pudgy
Full
cinema.
of syntax.
Fantastic Four.
Oh my god!
What?
Bro, there's no way!
What?
I got it.
No way.
2 stars.
You can't see
1.5
me now,
stars.
Giving you 2
1.5 is
thumbs up.
crazy, bro.
And wearing a fabulous sarong.
Bro, I saw
No
like there's no
way.
shot.
I'm watching it on the plane just to piss Chris off.
Bro, I don't know.
The
I'm not
category
even gonna be
is
on the same plane as you.
You might be.
How do you
It
know
might
that?
ruin your vibe.
It's a flat circle structure. It scoops the liquid.
That was fast.
Earth.
Oh, I typed at the same time!
I was fucking around. I was.
I got excited! I pressed send at the same time.
Wait, should I eat granola in the mic?
Ping easy.
Do it.
I'm hungry.
Damn.
Bam!
Granola.
You destroyed that round.
I'm
Yes.
excited for us to be off our meds in Japan.
Dude, can't wait.
The category is place.
Alright, Sasha, what are
Like
we?
else is safe.
I forgot what it was.
It's
Oh
a
yeah.
bad building.
Off you go.
It's a bad building.
Trump Tower.
Trump Town.
Whoa, guys!
So someone should type Trump Tower.
The triple.
It's where you were.
Oh.
Wow.
Are you
Nice.
Jimmy John's delivery?
Wait,
Because
whose
that
initials
was
are those?
freaky fast. We are not sponsored.
Oh.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum.
Chat's popping off.
Nice.
Okay, I'm getting
Going
that
there
as
tomorrow?
a
DMV's not that bad.
category.
Do you have an appointment?
It's a bad.
Lock in,
Let's
guys.
end
I
this
picked the
round
hardest
on a
one, but you
high.
got this.
The
Okay.
category is
Great.
person.
Okay.
No, you
Some
got
of
it,
my
you got it.
favorite people are person.
All right,
I'm
guys.
ready.
Okay.
Here we go.
They're a
What?
nice individual.
Here we go.
Jesus Christ.
Obama. Bob Ross. Anthony. Mr. Rogers.
Wild spread of people.
They are the woman.
It could be Chris Melberger.
Woo!
Oh my god!
I was just typing that. Nice whiskey.
Yeah. That's all.
Nice. Meryl Streep.
Amen.
Good choice, good
Bum, bum,
choice.
bum, bum, bum.
Yeah.
Good
Let's
guess, good
see
guess,
how
good
the
guess.
score shook out.
Oh, it's Jover?
Look at all those numbers. They
Now this
certainly
spread
mean
looks
things
much better than last
in
week.
relation to each
Yeah, Carla,
other.
we're perfectly
You
tied.
Wait a minute. I disagree.
Wait, Chris, we're
He sees
tied.
me in last place, and he's like, you know what? This feels right.
I didn't see you in last.
Are double.
I'm just not near it. Hopefully.
These round 2 prompts are
Guys, what's
juicy,
Groundhog Day?
Lucky ducks.
Good movie.
Pro
Oh.
tip: if you don't know what one of the prompts is,
Oh my god, these
maybe
are
don't
so
pick it.
bad.
All right, this is hard, but I'm gonna
These
do
are
it.
Terrible.
I'm gonna do it.
No, this is actually might be the worst thing I've ever seen.
Y'all aren't
Yeah,
gonna get this.
mine's hard too, but I'm excited for it, I think.
Yeah.
Write a
Okay,
sentence
hopeful,
to
positive
describe
guy,
your
glass
new
half full
prompt.
guy.
Thank you.
Ooh, wow, wow, wow. I don't even know what this thing is.
Okay.
I'm having a great time.
Me
Me
too.
too. Me 3.
Lather round.
You're too literal in your guesses.
Chris, I for one would ban that chatter and banish them to my chat.
Hmm.
No, I can't.
Oh,
They're one of the good ones.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Chris, why
You're
did you
going
roast my chat
next.
for having orange usernames the other day?
The category
Because
is
every time I
thing.
tune in, you're always like, you always
You
talk
do
about
have a lot of
usernames.
orange Andes.
Well, because I think
It's
they
a
deserve to be
vibrant tiny
loved.
figure.
And so it
What?
begins.
Cat.
Danny DeVito.
Real.
Figure or new.
Vibrant tiny figure. It could be this.
Rose toy.
What is that?
Whiskey, we've guessed yo-yo every round.
It's such yo-yo's such a good answer.
Lego Man.
Talk about Harry.
What?
A fun-size sentence.
Toe.
Puppy. Brush. Furby, kitten,
Come
Geopet.
on, come on. These are good guesses.
dog, cat,
It's bigger than Lego Man and Rose Toy.
Rat.
It's
Elephant.
Harry? It's Harry.
monkey,
Harry?
ape, Harry Styles, orangutan,
Airbrush.
It's a lot like
It's a
the-
lot like Labubu, Chia Pet, and Furby.
What is
Wow, that's a jumbo
oh.
sentence.
Oops.
Troll.
What?
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's kind of hard.
I forgot about them too.
Yeah. That's why I chose it, because
They
it's a
have
tough
hair?
one. But it's yeah, they have a ton of hair on their head.
Well, their hair's
That's
just
like their
spiked
main
up.
feature.
They could have Norwood too.
They're
or
like
Norwood
naked
3.
with like
Wonderful
weird hair on
memories
their
with
head.
Friends.
It goes up like Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
we
thought
all
that was
got
the
points for
hat.
that.
Yeah, it's
I
good
got
stuff.
just the thing.
All right.
The
Yeah, that one's tough.
category is thing.
it's a boring mineral,
Here
Gold.
we go.
iron, iron, salt,
Iron. Salt.
Oh man.
Coal.
rock, cup.
Okay.
It is the comfort,
Pillow.
sulfur. It's a lot like rock,
Blanket.
melatonin. Talk about earthy,
What?
Court.
No, you got this. You got this.
Dirt.
Dirt,
Dirt, dirt, dirt.
it's more specific than rock,
Oh, I thought I got
absolutely
that.
adore that
Silver.
sentence.
crystal,
Pebble.
This one's tough.
What?
Gem.
Mud.
What a
Cold.
Go, no, say it.
what a bad prompt. Hey.
Lock.
Hey.
coal, coal,
Oh, this
Cold.
one's really tough.
Bad.
Gold.
Oh my god.
idea,
A mini sentence for maximum impact.
Gold.
No.
Light.
coal energy.
I thought you were cooking.
I've given you everything I can.
It's the kid-friendly version of pebble,
Ball.
stones,
Bouncy.
stone,
Oh.
stick, time stone,
Sandbox.
emerald.
What?
Slate.
No, you got this.
Quite simply,
What?
it's a geriatric friend.
Come on.
I think my brain doesn't work anymore.
It's a
Bro,
lot
you
like
got
stone,
this.
kidney,
Wood.
How do you go from earthy rock to geriatric friend?
It's bedrock.
Right. Okay, it took me a while.
I
Took
would
me a while.
never have got that.
Okay, to be fair, someone said rock like in the second
Yeah,
guess.
I said
and
rock
was like, how do I
and
go from
stone.
there?
I just
Egregious
figured if
prompt,
someone
though.
typed rock at that
rock
point,
is
it
like a
eliminated
mineral,
it.
though.
see.
I mean, Sammy typed
Jeez,
dragon
that's
in and gave
awesome.
her how to train your. I thought it would just like eliminate rock related like things.
Yeah, that's valid.
Ringy ding ding. You're guessing
Ring
a
a ding.
Ringy ding ding.
it's a multicolored object,
Let's do this.
Rubik's Cube.
Nintendo Switch,
Rubik's Cube.
Rubik's Cube,
Gem.
or ring, Rubik's Cube,
Ring.
Rubik's Cube. It
Oh.
embodies the cylinder,
Glass.
lava lamp,
What are these called?
It was a lava lamp. Yo-yo.
it has the same vibe as colored pencils, Kayo,
Crayons.
Bro, it's not crayon.
color markers, crayon,
Markers.
marker,
Marker.
Chalk.
Nice, Whiskey.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Fucking.
I'm
count.
shocked at this game.
Right.
No, Chris, don't say that. Wait, did you?
Chalk.
Let me check my
Yeah.
text.
You actually did it. Not that I'm surprised. I had faith in
Bro, your
you.
last text to me says, just pick pet rock. I'll get it right away. And you didn't even get it.
The
What's the
category
joke?
is person.
There's
What's my-
collusion happening.
they're a dangerous person body,
Off you go.
FBI.
CEO of Raytheon.
Serial killer.
They are famous for the dining, USA government, Guy Fieri,
Gordon.
Dining.
Oh.
they would be friends with serial killer, Dahmer.
Yes!
Oh, nice.
Freeze.
Well done.
Nice.
Fast.
Chris,
That's
I couldn't help but
clever.
notice you gave Silence of the Lambs 3.5 stars on Letterboxd.
No, I gave it a 5. Look again, bud.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
You can't see me right now, but I'm beaming with
100%
pride.
of Fiverr.
And I look
Okay, wait, Chris.
gorgeous.
Your rating system is compromised because you also gave Thor: The Dark World 4 stars.
No, that's a 3.5.
Guys, lock in. You don't need your
so
brains.
crazy.
Lock in.
It's gonna be
Thor:
1.5.
The Dark World isn't good, right?
Wait, guys, lock in, lock in.
Yeah, it's buns.
Here we go.
You're a creepy
That might have been
somebody.
actually might have been 2.5 or a 3.
Squidward,
There's might have been
Chris.
4.
They are celebrated for the literature.
Oh, it's that one guy.
Mona Lisa.
Oh, what's his name?
You know this. You know this.
Alan Poe.
It's not?
Brandon Patterson.
Stephen King.
Stephen.
Yeah.
No, I
I had to type. I had
Wait,
to type
what's
in
Alan
Alan
Poe?
Poe, but it wouldn't
I
take Alan
typed it at
Poe.
the exact same
Ping
time.
diff.
Wow.
That's
You should
crazy.
get points though for that.
You should get
Josh Allen
100.
Poe.
I better put on a bid
Josh
because
Allen
y'all are
Poe.
getting success everywhere.
Josh Allen Poe, you know.
This is the last turn.
Okay, this one's
You got
tricky, you
this.
guys.
The category
Nah,
is
Sammy.
I'll get it right away.
We got this.
We got
I'll
this.
we'll get it within a minute.
They're an amazing
Aw.
Off you go.
Sammy.
Umbrella. Bethany.
Sami.
Samantha Hanks to go.
It's a person.
Why do you always guess Umbrella?
Mickey Mouse.
Riri. Michelle Obama. Spiky Mouse. Umbrella.
Hypothermia.
Rihanna.
Amazing being.
Breakdance.
They're kind of similar to Mickey Mouse.
Walt Disney.
Minnie Mouse.
Minnie Mouse.
Minnie Mouse.
They're similar. Oh, it's gotta be this person.
Teletubby.
He's so beefy.
Oh, I got it.
He's so beefy.
Umbrella.
Goofy.
Big Hero 6.
Big Hero
Beefy.
6. Baymax.
Big Hero.
Donald Duck.
It could be Wreck-It
Wreck-It
Ralph.
Ralph.
It's not Wreck-It Ralph.
Slim Jim.
Pluto.
Sully.
Stitch.
Known for the crummy dirt.
Worm.
Monty Mole.
Sandlot.
Oh.
Monty Monty. Hector Zeroni.
Bowser.
What? Oh, Monty Mole's a good guess.
For the
Wait, I just realized they
dirt.
call Hector Zeroni Zero because his last name is Zeroni. I just put that together.
Raymond James Stadium.
I always wondered why they
Popeye.
called him that.
Ah,
Paul Rudd.
Time is ticking.
Oh, it's the
Mr. Incredible,
Underminer
Maximilian
from
Goofy.
Incredibles.
And they
Oh.
are celebrated
Varmint.
for the varmint.
We all got
Oh,
together
oh,
and decided.
Oh, I know
we
it.
love
My
that
thing's frozen though.
sentence.
My thing's frozen. I can't type.
What's the fucking thing?
Punxsutawney Phil.
it's not Punxsutawney Phil.
Almost up.
That's crazy.
Fuck it.
It's got to be Bill Murray.
Bill Murray.
It's not Punxsutawney Phil.
Oh,
Dang.
Guesses.
I was trying to get you a
That's
little
what we
bit
in the
away from the
industry call a
cartoon.
big womp
I mean,
womp.
he is animated,
Oh.
but Mr. Clean with the dirt. They were giving me a very like clean.
I wouldn't say y'all nailed that.
Real.
But
He is
it's
beefy.
about learning.
He is beefy.
He's beefy. He is. I was waiting for them to give me like balls.
Here's the
or,
part.
like,
Yeah, shiny
Yeah,
head.
no
would've been
bald is
cool.
crazy.
Yeah, no bald. No bald, bro.
Bald would have been massive.
Goes
there.
to
That's what you needed.
I had to give it to Whiskey on this one.
Yeah.
Good job, Whiskey.
so handsome. It
Thank you,
kills
thank you, thank you.
GG's, GG's. Yeah, bald would have went crazy there.
Thanks for playing.
No bald. They
Now,
didn't
if
want me
you'll
to alt.
excuse me, I have
That's
a red
fun.
All right.
Should we play something else?
I'm down for a job or a quiplash.
We've also
Can we do
got, let me
a
run this
little
by you.
pee break, an ad break, perchance?
Yeah, piss.
Of course, of course.
Yeah, please do.
All right, right back.
Yeah. Do what you gotta do.
Let's
I'm
run a
gonna
10-minute
call
ad.
this person back.
Do it.
because
Yes.
They keep trying to call me, but I got to pee too,
We have
so I'll be back.
Job. We have Quiplash 3. We've got Trivia Murder 2.
I think trivia for the end.
We've got Mad vs. City.
That one's funny, but I don't know how that'll go.
Speak on
It's
that.
just kind of like, eh.
Vance, if you don't have bars, just say that to him.
It's just
Bro,
like,
he raps.
If he raps,
like,
then he'll
I'm
eat
not
on
for
it,
Job.
Job, I think, will make us giggle.
Job is really good.
I think
I'm down
Job
for
is
that.
like free, kind of.
What is that?
It's like
I have no
Quiplash,
idea.
but funnier.
Yes. So you have to make sentences with words that you're given. So like a lot of them are nonsensical, but like you're still fun.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm down.
You got this.
I'm down.
Perfect. Nice. Yeah, it's very unhinged. Yeah. Rap game is fun, but it can get like, I don't know. It's gonna be the right time, I think.
Let me share this with you. Codes and aura required.
How am I? Just twerking for the freaking.
Whiskey, stop.
Stop what? Hey, thank you for the sub. 9 months. That's a mighty long time.
Wow, huge resub.
Massive resub.
9 months.
Take a seat. But don't sit on Kevin. He works here.
Wait, Sammy, did Emma say that about me? That's so kind.
No, that's why I added whiskey.
Wait, she said that about me?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, bro.
Wait, I needed that.
You made it. I knew you needed it. That's why I screenshotted it and sent it to you.
Wait, hold on, wait, back up. What do you mean you knew I needed it?
Like you needed a boost.
You needed this.
No,
Who
wait, what do
Among
you...
Us doesn't need a boost.
She said Among Us. She said Among Us.
She said Among Us. 15 streamer Among Us lobby starting
Sa-
now.
Sammy, that's child's play. You gotta do 256 lobby with prox chat.
Oh my bad. I got that next time.
Okay. Dude, I'll never forget when I played Among Us. It was like one of the first times we ever gamed together, like all of us. I was in an Among Us lobby and I didn't know anyone, and I was so shy, bro. I think I just like did my tasks like a good boy, and that's it.
Oh, like no riffing, like no.
Yeah.
beats, like
No,
you're
and then
just,
Chris-
Like, dedicated to the job.
Yeah, and then Chris was farming YouTube videos, so he went behind me and yelled, "You just got Rainbow Road," and then killed me in cold blood. 15 seconds into the round, and then I had to sit there with my dead chat for 40 minutes while the rest of the game played out. No, Sammy, I'm not even kidding. Like, there's probably a video on Chris's channel.
Bro, it's probably a video. It's probably a video. Bro, look it up. Look up the receipts.
Sammy, you know I'm truing because Luigi's dying laughing. He remembers exactly what it was. What it was.
Bro.
Yeah, been
That's
around.
funny.
I remember when these games maxed out at 8 players.
All right, I'm getting a snack. Hold it down. Ant Bites, this is for you.
I don't know how I missed that call, and then I tried to call back, and they're like, "Our office is closed." I'm like, "But it's not. You just called." Anyway, I'll try and keep an eye on it
I'm kind of
and
happy
hope I can get it.
because I just found out that birds aren't real.
Didn't work. Oh.
No, I do not know Cookie.
Oh my god, Kawa, yeah. Okay, notice.
Music, voice, and sound effects from the game's pause menu. It's not like people worked hard on those things or anything. Did you ask a question? I'm never listening.
Is everyone in? Sorry, I was eating whipped cream straight from the jar.
I'm jealous.
Wait, you were we're living live. Banth and Chris are still deafened, so I'm assuming no.
But I can show the code. Everyone's in.
Yeah. No, Chris.
I think so.
Oh yeah, we have 6.
Wait.
Your room code
Yeah, you're good.
is.
Are they gonna
T
join like the
S
open spots?
Z B.
I don't think so. Oh wait, guys. Oh my God, wait, guys, don't join. Oh, if someone names if someone named Come joins, I'm gonna be pissed, bro.
Bro, I tried to warn you.
Wait, someone named Sammy
Sammy.
joined with 2 M's.
Guys.
Reset the lobby, bro.
Oh my God.
I tried to
Sammy,
warn
Sammy,
you.
sue me for putting faith in my beloved community. Oh, we gotta redo the lobby, bro.
Reset the lob.
Wait, why
No
reset?
problem. Because the ant bites joined the lobby.
Oh.
Ant bites!
That's funny.
Bum, 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 ba-dum.
By the way, this might have to be LG for me.
But we didn't even do trivia yet. Oh, really? Dude, I'm same actually. I dropped a few frames.
It's my OBS, bro. It's my internet's fine. Like have I sounded weird in Discord?
No,
No, you
you've
sounded
been perfect.
great.
You've been perfect.
No. Yeah, it's just
No.
OBS. Like I'm dropping like 5% of my frames for no reason. It's like, what's the joke?
Oof. Is your chat delayed at all?
Yeah. What can you do?
It could just be like small internet blips. I get those.
True.
I put the code in. Aura required.
Aura.
No, bro. Someone took the cat.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
T.
Guys,
Bottom.
reset the lobby. Reset the lobby.
Reset
Someone
it.
took my
Wait, what?
duck.
Wait, why reset? Oh, Carla took my heart though.
Guys.
Oh,
guys.
We're falling apart. We're falling apart.
Break dance.
Aw.
Break
What's my little
dance. That's our
guy?
safe word. Break dance. Or rose toy, either one.
Hold on, I'm putting a big bantha love above my entire screen so the ampites feel welcome.
Oh my God.
So
That's
sweet.
nice.
Oh, sorry. Am I starting? We all here?
Wait, real
Yeah.
quick. Dudes, look at this. Hold on. You're gonna laugh. Banth Whiskey and me, we're screwed. Someone just sent this clip.
That's
Oh,
so
no.
funny.
We're
Oh
fucked.
no. What is
Fuck, bro. God damn.
No, bro. You guys are
You
done.
fell
this?
off.
Wait, what? This is
It's over.
insane, bro.
That's okay, guys.
Pack it up, guys. Pack it up.
Wait, guys, hold on. If we stream together, we could get 6.
Thrilled you applied for this exciting.
Whiskey tags. LGBTQ
And
small
yes, I'm
PP.
the boss around here, but I like to think of myself more as a
That about sums it up.
A boss buddy.
Chris, loud always has been banned. Clueless, goofy.
Someone will get that. I can tell you're all great candidates. Unfortunately, there's a whole bunch of
Oh,
you
Shawty's wearing
and only
glasses
one
today,
job.
bro.
It's incredibly stressful for me. That's why I developed a
Audience
regular
join. The code is
hiring process. I'm going to
tell
interview
you
you
right now.
all at once and force you to judge each other.
Hmm.
Whew, I feel more
Have
relaxed
I played
already.
this at Chris's
Deborah,
or?
clear my calendar.
No.
It's time to get to know our candidates.
It's entirely possible, though. Can you annoy?
Real.
Wait, speak on
My
that.
first rule of management: make sure employees feel prepared. So prepare
there's a big
yourself
bantha
with
love on my
questions happening
screen
right now. Let's go.
Oh yeah, my friend swaps on
I
here.
was leaving that.
I was wondering
Answer
why I
them
couldn't.
any way you want.
couldn't
There are
see.
no rules, except this one rule: you gotta use at least 5 words. Okay.
Oh,
Everyone
okay.
knows the more you talk, the smarter you are. It's my first rule of management.
I just want the ampites to feel at home.
Ant bite.
Wait, so like, what's the joke on this one? Like, you want to be funny or you want to be serious?
On this screen right here, you just want to give
You
your
wanna be
other
serious,
players
yeah.
a lot of words to work with. Like the words that you write here,
Oh,
we're gonna
okay,
use.
okay.
So you can be funny here too, and
So
it helps the whole game be funny.
answer everything correctly here, and then yeah.
Okay.
You can make. I like making the answers here funny though, so we can draw from the
Yeah.
the words.
Of course, of course.
Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow,
Yeah, we
wow.
want like a big word bank here.
Word bank. Audience, the code is GWST. You can join using the extension, or you can join on your phone or your computer.
Thank you for the
or your
raid
tablet.
and your resub. What are you playing? Cozy Grove.
Chris, I'm just saying the
Great.
audience numbers have been dwindling ever since role models.
Oh, I love that. How was it, doll?
Granted, it
Thank
was
you.
the first game, but still.
How are you?
Maybe Jackbox isn't it, man.
Oh, hey, my bad, man. Let's get on PUBG.
Dude, I'm down.
Wait, PUBG could be a movie.
Put the code names in the bag.
Hurry up, you don't want to run out of time.
Okay. You guys, don't forget about your smart fridges if you want to join as well.
5 hours? What was your high score on Megabonk? Wait, they had that on Apple Arcade Learner? Wow.
All right, now we'll just.
I didn't realize we had 3, so I kind of threw on that last one.
Hey, thanks for the
My
sub.
bad, guys.
There was 3.
bad,
I was
guys.
on my second.
Oh.
Bro, yeah, there's 3.
Hey, that's okay.
We're just warming up on this one. Warming up.
Now that we're all friends, I'm sending my first incisive interview questions.
Wait, I have a stuffed animal of the Job mascot. Did
But
you know
instead
that?
of typing your responses,
one?
you'll be using
Yeah.
words from your fellow interviewees to answer the questions. Not
Right
bad,
here, hold
right? Tap any word you see to add it to your response. If you make a mistake, tap the word again to remove it.
Ow. Ooh, okay.
You can also
okay?
drag words around to
Yeah.
rearrange them.
Sounded like you stubbed your
Can't find the
did.
right words for what you
Put
want
your
to
That's
say.
so delayed. I think alerts are broken. Thank you,
That's all
though.
you're getting.
Go to
Let's
bed.
just
My
subscribe.
cute.
Happy birthday, darling.
Thank you. So delayed.
Jackbox gave it to me at TwitchCon for being how do I put this?
All right, now you drag the words that you're given to answer the question that's above.
Okay. Oh my god.
And you can also use the words in the question, by the way. For some reason, my prompt has the word Burger Shack written 3 times in it.
Oh,
I wonder who
perfect.
wrote it.
Oh, I don't really have any.
You should be halfway done now, okay?
Oh no. Oh god, not good. Not good.
Okay, interesting. How much time we have? 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Finish
What do you like
it
backspace?
before time runs out.
You
You just click the
untap
word.
The word.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't
That was
finish.
so bad. That was so bad.
Let's see what we've got here. Where do good ideas come
Where do
from?
good ideas come from? Life ends forever.
This is a
Look at the
tough choice.
cock and it goes poo. I don't know.
Oh man.
Wow. And how?
Someone
That's so
altered
funny.
there.
That's
That's
so
awesome.
funny.
It's giving bottom surgery speedrun.
Aw.
Okay, alright, alright.
Of course, Bant, nice.
Anthony, that was funny.
Damn, you altered, bro.
Oh,
That
3
was funny.
people.
Ulting on the first
Synergy.
team fight is kind of wacky.
People earns you an extra bonus.
Wait, it says Chris has a hype train. Enable shared chat to reach higher levels. Chris, share with the class, bro. I'm gonna start sharing chat against your will.
Bro, don't.
It's literally, Chris, it's in my face. It says Chris Moberger has a hype train.
Wait, shared hype train or what?
Well, get a
According to the
room,
Florida
bro.
team, I look for the will to drag the shack. Low-key stealing and a liar in my face.
Speaking of stealing in the shack, I'm joining this hype train.
Dude, don't.
Wait, no,
Chris, I
I'm
just pressed
down.
one button right now.
I'm gonna run ads.
No.
The
Nice
audience.
trick stealing words
Wow,
from the
wow,
question.
wow.
Just about any text you
Wait,
see
Sammy,
on
my
your
internet's
device is
also
fair game.
bugging out right now.
Well, I think OBS hates our guts.
Oh, they've
What
been
do
they
you look for
band-aided
in a
mine.
mentor?
True.
OBS and my guts are sworn enemies for a decade.
What do
Chris
you
is
look
thinking
for in a
subs.
mentor?
Oh, okay, there we go.
Old people's getting splinters. Positively
Mm.
surprised at the news of Twitch streamer.
Mm.
Okay.
Our chat's when we announce Japan, maybe.
Speak on that.
Did only 2 people vote?
Yeah, someone.
What's a takeaway lesson
I'll
from
go
your
with
last job?
What's a takeaway lesson from your last job? Sleep sometimes. I would low-key cook, also maybe a little wrinkly geriatric rat.
And
It's a
I've
Rufus
been
stray,
saying
bro.
that. I've been saying that.
Vote, 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 vote.
I voted.
When my chat has 8-second delay, tell me when you see the Rubik's Cube.
You missed the first one.
Wow, somebody didn't vote on 2 rounds. Guys, look in.
Guys.
Things go with the last project you led.
Wait, my chat is 12 seconds delayed, actually. It's kind of scary.
How did things go with the last
Mine was
project
like
you led?
45.
Every time overview I cry. Memories. Also, I'm joking. Life ends and it goes poof.
Wait, just like
All right,
Yeah,
all right, Banth.
I wonder who that is. Did the same thing
No,
twice.
It's not me. It's not me.
It has to be. I voted
What?
It is you, bro. It was you.
Bro, the giveaway
Oh,
made
that's
everyone
proof.
not vote for me.
Life ends and it goes
A
poof.
successful
someone say giveaway?
presentation.
Wait.
What's the first rule of successful presentation? Lazy and stupid. The first rule, give me money.
I.
Oh.
I.
Okay.
I had
okay,
nothing.
Okay.
Okay.
Synergy.
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 Round 2?
Good job. And speaking of jobs, let's see who's most likely to get one.
Oh boy. Delay.
Sure.
Ugh.
Looks
I'm
right
okay
to
with
me,
that.
forward it
No,
to my
Carla,
buddies
humble
in accounting.
beginnings.
Sammy
Well,
once again
warm
coming
and
in
icebreakers.
with the inspiration.
Humble
Okay,
beginnings.
you know the routine. Write whatever you
Remember
want.
when Chris
but
told me to
don't
get a
be
job
afraid to be
today?
Descriptive.
I
Yeah.
didn't say that.
This is
Picture
the
name.
job.
He told you to get a
No,
different job, which
I
I feel
said-
like is
I
even
said-
crazier.
Sammy,
That's
Sammy,
thank
that's,
you.
yeah,
It's
that's
delayed,
worse.
but it will play.
So,
dude, 'cause
Whiskey,
you're
the whole
so good.
streaming
Happy
thing, maybe
nine.
not for you, man.
How are you?
Like,
No, you're good at
I
streaming
can't tell if
also.
it's nerves or condensation, but I am really excited about these applicants. And bring me a towel.
to be fair, a beloved someone in Sammy's chat did say, quote, he's funny, end quote.
Are we writing
That
words
was
are
Emma.
for you guys to use, or am
Well,
I
I didn't want
writing
to call them out
for
because I was trying to protect
here?
their
Yeah,
worker
for
status.
people to use, I think.
Raving reviews over here of Whiskey Stream.
Fuck.
Sammy, to be fair, when we
Don't
were
worry,
playing
you're
Peak
gonna have to
that
let
one
me know
time,
which one. DM me.
Chris, go ahead.
What?
Sammy,
I thought I was
I was
muted.
gonna say
Fuck it.
that one time we were playing Peak, and then your chat laughed at me for having a quote Mr. Beastie and haircut.
Okay, that wasn't just my chat though. Like your chat turned on your chat.
But that's my chat's default settings.
Pepper Monkey just resubmed for 9 months.
Like they're already turned on me, so I don't have to move. You know? They spawn in already turned on me.
Okay.
Guys, I feel like I'm not doing well at this. I'm sorry.
No, you're
Sammy,
doing well.
first of all, you do well at everything. Second of all, Sam.
I don't think you've ever done anything wrong.
Yeah.
That is not true. I'm human just like everybody else.
Sammy, and
I'm
that's
only
why
a
you're humble.
human.
Oh,
it's
I
broken
don't
again?
understand the prompts. I rushed.
I'm so sorry I got mine, bro. I'm not locked in.
Dude, I
Bro,
cannot get
OBS
this.
is
Chris
throwing
has a
off my
hype
vibes.
train. It's the pinned at the top of my chat. Chris has a hype train. I can't get rid of it. It's a huge pink bar. It's pinned at the top of my chat. Chris,
Dude,
end
it's
the hype
not
train,
even-
bro.
I can't end it, man. They're going crazy right now.
Okay.
It's so high. It's almost a little 10.
Jesus.
Wait, W shot.
W
Fuck you
Shack.
doing,
Make
come
a
on.
dropping
Huge Shack.
What to me? Well, I never.
Okay, well, let me lock it.
Lake Titicaca. Akuna. My tatas.
What the
fuck?
Does that
Did
help?
I fake it? Did I fix it? Yeah. Cool. Sorry, guys. Every time.
Wow, 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 wow.
This is so stupid.
Time is up.
That's so silly.
Alright, hype train's over, dude. No worries.
It did go away. It's not at the top of my chat anymore.
Oh, that's actually so awkward.
Wheezy, thank you. Look at me,
I don't think I'm
gritty.
gonna sleep tonight.
Dude, sleep.
Oh, this one's hard.
You should
How much time we have? Oh, we got 20 seconds.
Whose little horses are these? Combos be like.
Combars.
Dude, my combos used to carry me. Now they're kind of dead in the water.
Wait, you should do what I do. You should do what I only turn them on for special days.
Today's
Well,
special.
every day's a special day over here.
All right, here we go.
Oh,
All the dongles are tangled. How do you respond? Cry, 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 but also cry, cry, cry. I got anxiety, LMFAO.
Wait, these are the same vibes.
Wait, can I be honest? I feel like the I got anxiety is word for word my entire answer that someone put in. Like I'm not even kidding.
Oh, I'm about to get mogged.
Oh, by
Every
one.
vote earns you even more
Ooh.
points.
Okay, audience.
We got one by 1,500.
Oh boy.
Synergy.
Synergy.
I did use your entire sentence. Look at that.
That's so
W.
funny.
You finally nabbed.
Finally nabbed the coveted corner office. How are you celebrating?
Honestly, that's funny.
Okay, I'll say it since Chris won't. My cock and balls, or honestly kablooey. Am I right?
Hmm.
Who has won the most games? I think
Banth,
I won
actually.
two.
Banth, I think.
I won two.
Banth's mogging.
Yeah, I think Van.
Let's go.
Chris
Wow, 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 wow.
3 people?
Oh, it was his own answer. Okay. All right. Okay.
Crazy.
So
It's March and the holiday tree is still up and ruining the lobby. How do you?
Banth, I'm glad you
get
like that
rid of
one.
it?
Dramatic.
Thanks.
I'll chop it off, honestly. I kick these partner kids in the ball. Nah, come on.
What?
What?
So stupid. Man, yours in all caps. It kills me.
Nah, come
Nah,
on.
come on. Wait,
Nah, come on, got me, bro. That got me.
I'll chop it off, honestly.
You need a report from Barb, but she
Barb.
refuses to get it.
She refuses to give it to you. How do you get the report? Flow, LMFAO! Go to therapy because nut, you have to.
Nut. 4 nuts before
You
therapy's
have
crazy
to
work,
in all
bro.
caps too.
For real.
Nice, Carl. Nice, Sasha.
Hell yeah.
Nice. That was the one I panicked and just clicked random words.
That's fair.
A coworker asks you to buy magazine subscriptions for his son's
marching band.
Oh,
What do you
no.
do? You kidding? Why? Throw his kids into a train.
What?
These are not good.
These are crazy.
Bro, that got the dot got me good.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm glad both my answers that got you good lost, Sammy.
You won that.
We enjoy novelty mugs here. What does yours say? Yo, nut. Probably. I love people, but also run.
Dot.
Me at Shibuya Crossing.
+2.
Satoru.
Wait, let's do the TikTok audio.
Chat has a lot of
I'm down.
sway.
Wait.
Oh, I got killed, bro.
No, it's close.
Bro, it was almost tied. But Carly got the synergy here.
Synergy.
Probably.
Wait, Carl, do you have a Christmas tree up right now? Or no?
I do, yeah. 2.
Why?
I don't know. It's been up since 2024.
Just kidding. Let's look at the score.
Wow.
At this point, like that's an essential
cool.
structure to your home.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's like the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Yeah. Oh, it's closed.
If I were you, I'd be real nervous now. How about one more icebreaker to keep things light? Don't overthink it. Just put down whatever enters your mind. Unless you're thinking about collecting rare coins.
What?
I've been told to stop talking about coins at work. I love coins.
That Coinbase ad.
Nice.
Wait, the mascot's kind of doing a silly one.
True.
True. Put some bag of cold peas on their head.
Oh, it was just one.
So this is you're just getting words for everyone here, right?
Yeah.
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 You're about halfway through the timer.
Okay, was so good.
Oh, I didn't have.
So bad.
We just do one?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just one here.
Just one. Boldness, we're in Brenda together, huh?
Never read better submissions.
Oh.
Or
What does
any
that
submissions.
Okay.
Who's Brenda?
Okay, open relationship.
Nice poster, guys.
Okay, it's the final round.
Chat's been
I think
making
the audience
posters in the
make that?
background.
Yeah.
they did.
Your resumes.
W shot.
Probably my fault. I used them on my vision board.
Hey, thank you for the
But you know
Prime
what?
subscription.
I don't need resumes. Just finish the personal statement
Prime.
that's already started on your device.
Guys, are Primes washed a little bit or no?
Need
No, they're
motivation.
great.
Nah, people still use them.
Whoever gets the job gets to hang
I'll
out
take
with
yours.
me
2018
all
though.
day, every day.
Take yours.
Scusi.
You don't have a Prime command?
Wait,
Whiskey?
what?
What do you mean? Oh, I'm not greedy.
Oh, bro, yes. You should be.
I should.
fine.
I never ask for anything.
That's not true. You asked to play
This
games.
is a crazy prompt. Who put this word in there?
What the
Yeah,
hell?
this is kind of.
Whiskey, do not put what I think you're gonna put.
No, you did this to me.
Whiskey.
Wait, what's
come on.
what's my question? I'm not sure. Like, what am I supposed to answer here? This is nuts, bro.
Are about halfway through the timer.
I don't know what the hell.
Okay, this is kind of insane.
I don't know. This is hard. How much
Mine's
time do I have?
rough. We have to do another one of these, I think. Fierceness. Think outside the mesothelioma.
Time's almost up.
I don't know. This is hard. This is not good.
Not good.
Okay, all right.
Here we go.
I say splinters in my face. I do falling down the stairs. I say that's a vagina from heaven. I do Edward and Jacob in Shibuya, Japan.
Oh my god. Wait, that word bank goes crazy.
What
Bro
the
said
hell?
words? Yeah, all of them. All right, guys,
That's-
time to vote, chat.
Crazy. I wish I had that word bank.
Pretty good bank.
Wow!
Whiskey,
Oh,
that was
Whiskey wins.
amazing.
Round. How about
Oh, I forgot to vote.
score bonus?
Doesn't matter. Chat.
So the
Everyone in
audience
chat
logs.
did.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Audience
Doesn't matter.
votes Mog
400 people voted.
Dang,
That was worth it.
Guys,
That
if
was
you
worth
see
it.
me with 2 dudes in Shibuya, Japan, just turn the other way. Because one of them's
Okay,
a
I
werewolf
say
and the other
mother,
one's a
I
vampire.
do fucking.
Real.
Oh!
I say chop off cock. Fuck. I do stream on Twitch. I'm depressed.
Oh my god.
So if my pattern recognition is correct, the one on the right is Banthony because that's the second time
Yes.
he's chopped off his
What?
cock today.
Yes, yes, yes.
Bant, you've lopped off.
And
You've
then
lopped
left
off
is
the
Carla.
Johnson.
Left is Carla for sure.
Left is Carla?
Wrong.
Yes.
I just lost to Whiskey.
What? Is
Wrong, bro.
It was me.
Oh, what? Sasha!
Sasha, you went.
Wait, no.
Assaulted!
They're on FaceTime
mean
swapping
I
answers.
say
They're on
mother-
FaceTime swapping answers. Bro, you're swapping answers.
Wait, hold up. That's sick. I say great to laugh. I do cry.
Amen.
I say worm. I do slither. Okay.
I do slither. Real.
Both these are good.
I agree with that.
Can we do one more after this?
That one got me.
Sammy, they're Toji posting.
Keep posting. Wait, Sasha, you made me feel so good about my prom. Thank you for laughing.
Sammy, that was so funny. I do slither.
I needed that, bro.
I do
I needed
slither.
that.
She be slithering.
You complete.
Oh, Slytherin.
I wish
Catch
we
me
had
in
the budget to
Shibuya
hire all of you.
slithering.
And still pay for my yearly bonus, but we don't.
Ooh.
Wow.
Wait, I got my job.
Whiskey.
Whiskey's
I got the job
hired.
Chris wanted me to get, so I didn't stream anymore.
The job goes to. Congratulations.
Yup.
Capital factoring and refactoring maven. Welcome to the
54,000. What do you guys say?
Oh, and Lewis, you're fired.
Take it.
Oh. You took Lewis's job.
It's okay.
They
At
just
least,
said that.
at least he has Clark for the Yowie.
Whiskey.
Okay, guys, that's LG for your girl. My LBS
LG.
is not, simply not holding up, so we gotta go.
So you can play offline, is what you're saying.
I don't know, we'll see.
What
One
if it was
more
Marvel
for Shibuya,
Rivals?
Sammy. Nah, come on.
One more for Shibuya. Guys, I'll see you soon.
True.
True. I've gotta go.
Wait, the next time we see each other, it's going to be at the Tokyo airport, overstimulated and tired.
Aww.
Wait. But I'll be happy to see you.
True.
Yeah, of course. No, it's gonna my face is gonna light up when I see you at the airport.
Yeah.
Wait, guys, we're gonna have the time of our lives.
Gonna be cinema.
Yippee!
Bye, Sammy.
Okay,
Thanks for
bye,
playing.
friends.
Bye.
Yeah, have a good night.
Bye, Sammy.
Bye.
I didn't mean to do all caps before. I forgot that you could do lowercase, so a lot of my answers were all caps. That's okay.
No, the caps makes it funny.
Should we all? I mean, if Sammy's gone, I think we should just say, like, should we just say GGs?
We can say GG's. We've had a
GGs?
solid sesh.
But we didn't
Yeah,
do
that was-
Trivia Murder Party 2.
Next time.
Carla, there might not be a next time.
There
Japan
will be a
changes
next
me.
time. No, it won't.
There has to be.
Hop on Arc.
That was fun. Hop on Arc. You're crazy.
You're crazy.
Hop on Gartic.
No, don't. You can't pull Gardic out like that at 11:30.
Okay, wait. You were the one that said
Gardic
it.
at 11:30.
Well, yeah, if I was prepared for it.
We could always play Dinkum.
Guys,
Dinkum.
boot up Pummel Party.
Party animals.
Guys, it was a pleasure, and I'll see you in a few days.
Bye, pals. Bye,
Okay.
That
I'll
was
catch you on the
fun.
flip.
Breakdance. See you in Japan. See you in
Guys,
Japan.
I appreciate you all very much.
Bye. Guys. What is this song? Why is Timbaland in my stream tunes? What the hell? Hello, Abby. Little arc cap. That's good though, because if I get a phone call, at least I can answer. Although I swear it didn't ring last time. I hate missing a call. Thank you, Ray. Guys, I feel like I haven't spoken to you in hours. Jesus, how are you? Vibe check? Vibe check. Are you good? What's the vibes? This could be my last stream before Japan. I don't know. It honestly kind of depends. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. And I doubt it will come to this, but just as a just in case, it depends how the vet goes tomorrow. Now again, I doubt it's not gonna be bad. I'm sure everything is fine, staying positive. But obviously on the off tiny chance that I have to stay in Australia and not go, then streams will return probably US Sunday. But then if everything's fine, then this might be my last stream. But I'll keep you updated in the Disky. I'm sure everything's gonna be fine. I'm not gonna make any rash decisions just yet, obviously. Yeah, that song being on the playlist was crazy. What the hell? Out of nowhere? Yeah. Look, I'm sure everything's gonna be fine. She is the GOAT of all time. She's such a good girl. But just the way she's been the last couple of days since I've been home, it's, yeah, just new behavior from her. So yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'm sure it's fine. Is Chris jumping on? Imagine. I don't know if he is. What's on right now? Buried City, Husk Graveyard. Wait, we need that. Don't we need that for thingy? Is that what that means? Is that the same? Thanks, Wheezy. She's just been a bit weird and vomiting more than usual. She does with food usually, but she's been very like, needy's not the right term, but she's kind of been attached to my hip in ways. She's usually a clingy cat, don't get me wrong. She's usually very clingy, but like, I don't know. This has just been a next level of clingy that I'm like, okay, what's up here? Like, yeah, I'm just gonna see. I'll have a little look-see. It'll be good to take her anyway. Again, I'm sure it's fine, but you know, yeah, you know when, yeah, no, I'm good, Abs. I'm just a little bit period. Honestly, it's mainly period, but I think because I'm so close to leaving and that like some things are being thrown my way, not a big deal, but it's like, especially as a planner, like not knowing what's happening, it's like, and I have my period. It's just my period. But it's funny. I'm gonna not cry, I'm fine. But like, it was funny, the first prompt of the day was like, what people are doing at college, like the college things, it was college party. And everyone voted, and it's true, I voted for myself, by the way. I'm not like, it's just funny. It was like crying in the bathroom, and I was like, that's too real today. That's too real. But it's not a bad thing, like everything's fine. But it made me laugh, because I was like, yeah, you win. You win this time. It was hilarious, because that's just me. Like, I'm not ashamed of that. Is this first wave husks here? Or do the husks? Are the husks the stuff on the ground that count as well? Thank you, Jamie. Like, I know, obviously, I haven't even told Chris, because I'm like, I don't want to, like, put it out there. But I know, like, it's just the worst. I'm obviously thinking worst case scenarios purely because it's a lot to plan. And I'm sure everything will be okay. I'm sure I'll message the Discord tomorrow and be like, guys, we're fine. But obviously, like, the worst case scenario is, number one, Mimi, you know, she's not well. 2, having to push back a trip. You know, I will still go on that trip at another time. It probably won't happen. But it's still, you have to think about it because it's so close. You know, if it was like 2 weeks out, I wouldn't be worrying. But because it's literally in a couple days, it's like, oh no. But I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. But it's good just to be honest with you guys rather than like honest in the fact that I'm like, okay, this is coming. This is like happening. Sure, it's fine. But so just so you know. Then me like coming out of nowhere being like, by the way. No, you're fine, Abs. You know what it is? It's literally, and it's not a bad thing at all. Like anyone could have done it. You know when you're fine, but someone goes, "Are you okay?" Again, not a bad thing to ask, but I'm such a pussy when it comes to that. I don't know why. Those words are just so, they hold so much weight that I could literally be in the best mood, but if I'm still a little bit emotional deep down and that, like someone says that, again, not a bad thing. It just breaks me every time, even though I'm feeling okay. You know, like it's like a secret password. It's like the safe word, but opposite. You know. I don't know if this first wave husk is a part of that, or if I should go to Hidden Bunker and get. Does Spaceport have a lot of husks, or is this better? Maybe I just do this. I don't know if they are included in the husks or not. I don't know if it's included. Well, I was. Yeah, it's fine. I've never been ashamed of being a crier. I literally can't help it. I get it from my mum and my grandfather. They're both very emotional people, and I think it's a beautiful thing. But I also want to be able to control when I do it sometimes, because it can be very inconvenient. I don't like, there are certain points where I'm like, okay, I don't want to do this right now. But I'm not ashamed of it. It's just a thing. Okay, we'll see if we can get a little 1-2. Hiccup. I'll see if I can get some of these thingy bobs. 6 hours already. 3:30. I'll pee after this. Okay. So there should be more husks, right? Is this what we're doing here? Husk graveyard. I don't know where they are. What is that? Oh, it's a tree that hasn't loaded in. A shrub. Yeah, no, Tammy. Hope your phone's okay, bestie. Are you at workies? Oh, I know you said you're off, aren't you? Yeah, no, it's such a... I think it's a universal thing if you cry. Because I know some people totally respect it. Some people are like, yeah, I don't... Maybe it's because of meds or just how they are. So that wouldn't really, like, impact them. Valid. Loaf General. I read that as General Bang. Now I feel like bread. What the hell? Oh my god. Hello. Hello. Nice shot. There you go. Thank you. You can have a look if you need some stuff.
No, I'm good. You guys did all the work.
All right. Oh, I can't believe the ball. Yeah, Ev. The tone of voice. You're so true. How are you, by the way? With the head tip. Oh, God. No, so true. Or like they do the eyes. Like the compassion eyes. I'm like, don't do it. Don't do it. Because I am fine. I am. I'm just a little emotional. And that's fine. What the hell? Does that work? Oh, it does. 300 a pop. Okay. No! Eb, I'm sorry, doll. Or do you mean you are the shit? But I hope you feel better. You got this. I don't think that was a spotter. Aww. I would feel the exact same way, Eb. That's so valid. That's why I held off booking therapy for so long, because I was like, man, I'm gonna cry. But I'm like, you know what? I'm sure that's very normal. It's a very vulnerable place to be. I didn't know you get Rocketeers from there. I wonder if you can, even if you just search it, I wonder if that's enough. Yeah, see, so normal. But I totally, even though I know it's normal, it's valid that you still feel a little bit, you know. Sensitive. I totally get that. Oh, okay, right. That's fair. Which is what I pay her for. But still, I understand why you feel that way. Good night, Snail. I appreciate that. If I don't see you within the next couple of days, next stream will be from Japan. I'll make the executive decision tomorrow. Obviously, I'll just see how the vet is. I'm sure everything's fine, but I'll let you guys know. Does the search still work? I think so, right? Yeah, nice. Wonder how many's on here. True. True. You're right. Oh yeah, you're allowed to have feelings. Yes. Or another one that gets me is you have nothing to say sorry for, or you've done nothing wrong. Or thank you, Abs. I appreciate you. Have a good night. I'll see you soon. Eb, yeah. Yeah. I used to say sorry so much. I mean, I still do, but I've gotten much better. That... Or no, I used to say sorry too much and thank too much. Like back in the day, like Kenny, one of my longest mods and pals, would gift some biddies or some subbies. And I would thank him for that like 20 times. And he'd be like, if you thank me one more time, I'm going to be mad. Like, stop. You've already thanked me. That's great. Oops, sorry. Oop, I said sorry. It's in our DNA. Real. Real. Real, babe. I'm trying to see, I'm trying to find wave husks. And hopefully not die. Just gonna scooch right past you. That's funny. I can hear that. Did someone die, or was that a PvE fight?
Rocketeer husk, up there.
Oh. Right. Oh shit. Does it count if it's a Rocketeer then? Technically? Maybe not. Ooh, people are dying. I do have a defib with me. Can I help? Alright, everyone's alive. Norse? Oh, wait. That's funny. Yeah, it's interesting. Hey, when someone who usually tells you to stop apologizing apologizes and you're like, hang on. It's kind of funny. Like, someone will come in and go, sorry, I haven't been able to watch. And I'm like, why are you apologizing? Like, all good. But then I'm like, sorry. Like, girl. Hi, Art. How are you? Wait, not Chris and I still streaming together. That's so funny. Wait, who's doing the stream together thing? Chris, Whiskey, and I. I love stream together. Right, boys? Okay. Hopefully they heard that. If they didn't, that's embarrassing. Need more husks. That would go so good on a normal map. But husks are around normally though, aren't they? I don't know. I don't know. Are they around more often? The same amount, or is this more? Oh, maybe the same. Oh, Husk on Dam during the Husk Graveyard condition got me 3 stars. How many points is that? I have... not a lot. Are there husks on... normal maps? Nice. Maybe. Blue has a decent amount. Ooh. So we want to find. We wanted 2 times. Oh, that.
Go to that metro.
Oh, they've still called it. Okay, I should be fine. Hello. Hold the train. Yippee. Stunning. There's a howling one? What the hell? What the hell? The awoo emote is crazy. Okay. Oh, did I get that? Okay, what do we have? Blue gate. All right, guys. We do the Husk challenge on Locked Gate in 13 minutes. Thoughts? What could we also do in Hidden Bunker? Guys! Trials. We could definitely get way more fireballs. Maybe I load in and try and get fireballs in... Oh wait, I want to do that in Blue Gate as well. Not Locked Gate. Can I do anything? I'm doing that soon. Shredders, no. Leapers and Locked Gate. There might be Leapers. Honestly, I think I just do a little... I can definitely get 10k fireballs. Hi, Fungus. How are you, doll? I can definitely get fungus and I'll get wave husks as well. But what I'll do... Oh, did I need to do these too? Wait. And do 1 more hornet, 10 more wasps, 7 more spotters. Okay, what I'll do is I'll quickly go see Mimi. We'll do a Stella. A Stella mode. It was good. They were so fun. So fun as always. I actually really enjoyed Jackbox today. Not that I usually don't. But, you know sometimes Jackbox can kind of be like stale? Not today, gang. I enjoyed it. It was great. Because those are all new games I haven't played. Also, I just realized... Don't I have heaps of... Oh. No, it was good. It was good. Because usually there are some games where you're like, alright. But I really enjoyed it. Alright, we're going to do a little Stella run. And then we're going to do Locked Gate. I'll be back. Has your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider? Crazy. Yeah, honestly, like, you have to... I respect people who play it way more than I do. But that's why, like, I feel bad when sometimes people are like... Jackbox? And even though I don't play it a lot, I still really have to be in the mood for it. And it's not that we don't have great. Every time we have fun. Like, sometimes you just gotta... Hello? sometimes you just got to do it and then you end up having fun. But it's definitely a I have to be in the mood for it, personally, type of game. It's so clever, though. I still think it's super, super cool in general. Oh my god, I keep... Have your eyes adjust to the dark yet, Ryder? Same with Pummel Party. Oh, I don't want to fight this thing. Uh-oh. Oh, he's running. Okay, where was I? Oh, I need that. Have your eyes... yeah, they need to say more. Because I don't hate Shani. To be fair, Lance pisses me off too. To be fair. And I don't know why. Lance really bothers me, for real, for real. Aww. It's the, I hate him, he's so hot though. Really? Does he float your boat, Dill? Be honest. He says some questionable stuff though. What does he say? Something like, I've seen in your drawer, your bedside drawer or something. I don't know. He says something like, that makes no sense. I'm like, am I gonna get a bobcat again? Hold. Yellow or red? Go on. Gonna be blue. Yeah, okay. Go on, noises, guys. Okay, no noises, but a renegade and a van is not bad. Guys, if you didn't see it yesterday, I did one of those and I got 2 bobcats. I gave one to Chris and then I left. It was really nice. I'd even throw in some air freshener. Not that I can smell. He would be a smelly fuck. Sorry. Did they get everything here? Or did they loot it like me and miss some? Yeah. Tammy! Thank you. My alerts are delayed, but it will play. Were the biddies delayed? I don't think so. I think it's just resubs. Thank you for tier 3 though. 45? Tammy, I remember like it was yesterday. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Lake Titicaca.
There it is. It might. I might have to.
Hakuna.
Hopefully not.
Hi, Tatas.
replay an alert to fix it. Hopefully it doesn't repeat.
Tammy _RN
I'm so
just
sorry.
resubbed for 45 months. Carl's Maxwell.
I'll get ready.
Hakuna Matatas.
Okay, if we hear Lake Titicaca again, it's broken.
Lake Titicaca.
That's so random.
Hakuna.
That it's only resubs that do that.
Matatas. Lake Titi.
There we go.
Bitties? For me? Well,
What?
I never.
Why does it do that, but only for
Lake Titicaca.
resubs?
Akuna. My
Oh, actually,
tatas.
only
Does that help?
only Lake Titicaca repeats, right? Thank you, Tammy. Hey, you got 3 alerts. Also, Wheezy, thank you. Sorry, Tammy. I think it has to be a biddy alert to stop it, but it's okay. Don't stress about it because I just I replay a bid alert and it fixes.
I think this is one of these.
Evo, hello. Sarah, Sam, Chubby. Hi, guys.
Okay.
What are you doing? Thank you for the raid. What were you playing? We have a weird bug, guys. One of my alerts keeps playing over and over, and it's the worst alert to be repeated. But I have a workaround for now. I'm glad you didn't have to hear it. Cookie, good to see you as well. What's the hot goss? How are we? Hello? I don't like this. I have bad vibes. Wheezy. Worst is a weird way to say best. Okay. Expedition 33. I want to play that so bad. Hell yeah. Oh. It feels great. How was your birthday, by the way? What did you do for your birthday? Also, I've been meaning to ask you, because I feel like everyone's name has different thingamabobs. Is it Kylan or Keelan? Or neither? Because I keep going to shorten it with a nickname and I'm like, what? Is it Kai or Key? Fuck. You went to hospital? What do you mean? What do you mean? Huh? Wait, YOLO. Kylan? You know what's so funny? I would honestly still say Key for that. I say both. I say both. I'm the worst. You know why? Because I have American and Australian viewers sometimes, and they all have different vowels, and I just try to switch it up all the time, and then I just fuck it up. I'm really sorry. Like rhyme with Dylan? Kill. Oh no. What was my first pronunciation? Wait, tell me why you went to hospital first. Or if you want to, you don't have to. Then we can get into my vowels. Oh, some paperwork. Oh, okay. Okay, good. Different bowels? Different bowels. Yeah. Different bowels. We thought the Mean Girls was called Aaron because of the American accent. The guy... Oh, what's his name? It's not Aaron? Oh, wait, can we do the thing yet? Yes. Okay, let's go. Let's go and do Locke and get the graveyard task. It's October 3rd. Oh, Aaron Samuels. That's right. Okay. Yes. Porn. Guys, we were playing Storage Hunter, right? And I have a problem with these two words because both of them are the same to me. So people would come in and go, what is this like? And I'm like, oh, you know, like porn stars, like pawn shops? And everyone's like, Carly, you're saying porn. I'm like, yes, porn. But it's because I say, like, I don't say porn or like porn. You know, it's porn and porn. Porn. It's both porn for me. And everyone was like, Carla, please. Like, This is awful. Please stop. But I don't care. Because it's all porn to me. Take me as I am. Baron cleaning?
Do any raiders survive on the forest? Some thugs have triggered the emergency shutdown, which can only be bad news. Find the key cards to override the protocol, so we can uncover whatever it is that can't stand the light of day.
What? Porn. Porn. What? Porn. What else? What other words do I say wrong? Did someone just add me as a friend? Anyway. I have no shame. But I am a little bit stinky sometimes. Not in a bad way. I just am, my vowels are so wrong. Porn. Porn. Porn shop. Porn. Porn shop. Porn. I'm gonna sit back and get a hot cocoa and watch some porn. If it feels right, it's right. True. Yoo-hoo! Bada bing, bada boom, porn. 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 Look, I'm not ashamed, but it's just a part of me. Are you doing trials as well? Or the gate? Oh, okay. Never mind. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Oh, the caption. Very rarely cast, and only in certain areas. I would say no, but then sometimes people will come out aloud and be like, oh, actually, and that's fair. But, like, generally, no. Not really. Yoo-hoo! Big summer blowout! Ludial. I can't say a lot of words. I would say it stems from when I had a really bad stutter growing up. Because what I would do is if there was a word that I knew I was going to stutter on, I would think of a similar word that doesn't make me stutter. So I'd always be changing out my words to accommodate not stuttering. Wow, we're doing it. Also, I say new. My sister always used to give me crap for it. I'm not ashamed of it. I don't really say new. I say new. But I've always done that. Yeah, what is it? Ask away. Whoa, there are so many husks over here. Holy shit. I'm doing it. Whoa, look at me go. Friday the 13th! So the seasons are flipped. Are you out of school during summer your time or summer our time? So we're out of school usually, and again, this is me. I've been out of school for a little bit, so I might be wrong here. But during the Christmas period, it's summer. So kids usually have like, is it 3 or 4 weeks off? So they finish in the middle of December and they come back end of January, start of Feb. I think, again, I've been out of school for 13 years, so I don't honestly remember. And then we have semesters, trimesters. So every 10 weeks, I think we would have 2 weeks off or 1 week off. But the end of year, Christmas for us is cold. I mean hot, sorry. So technically they would have a big break during summer. Yeah, we start in Feb. Yeah. And every 10 weeks, I think there's 4, is it trimesters? 3, 4? I don't know. From memory, 3 to 4 semesters or trimesters, whatever. And 10 weeks per. I think. 4 terms, 8 to 10 weeks a term. And then you'd have like a mini break. So I guess we'd have mini breaks with every season. But our big break is summer. Of course. There we go. See, Jaren, I remember some things. Where I went to school and majority of Oz wear uniforms. But we would have a thing called Mufti Days, and you would bring a gold coin donation. And you would wear whatever you want. Obviously, normal clothes, nothing crazy. Yeah, there you go. Whoa. Is it actually 6 weeks? God, what did I do on my break? Probably just played PS2 and made YouTube videos. If I don't spot a husk thing, guys, yell at me. There's some around here, aren't there? Mufti Days. Looking back, I mean, I would rather eat dirt than go back to school, but technically they weren't long days. But how long did the days feel back then? Cats, real. We had so much time. Now I feel like time's running out. Yeah, it felt so long, especially in summer. Because I went to a public school, and there's nothing wrong with public schools. But my school was very old. And the fans, I'm not kidding, spun like this on high. And it was one fan a room. And it was just old brick, and it was just so hot. Until we had like some government assistance. And they rebuilt our science lab, so everyone took on science just to get the aircon. West. So, or technically, so I did 0 to 7, well, kindergarten to year 3 in Ulladulla. And then random ass moved to Campbelltown when I was 7. And I went to school around Lamia, Western Sydney. So I was out west. Yeah, Portal's no fan. Oh my god. Jeffy. Yeah, how random is that? I know. I've also lived in Coffs Harbour. I had a really... I lived a lot of places. From ages 0 to... Honestly, 0 baby to 7 years, I had lived in so many places. Yeah, Cammy, love South Coast. Love. Actually delectable. Oh my god, Jaren, that's quite nice though. I like that. Yeehaw! I know, art. Real. Real. And then, I feel like uni was more intense than school because it was, I'm pretty sure, God, I don't really remember. But I did a 5-day a week thing. And the hours were pretty long. Yeah. It is nice. It was like anytime I'm around, I'm not. You know what? I wouldn't say I'm a very beachy gal. But anytime I'm at the beach, I'm like, oh, I do like this. Is that a wasp? Byron Bay, wow. Yeah, I do want to move out of is it called, wait, far? What's it when you're really out west? What is that called? I don't know. I'm really out west, so I'm far from everything. So I would like to move maybe inner west, at least. Or, I don't know. Because it's just so far for me to get anywhere, you know? Yeah, that's fair, Jill. That's fair. I think it's like human nature sometimes, right? Hello. Hi, Killer. I'm here. I feel like I'm missing husks. Uh-oh. Great. Does this count as a husk? I don't think so. No. Oh! Does it? Still, I think the most touristy things were Ripley's, even though I did that. But I haven't been for 13 years, so it was kind of like, oh my god, going back. I think Ripley's and the theme parks was the most touristy stuff we did. And then we just went to the beach. Yeah, I think that's pretty much, that's the vibe. The one-way mirror, guys, it's so like, Ripley's is so shit but good, you know? It's so, and I mean that with so much love. And you know what I mean if you've been there. It's shit house. But it's the vibe. You go for the vibe, there's some interesting stuff, you have a giggle. But when you, when you go back, it's the way. And you know what's the funniest part? The guy was trying to upsell our tickets. They were like, all right, we have 2 new things. We have a 7D experience, first of all. 7D. That's too many Ds. You know you're overdoing it. And we have the wacky mirror maze. And all of it total, 8 million worth of ducks. That's crazy. I'm fine though. Thank you though. Enjoy your ducks. I'll take the $40 though. I'm joking. And he was really trying to upsell, and I could tell we both didn't want to do any of it. We just wanted to go inside the thing. And then we ended up, they're like, you know what? Let's do Ripley's and the mirror maze. Like, fuck it. Like, because the mirror maze will take some cool pics. I'm like, okay. You know. The greatest part about Ripley's, though, is when you walk down the stairs, there's the keyboard sounds, the piano sounds. That was fun. Dylan, so what do you get at a night at Dracula's? Because we were going to do it, and I thought, I literally said, is it like Ripley's? Because we probably should, like, just save money and not do that. I have no idea what's actually in it. Dinner and a show? Is that where we coined the term? I'm joking. Oh. What type of show is it? Ah! God, that happened in slow motion. Sorry. I thought it was a husk. That scared me. Dinner and a show. I didn't mind. Here's the thing. And I'm curious, because from what I've heard, my locals have gone, oh girl. Would you say the area that Australia Fair is in is rough still? I did it again. Oh. Oh, that's fun. And random? I'm thriving out here. I wonder what counts. I swear the other husk counted. The smaller ones. On disarm one. Okay, alright, I can't disarm. It must be quick. Oh my god, Jeffy! That's so you! Of course you said that. That's so oh, that's so funny. At 11, yeah. No, that makes sense. That's so funny. Oh, Dill. It was like... Listen, I have lived in rough areas, so I'm not judging. But our experience on a Wednesday on the main street we were walking down, we were like, did we stumble upon the rough part of town? Like, it was a vibe. I was like, my friend is a works for law enforcement, and they were like, yeah, it can be pretty rough sometimes. 3,000! I want more! I actually stayed in Broad Beach for a couple of days. Yeah, that's where we were. We're at Pacific Fair. Guys, there was this, I was very impressed. I do love some Korean barbecue. Alright. This place, it was, I guess, standard price. But hot pot was included. And the dessert bar was because sometimes you have Korean barbecue and the dessert area isn't the strongest. Of course, it's Korean barbecue. It's fine. But the dessert was sick. It was actually really good. I was so stuffed. Oh, really? In Pacific Fair, Jeffy. Yeah, I forget what it was called. I don't know. Is that what you're talking about, Dill? The one in Pacific Fair? It's on the, it's on the corner of the entrance. Oh, Jeffy, how good's the dessert there? Oh, the bloody sunnies. Should have asked about them. Does that count as a husk or a probe? Probably not, but I'm gonna try anyway. Yeah, it's nice. I was surprised. I did the widest thing though. They had this section where I'm guessing it was for kids or people who don't really like Korean barbecue but maybe have come along with their friends. I don't know. Because they had like pizza, pasta, all that jazz. No, I didn't ask for a fork. I love my chopsticks. But they had this pasta out that actually looked really nice. So I had like all my Korean stuff. And then I felt like a dickhead. But honestly, it doesn't matter because just eat whatever. It's okay. But I was like, oh my god, no one is touching this pasta, obviously. And it was actually really good pasta. I tried it. It was actually like delish. Eat your pasta, girl. Hey, it's included. I may as well get the money's worth, you know? Or get his money's worth, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's good they cater to everyone, especially if you take your kids or people who have dietary restrictions. It's nice that everyone can eat. It was actually really good Alfredo. Alright, I think I've gotten... Is that 3 stars, technically? Guys, I feel like there should be more. Am I wrong? I ate the best pizza there, too. Oh my god, it was so good. Like, I honestly want to go back to the Gold Coast just to have the pizza again. It wasn't anything, It wasn't anything fancy either.
Head home at the cliffside air shaft.
But it was so good. A discount? What the hell? You're sweet. Honestly, we kind of stumbled our way. Well, actually, I didn't do shit. They planned it all. Because I had no idea where we were going. And then it was so funny. Because I had, like, an idea, but I didn't think it was happening. And we went out with some of his friends the night before, and 2 people accidentally ruined it. But, like, I played it off because I didn't want... I wanted to play it off because I didn't want... I was just, like, playing dumb because I'm not going to, like, make people feel bad. But one of them were like, oh, I heard you're going to the Gold Coast. And I was like, oh. No, like, what are you talking about? And then they actually were very quick on their feet. Like, oh, wait, I'm getting people mixed up. Sorry. Blah, blah, blah's going to the Gold Coast. I was like, oh, right, got you. And then when we were saying goodbye, someone else was like, all right, well, enjoy the Gold Coast. It was so funny. It's easy to do. It was hilarious. But, anywho. Yeah, because I didn't, not that it matters, but I wanted the surprise to still feel like a surprise because they were trying for so long to hide it. I had like an inkling, but I'm still not gonna admit it because I want them to feel like they achieved the surprise. But it was hilarious. Yes. 3-6. No, it was very nice. I've never had something, well, actually so much planned for me. It's fun as the planner experiencing that. Even though sometimes you're like, I don't know what we're doing. It's still really fun to be like, oh, yippee. It's their birthday while I'm in Japan. No. It's okay. We do something when we come back. I know, Cammy. I was like, no, I'll come back. Hello. Oh, weird. Sam, why does that do that? Yeah, I felt bad, Cammy, but they're like, it's not a milestone. Like, I would rather you enjoy your time in Japan and we celebrate when you get back. But I'm such a, like, I'm such a birthday girl that I'm like, no, I feel bad. And he's like, no. Please, like, it's not a milestone birthday. Please don't. But I still feel bad. Because, you know. Yeah. No, Sam, you know what it is? I think it's something to do with OBS, because what happened was... it happened to someone. Yeah, I think I care more than he does, and not in a bad way too. He really wants me to enjoy Japan. What's this? Hand signals. Oh my god! M crossing all my fingers and toes for you. That's my goat. That's my absolute goat. Is that a bug? Yes. So he did suggest that as a joke, and I was like, oh, they'd love that. It was so much funnier. And he's like, no, I'm not. Anyway, what was I saying before? Hold. Oh yeah, Sam. So something happened where a few streamers, including myself, something reset OBS settings, and the only way we found out about it is all our bit rates were pushed down to 2000, which means our stream quality is just blurry, basically. Like, it's fine, but it's not the highest quality. And I didn't know that. I saw someone else complaining about it. I checked my settings, and I saw that I was reset to 2000 bitrate. For context, I'm usually at around 12,000 bitrate. I don't need to be, but I am. So I think it's reset another setting for me that goes straight to 1440 and skips the 1080p. I don't know what setting it is. I'll figure it out. Thank you for reminding me. So I think OBS did like a reset for some people and just changed all our settings. At least that's what I'm assuming. Is that one of the new blueprints? Free version supports more shield types and comes with an extra space for grenades. I'm guessing that's not the new one, right? Still, I'm not too sure about that. Maybe. But I've always had, for the last, like, we'll say 5 years. I've always had every option. And then recently, it's given us, oh, Safekeeper, okay. And then, recently, when it changed, it struck me up to 1440 but no 1080. But I used to have, like, 720, 1080, 1440. I used to have all of them, no matter what I streamed. There's a setting in the OBS. It did a reset. It's so silly. Is the one, oh, I want to get Safekeeper. Yeah, I want to find it. Yeah, but Dill, honestly, there might be something to that as well. But I haven't changed anything for years, so it's so weird that it, I don't know. Yippee! I don't know. Oh, I didn't have that learned? Cool. Not that it matters, because I'm gonna... Reminder. Okay, I think I'm gonna go back in and try and get that new blueprint. For a laugh. Eric, hello Joe. How are you? Yeah, that lets you put anything in it and a fixed defib. That's called oh shit. That's sick. What the hell? Hello? I'm interested. I'm hungry. Oh, I'm hungry. Mia was so, by the way, I was trying to take a photo of it. She was genuinely spooning me at one point. but like up here. Like cuddling into me. It was, she's never done that before in that spot. Where am I? Oh, I'm so far. Let's try. Oh, actually, I'm not. Compared to thingy. I've been further. Let's try. Eric, amazing. Stunning to hear. He had a little cat spooning. Hello, Raider. Oh, they're doing that. Nice. I want to breach so bad. Go away. Oh, I missed it. Sorry. Who stole my shots? Ask me anything. It's really hard to do. You wish you could miss all your shots like me. You wish. Oh god. Amazing. Alright. 7th watch! I haven't even started mine yet. Hell yeah. How is it going? Is it actually 7th or is that like an exaggeration? Because that's hot. Does that mean someone's here? Do they zipline? Damn it. I think they've already done it. It's not open yet. I've never seen it not opened. What? Is that new? What does that mean? Hello? I'm in Lockgate, but that doesn't count as Lockgate, right? It doesn't open in Lockgate at all? Oh. Does it open when the gates open? Or not at all? Oh no. But when the main gate is open, do these open? Or not at all? Doesn't open at all. That's great. What? Can I get... Oh. What? Alright, time to go to Lockgate. Oh, didn't I want to do fireballs anyway? Okay.
Let's go to that location.
Girl. Well, I didn't realize that. Just open it when the gate's open. Mummy needs this. Alright. Can I get to there through the lock gate? When this opens? Sparkly. I know. That's what I've heard. Have I gone there from here before, Dill? I'm gonna be that guy, guys. I'm waiting. I'm gonna let them do it. Hi, Commander. How are you? Hello. EP, real. Real. So I can make my way to there from the lock gate. To pop puss in Japan? Totally. Totally. Guys, they better do this. How many times have I done the lock gate? They need to do it for me this time. Sparkly, yes. So probably not IRL unless I get a SIM card with good data and I, you know, do a little one. But I'm definitely thinking about ripping some packs from inside the Airbnb and just like recapping our day. Those elevators are always open besides... Oh. Get me the hell in. But I am also making a vlog, yes. Hello, can you do the locked gate, guys? Yeah, so I'm gonna try and stream, even just like little catch-up streams inside the Airbnb, us talking crap, talking about our days, all that jazz. Guys, are they gonna open the gate? Someone else is here. Ah, oh, so good, Commander. So good. Like, look, if the Wi-Fi doesn't end up being enough or I just don't end up doing it, that's fine, but I will try. Yeah. I could tell some stories. Real. Guys, no one's doing it. Do I really have to do it? Look, we're all waiting up there. Still, we did it so much quicker. We were in by now. Just woman things. We get things done. Why are you fighting arcs? Put the keys in, guys. Put the keys in. Commander, I'm in. I was locked out on my phone. So I got home, opened Discord, and I was like, I think I just got to scan a QR code. I actually haven't done it still, but because I have access to my computer. But I didn't realize Discord is harder to get into than my bank. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. What's bro doing? Oh. Regardless, because I'm going to be posting on the gram a lot and in Discord a lot. So like worst case, we're still going to be connected. Best case, Bro's just having a fun time. Best case, vlog, couple streams, Instagram, Discord. What, Sierra? Huh? I'll post some pickies in the Discord. Wait, the pink? Thanks. Oh my god, Commander. Wait, no, you haven't been to the gym. Yo. Hello. They sound 8. Hello. Come on, bubblegum pussy pink. Do I still have to... Do I have to do the gate? I think I have to. Well, this was gone. Reinforced reception was gone. I swear I saw someone going to Pilgrims earlier.
Let's go to Raiders Refuge.
I guess I could go to Raiders. Guys, any bet, it will go and it'll open and I'll be like, okay. Oh, at first, okay, I didn't need this, so. Guys, I feel like pasta. Pasta. People have been here. Guys. Did they hide it in here or something? Betraying someone on the platform you're just on, he goes to finish him, ends up sliding off the platform. Yes! Take that. Imagine if it's in here and they just left it. I think someone left with it. There's no way. There's no way people have just been chilling for I have to go. There's no way. There's no shot. They left with it. Karma's real. Yeah, it sucks. Sierra, why don't we do it? We tried to do it. How long is Locked Gate in for? I don't want to be that guy. 15 more minutes? Can I get codes in 15 if I log in and... Oh, that's so naughty. No, I can't do that, guys. I can't. Wait for me! I'm nearly there.
Wait for me, please.
Please wait for us.
Almost there.
Hold it. Hold.
Thank you.
Okay, go for it.
All right, here we go.
Yippee! Ooh, how's Overwatch, Leah? Also, I say this every, I think, 5 business days, Sierra, but anytime you're in chat, in my head, I go, Sierra! This beat is automatic, supersonic, hypnotic, funky, fresh. And I'll tell you that every few streams, but it's gotta get that out. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. I am going to I'm either gonna take some for myself or I will just do the lock gate. You know, if it works out that I'm taking some, I'll take some. If I can at least have a go in the gate, that's really good too. Alright, I gotta try some Overwatch. Also, I'm really craving pasta. You know what would be so good? Although Alfredo kind of turns out arse these days, but how good would like pasta be and like roast chicken in it? Oh. But more specifically, a Woolies roast chook. Lots of pepper. Sierra, I know. He actually wanted me to play the other day, and I was like, nah. But I didn't realize it was an update. Roast history chicken. Wait, Peter, that's funny. What did that guy say on the phone the other day? Oh, he's like, call me peanut butter and jealous. I was like, you sound like a theater kid, and I mean that in the nicest way possible. Does Ancient Font have one?
Let's go to the fort.
Yeah, it's so good. He was very lovely. Roast my willy? What? Does Ancient Fort have one? It's this one, maybe in reinforce. Oh, so 1, 2, 3. Oh, maybe it is actually. It is. I know, I've never heard that, and it was so funny because he was really like proud of it too. As he should be. He was so sweet. I love people who, and I get it. Sometimes your job can be AIDS and you don't really want to give anything. Not judging. Been there. But he was really giving it his all. He was so wholesome. Show me the money, babe. Show me the money. Oh, weird. What? Where is it? Can it be in here? Yes. What was that? Dude. What? Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Can I have some peace? And I'm missing every shot. I don't deserve peace at this point. I'm out. No, stop it. Stop it. Okay. Anyway. Oh my god, Cammy. Fuck off. Are you having a laugh? Please, Carla, hit your shots. I'm really over it. Fuck off! What's going on? I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I feel bullied. I feel bullied. I literally feel like how I felt growing up with my big sister bullying me, who was 8 years older than me. That's how that felt. That triggered me. All right, we're back. Oh my god. We're back. Jesus Christ. The tick said, hey, fuck you, bitch. All right, let's go to Raiders Refuge. Back! Bestie! Little sneaky stream doll. You thought you could get away with that. I had a feeling in me. Oh. How was your stream? Were you doing Final Fantasy? Back! My god! How was it? Hi guys! We are in a Raiders chokehold. Hold, rather. And here we are. Just being a little silly sausage. Whole chokehold this. Cute. Guys, we love Beck. Beck is literally one of my longest mods and pals from Twitch. I cannot stress this enough. My absolute goat. Hole. Hole. Yippee! Oh. I think they would have done it by now, right? Unless they're waiting for me. Ooh, let's see. Beck, I really got to stop being into Arc Raiders. But I can't. But I really do. When I'm back from Japan, guys, and I'm in my usual schedule, I promise you, we will be doing more variety. I'm still going to be doing Arc Raiders maybe as a cap. Or when I do special days with Chris. But we gotta bring some Sims back. And I'm saying that, not in a bad way, Beck, because I know you love that I love it. But I'm saying that just in general because we need to bring back variety. I do miss it. But I also love this game. So it's not gonna go. Variety is real. Exactly. Guys, this game hates me. Hello. Hello. I'm assuming someone has found everything. Do you reckon they have? Surely. Maybe they're waiting for me. And I can save the day. Beep, beep, beep. No, someone's left with them already.
Let's go to the warehouse.
Let's go. Beep, 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 beep. We're not having good luck with this. Oh no. Oh no. I too am going to die. I'm so dead. Oh. I dropped my defib. Guys! I dropped a defib on the ground. Can you please res me? Somewhere here. My hero. I dropped a defib near me. You got this, brother. I believe. Yep. Yep. Stunning. Stunning. I did drop a defib in the bush somewhere here. I don't know where it is before I died. Oh my god, yes, I did in time. That's amazing. You are my goat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Raider.
No, thank you. Amazing. The only issue is I don't have shields. Mud cake! Yum! I want it. What? Oh my god. I'll run home. Beck, I don't know how much. Almost 7.5 hours. I guess I could keep streaming if I eat dinner on stream. Oh, it's over here. On the off chance I'm not here when you get back, I love you. Thank you for the raid. Get your mud cake.
Sick. That's the last one we need.
Oh wait, what do we need?
Reinforced reception key.
Oh, nice. I was just coming with a fort key, but I guess we've already done it. He sounded like a teddy bear. Moat. Sierra, so this is likely the last stream, but if anything changes, you will be notified on Discord or you'll just see me live. I really don't think anything bad will happen. I'm just giving you guys a heads up with the vet and everything that there is a tiny chance I'll end up having to be like, all right, this sucks. I have to stay in Australia with Mimi. I'm streaming now. Like, obviously not crazy, but I'll still be around. So, but that's unlikely. So I guess today, yes, unless something happens tomorrow. Thank you guys. Hello, good sir. Do you happen to have a spare shield by chance?
A spare what?
Yeah, only if you have like an extra shield, like a shield recharger thing.
Ah, yes. I have 4 spares.
Oh my god, thank you. Yippee!
I did not like the sound of that.
What happened? What was it?
Someone cut some gun jets.
Oh.
Very nice. Sorry. Watch out. There's a lot of fun.
We're in this together. Oh, juicy. Nice. Yeah, what the hell? Gave me 4 shield recharges? Oh, I might get fireballs. I should go back down there. Oh my god! Yes, survival. Proud of you. My goat? Whoa, mama. Okay. Lock in. Charlie, lock in. How are you, doll? Charlie. Wait, did you wake up randomly again? Oh. Not ideal, boys. Not ideal. Really? That's my goat. Why am I still on fire? The hell? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Oh. I need a shield so bad. Like an extra, a spare, normal guy. Oh. Oh, what's happening to your bathroom? Or is it more so like... Me? Yes, where are you? I'm here, I think. Oh, there you go.
Can you pick these up off the thing?
Let's see. I've always been bugged with these. Let me...
It's bugged for me right now. You can't pick it up?
No. Sorry.
Oh, God, dude, that sucks.
Can anyone pick up a battery? Can you try and pick up the battery?
Can you pick these up?
Does it let you?
This thing, nah.
What?
Scam, dude. That's crazy.
Oh, I need like do you have a spare light shield by chance? I doubt it, but... What? Are you kidding? Thank you so much. What? The hell? Oh my god, thank you.
Do you need a Tina blueprint?
Bettina, I think I have that one. Thank you though. I'll double check, but yeah, I have that one. You want to grab it back?
So good.
Alright.
See if I get enough. Give this up.
This guy had a spare light shield. Are you kidding me? What the hell's going on? Oh. Thank you, Shelton, though. No, that's okay. I appreciate it. Because I would have forgotten that anyway. Got you, Charlie. Okay. How is living solo, though? Are you enjoying it?
Hey there.
Hello. My arch nemesis, the tick. I need me an Aussie man with a cute stash.
Hey dude, can you pick up batteries down here? Batteries? Yeah, down the bottom. Can you pick them up?
If I wake up and my wash basket is full, no, literally. I know that feeling. I should probably just lock in and do I even have winter clothes? Did it work? Down here. Yippee! Woo! If you want to drop them, I can pick it up and then you can go back and get the other one.
I've got 3.
Oh, it's 3 all we need. Oh, nice. Yeah, thanks, lads. Thanks for carrying it. Yep. Come this way. This way. Yep. Just put them in here, lads. Thanks. Yep. My big, strong boys. No, put them in. Put them in here. Stunning. Whack it open. Yippee! Okay, if I find one, all yours.
Yeah. I love that there was like, I'm not going to the gun chest. I've not been there. It's terrible there. It's supposed to be good loot.
Yeah, I feel like I never get good stuff in here.
Yeah, but even like the locked gate, there's nothing. I haven't got.
True.
It's terrible. Last time I got like one cat BP and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Who needed the blueprints?
Processes of it, like.
Who needed the blueprint? Show yourself. No one? Alright. So true. Are you doing the expedition?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Whack it open is wild, true.
Alright. I'm gonna run through to the other side if anyone wants to come for a run.
Yeah, alright. Come on, boys. Mummy and Daddy are going to the other side. Follow us.
Come on.
Why do I just talk? Why do I open my mouth? Sorry.
I know, I'm lost.
I too am lost. Oh, okay.
Come on, children.
I'm coming!
Mom, I'm hungry.
Oh, feed yourself, you dickhead. There's tuna casserole in the fridge. Oh, grow up! Be grateful for what you have.
You think 9/11 was bad?
Girl. Too soon. Too soon. The way everyone got silent after that comment. Everyone went. Great. 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 Zero, it's so universal. And it, you know what's the funny part about it is everyone does the same thing, and it's it's the same reaction every time. It's you know. It just the reaction every time I'm the same. I'm just like, oh, like yeah, exactly, Jaren. Duh.
Ever since my first.
I'm a cringe reactor. I like, oh my god. Speaking of cringe, I want a breach. I would like to breach something really bad. I want to hear noises. Ooh, a defib.
Well, you guys know anywhere else? Well, I usually run to.
I just keep running down the halls. To be cringe is to be free.
So bad, dude. It's shocking.
Sometimes the car hoods actually have juice. Don't sleep on the car hoods.
Yeah, okay.
I swear. So many blueprints in there. I want to breach so bad. Breach! Oh no, it's not. Damn. Fuck. Got excited. No, seriously, that's me. Damn it. I want to hear the noise. I don't even want the loot. I want to hear the happy noise. Light bulb. Car hood, car hood, car hood. Back to the start we go. Anything under here from mommy? Guys, where's... Okay, ready? Watch this. Watch this. Blueprint. Right here. Damn it, that would have been really cool if that worked. What? I know. Guys, I don't realize how thick the Aussie accent can be sometimes until I'm in an ARC Australian lobby. Like, even I hear it myself too, but he just said shopping center, but what we do sometimes is we go shopping center. There's no T anymore, and I'm like, yeah, okay. What does she say? Raw, I say a lot of things. Check this out, guys. Blueprint. Right here. Sorry. Shopping center? Did they go under here? Guys, watch this. I don't think you can get blueprints in here, right? We just guessed what you're saying. Yeah, true. Honestly, don't even blame ya. You can? Oh. Basically, this is way cute. My God, you're greasy. I was about to be like, don't be a pussy, and then I was like, girl, you don't know these men. I kind of want to give my bloody nothing.
What that kid say to me? Hey mate, friendly? Hey mate, no, I'm not friendly. He said I'm not friendly.
Wait, was that real or was that a voice changer? Oh, cute. I thought it was a voice changer.
No. It's his father.
Oh, cute. Oh, that's cute. No, one shot. Give him one shot. I'll stand here. Give him one shot. He can have one free shot in game.
He's like, kills us both.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dad.
It was a voice changer, you idiots.
No, I'm gonna hear him talking in the background.
Imagine though. Imagine it was all a ruse. Wait, please tell me he's moving the remote.
Gonna lose all my oil.
I hate to be encouraging this, but I really want him to shoot me. This is crazy. Oh my god, do it. Go on, one free shot. Just one.
Don't do it, kid. You never come back from it. Don't do it. You never come back.
Ah! No, that was good. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Sorry, I overreacted. That was really nice. That was really good.
It wasn't even the kid. It was just the dad.
Yeah, he just wanted to take out, blow some steam. Perfect. Ooh.
Let's get out of here, I guess. Man.
Alright.
All my keys and I got nothing. It's nuts. There's a secret passage.
An arc orbiter.
To the children.
You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
I wasn't even meant to stay in this lobby for long. Then I ended up making friends and one as a child. Probably scared the. No, you know what? I'm gonna hope that the kid went. Good. I enjoyed that, Dad. That was really nice. Sounds like a nice lady.
Yo, what's up, dude, down there?
Oh, Wolfpack, nice.
Open the beer outside, so be careful.
I love that. I think the dad has had run-ins before. The fact that the son was like, shoot him, man, shoot him. Excellent. I reckon his dad likes PvP. Oh. Not good. How many players does it take to shoot down a spotter? 3. Run!
I don't have any more you funds. I smoke though. Come over here.
You have to put the bullet. I know, I'm so bad.
Smoke it.
Smoking it works? I don't know where the child is. Oh, there they are. Beautiful.
That's not where the child is.
We're a team.
Oh, is the dad here? Yo, dude. You can loot. See these ones here?
They count as husks, don't they?
Yeah, those will be the husks as well that you can.
Nice. Bloody nice.
Alright, so you don't need to just.
Yeah, but shit talk is fun, Raw, because we all suck sometimes. Sometimes you think, Like, there are some ways, at times I'm like, what the hell? I'm amazing. And then other times I'm like, why am I missing this shot? No, Raw, that's what I'm saying. If anything, it's a talent, I think.
Oh, my legs.
But her aim is getting better. Aww. That sounded like a joke at first. But I was like, wait, I think you're serious. But I was like, I don't know what the punchline is. I think that's a serious comment. Oh. Is the joke... Wait. Sorry, I get it. I honestly thought you were talking about you guys playing games together. And then I was like, wait, that would be a funny joke. It was a joke. Oh. Guys, so my headspace is weird at the moment. And if you missed it, at the start of stream, I was playing DBD with Gran. And I died. But it went to the end screen pretty quick. And I was like, oh, did the killer DC? And Gran was like, no, you literally died. We all here.
Yeah.
Amazing. Bye. Bye, Dad. Bye, little child. Ta-ta. But her aim is bad. Right. Oh, shit. Charlie, wait. That sounds really nice. Mama like. Sorry. Yourself, Rattler. That's so funny. Guys, I died so much. Sierra, I'll watch some... I don't watch a lot at the moment. Back in the day, and then sometimes now, I'll watch Friends. But they could be part of me playing anything and I'll watch. But honestly, in my heyday, when I was playing DBD like 10 hours a day, yeah, I would watch it consistently. I would get excited when my friend would stream at night because I would watch him stream, play Killer. He doesn't stream anymore. Those were the days. So no one told you life was gonna be this way. Bye, little child. Sometimes you gotta meet a child in Ark and let them take a shot. You know? Oh, the milkman. I want to accept him, but I don't want to duo. I don't feel like small talking right now, but I will accept him. I will. I'm going to learn and consume. I will accept him though. He was very nice. What are we doing here? No, oh yeah. No one told you life was gonna be this way. Oh, level 3. Oh, Surveyor Vaults. I needed those. Shoot. Damn it. Yeah, no, Sierra, that's so fair. Yeah. I still like streaming DBD to this day, and then if someone that I enjoy watching is playing DBD, I'm very excited to watch them too. So, yeah, I totally get that. I love a good watch. I love playing DBD off stream too with friends, especially if you're on comms, because you can coordinate really well. Like, you know they're going for the save, so you can push the gen, you know? That's the funnest part about it, when DBD gets strategic. Because it's still a party game and it's still fun, but you can get so... games are so different when you're on comms and you're taking it seriously. Like, Granny and I don't take it seriously, so the games are bad all the time. But if you're like, alright, let's get a 4-man out. Or let's get a 3-man out. Comms, you know, talking about what perks you're bringing in, calling out where the killer is. Oh, it's a different game. This is why I love the NFL. There you go. Yeah, Comm DBD is another level. Oh my god. Yeah, no, for sure. That's why I was saying to you guys a couple streams ago, I love being variety, and I'm very, very privileged to be a variety streamer. I don't regret it at all, but I low-key do miss being so in love with DBD and unlocking things that I was playing it every day. Like, I was a DBD main. Some of you remember, if you weren't here during that, I used to play DBD every day. I was a DBD only streamer for years. And I do miss it in a way, because it was just, you know what you were doing every day, and you know, it was so much fun. But also, I couldn't do that now. Back in the day. I know. That was 2019, 2020, 2021 peak Carla. But yeah, I do miss it. I do, like, my goal, no, Charlie, real. Back in the day, 2024. No, what I would love to do when I'm back from Japan is I want to have 1 day a week simulations, a DBD stream, and then the rest Raiders or whatever I want to play. Thank you, Mix. What the hell? Guys. Hello. Sorry, my alerts are delayed. I have no idea why. Some alerts are delayed, some aren't. The raid alert will play. There it is. I don't know what's going on. Thank you. Welcome in, guys. We just had a really wholesome Ark round.
Okay.
Were you playing Ark too? What were you doing? Hello. Yeah, how was Ark? Are you done? Are you ready with the expedition? Or weren't you ready way earlier? I swear you were... Oh, I didn't pick up that thing I needed. I said I. Hi, Arcane, how are you? That's not me. Are you doing the expedition? Or do you not give a crap? I somehow finished it. I have no idea. I just somehow did it. Oh, wait. Oh. I know what happened. I didn't do a D. I did mixed drunk. Sorry. Kingdom Hearts. So sorry. That makes so... I'm so sorry. That is so funny. You were like, hey, didn't play that. Not my name. Not my name. My bad. So sorry. How was Kingdom Hearts? My bad. Whoopsie doopsies. I have been... My brain isn't on today. And this is a good example. You know what it was, Mix? This is what it is. So when you spell a name wrong that isn't a user on Twitch or doesn't stream, it goes to the last... It goes to the last person who raided, or it goes to what I'm streaming. So sometimes it'll be like, I'll be playing Among Us, and then I'll do a shout out, and I'll get it wrong, and it'll be like, streaming Among Us, and I'm like, oh my god, me too, but it reverts to something. Yeah. It's very random. Yeah. Little fun fact. Although that's Stream Elements. I don't know if other chatbots do that, but I've noticed that's a sign. We're becoming men in Milan world. I can't believe every time I hear about Kingdom Hearts, like Granny will raid and she'll be playing. She's like, yeah, me and, was it Mickey or Donald? I don't know. She had this moment with one of the characters and I'm like, what? What the hell is Kingdom Hearts? I don't get it. I love it though. I love that it's like that. We hate Mickey in this house. Is Mickey a piece of shit? Bad City! Sorry. Fuck Michael Mouse. Real, babe. You speak on that. I'm honestly just getting shmoney at this point. Let's go. What do I have here? That's fine. Let's do it. The back in my day stuff made me pause. You know what's crazy though? I know it's silly when I say that, but I was talking about an error on my stream that was 6 years ago. And I have a lot of people, exactly Charlie, that have been here between 5 and 7 years. 4 and 7 years. Even 3, even like 2, bloody a year to whatever, however long, 7 years, 8 years. That's a long time. Like Eb, for example. I think Eb's been here for 5 years? Not to call out Eb. No, oh my god, it's even worse in the best way. No, yes, it's 5. Sorry, I thought it was 6. 5 years. Just a casual 5. I won't call out someone in chat right now, but soon they will be celebrating their 8th year in my channel. Isn't that crazy? 8. Yoo-hoo! I would rather have a slice of pizza with you. Watch out! Be careful.
Got it.
He's down. Monster kill. I'm a casual see, again, like, what the fuck? So many people have actually been with me for so long. It's crazy. Oh, Sierra, that's still cool, though. I like growing on people. Not, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but, like, I've had people who have been following for so long, and they're like, yeah, I've always liked your streams, but I've really enjoyed them, and now I chat. I'm like, okay, great. Like, it's cool when people get comfy or, I don't know. They become more active naturally. It's cute. I love growing. I mean, what? Don't get me started. 3 years. Isn't it crazy that I'm going into my 9th year streaming? This is my 9th year, guys. What do you mean? I'm Unk. I remember Chris, this was a couple years ago. I was doing like my anniversary stream. And he was like, oh, like you're pretty new on Twitch, aren't you? How long have you been streaming? And I said the amount and he's like, oh, what? The same amount as me? I'm like, yeah, I'm not new, bro. He thought I was like a 3-year Andy or 2-year Andy. Even that's not new. I think at the time he thought I'd been streaming like 2 years. He was like, oh yeah, you're like, cool. I'm like, what? I think at the time it was 6 or 7 years I said that.
Love it.
Hello. Hi, Hornet. No, I get it, Sierra. No, I really do. I really do. I mean, I'm the same with some chats as well. I've literally, started to watch Friends that I watch, like, lurk a lot now, a couple years ago. Someone been here? Oh. Laurie, hello, by the way. Sorry for my late response. I did have a nice birthday. We did it. Thank you. I can't believe it's been and gone. Yeah, Among Us, Dinky, isn't that crazy? And you know what's funny? It's funny about, like, the... What do you call it? And one thing leads to another thing. Oh my god, Alori, nice! How you enjoying it? You having fun? Butterfly effect. Yeah, I think so. Because how I met everyone in Neat Dude was actually through Granny. And how I met Granny was just chance. Granny stumbled upon my stream. I was streaming. She was not streaming. And we were just acting how we act now. And she DM'd me and went, "You're funny. We should stream together." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Down." You know? And then through that, I played with Redacted. And then through Redacted, I met Chris and Julian. And it was just crazy. You know? It was wild. What I say? Yeah, and then I met everyone in Neat Dude from Among Us. I love the word redacted. It's just so funny, you know? Like, it's so unnecessary, but it cracks me up. Nah, there's no law. I'm being silly. Bro got the black boxes out. Yeah, I love saying it IRL because it makes people go, what? What are you talking about? As soon as I followed or subbed within the last maybe 2 or 3 months, you immediately asked how I found you and it was so sweet. Oh, that's so sweet. No, I love hearing it. We'll like randomly talk about it here and there. It's really cool because sometimes it's like, sometimes people have found me through chance. Hello. Sometimes it's through friends category. Aw, Rin, cute. Also, Rin, that's hilarious you saying that. Yeah, no, we had some good times. Like, DBD back in the day was amazing. You know? Do you have someone doing your... No, it's done, but we back in time to send it off, I think, next. I think. Because I'll be streaming the 1st of March, and I think I just hit the window to send it off. Cute! Yeah, he's doing it for Chris. You know what's funny? I remember, I mean, didn't we all? But I remember watching Jenna in high school, and I do remember seeing Julian, but I didn't put 2 and 2 together when we first started playing together. Like, I didn't click. It was very slow for me because I was just a nervous little streamer. I was very shy. I didn't really like, and then I clicked and I was like, oh, small world. Charlie! Yeah. Cute. I love that. Okay. Okay, Flint. I'm joking. That's cool though.
Head home at the southern station.
And they were roommates. Yeah, no, for real, Sierra. You have my goat. Have you been playing? I haven't seen you. No, I just love saying redacted for no reason. It's really fun. I did it the other day in a text message. And it had no meaning either. It was just, you know. But yeah, no, it's actually wild to me. I love being redacted. Oh, cute. Wait, do you DJ when you're not playing games? Hello, I come and piss. Friendly. I'll cover your 6. Yeah. Okay, exactly. Everyone going. Sorry, did I ask you, Topside? Is DJing your main thing outside of gaming? You're trying to merge the two? Or you are merging the two? Because I know we saw your video. What are 7? I'll cover 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah, Hornet, it's actually crazy how I became friends with everyone. It was genuinely what I love most about it. And there's nothing wrong with purposeful networking. I'm not going to shit on it because it works for some people and I love people have the same goals. It's not a bad thing. But what I do love about the people I play with now is it was all just like, I got very lucky. It all just felt very natural. Like, it was just friendship first, it felt like. You know what I mean? Like Granny, for example, Granny during COVID, she was, you know, and still is, baby, but like, she was #1 in the category. And she was so humble and sweet enough to message someone averaging 60 maybe, and not seeing the size and going, hey, I want to play with you. Like, what? That's unheard of. That's so sweet. Like, everyone should do that. Because it's all about vibes and about connection, you know? Because she wasn't going to get anything out of me other than a dumb joke. So, my point is, everyone that I met was honestly just so organic. It was just like, oh, we vibe cool. It's not a, oh, I hope I get a viewer from this. It was never that, you know? It was never like, what can I get out of this person? It was, we vibe. People like watching us vibe. Hell yeah. That was all it is, you know? And I'm glad that that was my experience on Twitch, because it can go the other way. And this is not a bad thing, because if people want to do this, they can do it. But the follow for follow route people take is just not ideal, because someone always gets hurt and people have expectation. It's like, you didn't watch me on my stream. It's like, oh, I was streaming too. And that like old mindset back in the day, I could see it just destroy friendships and stuff. So yeah, it was nice. All about the vibes. I prepare mixes before I go topside. Wait, that's so cute. Your mixes are great. Do you have SoundCloud? John, that's so funny. Yeah, it was crazy. It was nice. Also, thank you, Mix. That's very sweet. Yeah, no, Sierra, exactly. And that's why, like, obviously I'm keen to make new friends too, but that's why you'll see many of your favorites streaming with the usual group of people. If you want to share it, Topside, we'd love to see it. It's because, like, you want to chase those vibes and you trust them. It's all about trust as well. Because that's another thing. Streaming with a new person, you can check all their socials and everything, but they might say something mid-collab, mid-stream that makes you go, fuck, it's not, oh no, they said that, okay. You know? I would love to, Topside. We would definitely play it during Megabonk. Goodbye, Mix. Thank you so much. And hey, I'm glad you're playing Ark today. I'm joking. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm a huge piece of shit. I actually didn't make shmoney that round. I was just yapping about friends. 8 hours? What the hell? Damn. Look at us go. I'll go soonish. Let me investigate. Guys, we're making shmoney. Casual 9-hour slap. You heading topside? Yeah! Are you doing any thingamabobs? Or 14 minutes and a night raid. Nice. The fact you were still streaming when I woke up. Ooh, my bad. My bad. We can do way better loot, Topside. Way better. Like 100k minimum. Minimum. Little 9-hour slapper. Probably close to 9, to be honest. And then, because it's nearly 6. Nearly 6? Okay. Alright, I'm finishing late. Then I'll go get some food. Go do some laundry. Oh, Queen and Matriarch reactors? Nice. Nice. Whoopsie doopsie. Charlie, babe. My alerts are delayed. It will arrive. I don't know what's going on with Stream Elements today. I'm waiting. Hold. Hold. Wow, this is the most delayed alert. I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy no? I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Or Parker has
What
gifted
the hell
5
is going
subs.
on, bro?
Naughty boy.
Thank you, Charlie. The delay is so shit. That was... The raid one's not that delayed. The sub one's pretty delayed, but that is bad. I don't think bits are delayed. I think it's subs. But then the raid is as well? I don't know anymore. That's crazy. Yeah, I think Stream Elements is balked today, for real. What the hell? Thank you, Charlie. You shouldn't have, though. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Stream Elements is in Japan. All right, let me quickly do a little burb. I'll be back. Alright, let's get good loot. Ooh, we should do a prediction. Let's do a prediction on how much money my stash is worth. The whole stash, so that's including 19k loadout. I'm gonna do less than 20k because something I might die. $30,000 to $40,000, 50 to 70. Oh wait, I should do 499. Right? Is that right? No, 4. Oh no, it's 440 and then. Oh yeah. Right. Okay, I did it. 80,000. And then 100k plus. Right? Does that work? 30 to 30, 40,000. I think that works. And we'll do a 2-minute gamba. At least $5. Thank you, Charlie, again. I appreciate that. All right, let's. Good, good, good. Oh, wait, let me do that as well. While the prediction's going, I'm gonna do something really quickly. If you want to gamble, that is. I know it's late night arc, so we might not have a lot of gambling pals. Cool. I'm gonna pay rent, guys. Oh. Why do we have to fucking pay rent? It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's a scam. Renting's a scam. No, it's okay. I know, rent before a trip makes you feel like a piece of shit. But that is life. I have these moments as well. Paying rent sucks, but living by yourself is great. So last night I had this moment. No rent in Speranza. I had this moment last night, and I'm sure a lot of you can relate to this if you've ever moved out. Or even, it doesn't matter where you live actually. Because even if you just have a roof over your shoulder, hell yeah. But for me personally, I was, okay, I'm going down to the club, but Charlie. Hey, it worked instantly. Not delayed anymore? Thank you. What the hell? Pussy tossin'. Listen. Listen, Linda. Listen.
Or Parker has gifted 5 subs. Naughty
Listen.
boy.
Thank you. You're the best. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Chill out, please. Please. I had this moment where I was playing, I think I was playing a little bit of Ark after a shower. And I had this moment. I know this sounds silly. Hopefully someone relates to this. Sometimes you kind of forget you're an adult. And I know that sounds weird because all the bills we pay, freedom to do anything, whatever. But I had this moment where I was like, oh my God, I'm 30. I live by myself. And I somehow have a furnished apartment. Sick. Like, I was like, yeah, hell yeah. And I think it's purely because the last 10 years has gone so quick that sometimes I have this like moment where I'm like, holy shit, this is sick. I'm doing it. And this is coming from someone who moved out at 20. Like, I've been doing it, you know, whatever. But I just have a lot of gratitude sometimes, just how like, I don't know, sometimes it just hits you that you're doing something. You're like, oh, okay, cool. I paid my bills today. That's great. Look at us go, you know? Anyway, I was like, cool, cool. Time flies, huh? Time flies. Congrats Jeff Bezos on that 10 quid. Thank you so much though, Charlie. That's really, really sweet. That's a dream goal for so long, but it's so easy to forget to celebrate. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. But fuck rent. But yeah, no, I can't wait to split rent again one day. That's gonna be really nice. The way that I'm going to stress so much less rhyme when I split rent with someone in the future. Like, that's gonna be such a treat. Real top side. Because I would like to think I'm quite a positive person, but sometimes anxiety can steal that from you. But when I have a hold on it, which is most of the time, I'm even grateful. Like, I'll feel gratitude for my blanket when I sleep at night, because I know a lot of people, and I hate that it's a thing, don't even get a blanket at night. They don't have anywhere to live, and it's like, fuck. That should be given to everyone. Everyone should be able to, you know, have shelter and warmth and stuff, you know? 1K leaves my bank. Oh no, Charlie, real. The amount that I just transferred, you gotta be grateful for those moments like last night, because the amount transferred is painful, but then the feeling of accomplishment you feel, you're like, all right, this is great. But also it is the freedom to be able to be a weird fuck and stream without having to consider someone else, and you know, it does come with a cost, but it's really good for creativity as well, because I don't have to, oh my god, off to a good start, because I don't have to you know, I don't have to be less. Hey. No, I like doing it manual. I'm gonna die, bro. I prefer manual. And what happened? There was like this moment last month where the direct debit wasn't taking out of my account, and I had the rent in there. And it wasn't taking it out, and sometimes direct debits can do that. That's fine. And I was saying to my property manager, I know we use this app, but can I please transfer the rent? Because I love having a perfect ledger at the end of, like, I don't want to be late. Can you please take it out, you know? And she's like, we use a direct debit system. I'm like, you're not listening. I know you do. I'm just saying this one off. Can I please transfer it manually? Because it's going to hurt my side when it's not my fault. And she's like, we use a direct debit. Okay, I'm like, all right, you must be a bot. Like, don't worry about it. You're not listening. You're not listening to me. But yeah, I prefer manual too. Oh my god, Dinky. I feel that doll. I remember those times, and you got this, if I may say. But totally understandable. Yeah, exactly, Arcane. Sorry, I missed that. Exactly. Jaren, yes! Isn't that cool? I can't wait to, I know someone who's just paid off their student loans and they never thought they ever would, and yeah, that's so cool. Hello! Very nice. Yeah, Jaren, I don't think... Oh, I know what happens. My student loan, so in May I pay my tax, and usually it's not that much because I'll pay a little bit every 3 months with my GST that I have to pay. But it will be like $8,000 to your student loan, and I'm like, what? But then the worst part is the interest. So, oh, I did it again. So I thought I could make that. So you'll be like, "Woo, I'm paying it off," but then you'll be charged with interest, and it's like you never paid anything, and you're like, "Okay, government, hey, maybe lower the interest." Okay, maybe lower the interest for us. They did just give us some money towards our student loans, which was cool. But the interest is kind of crazy. Yeah, Kami, it'd be like that sometimes, you know? Like, I get it. That's why, low-key. That's why, with traveling and stuff, and I kept saying this, and not for any other reason, but just being transparent. With, you know, tax and rent and everything else behind the scenes that people pay for, including myself, I was like, it feels kind of naughty going to Japan. That's hot. Because it is a luxury, and maybe I was thinking like maybe I probably shouldn't. Like, I could make it work, but, you know, sometimes making that decision can be a tricky one, because you're like, okay, I want to, but should I? Is it a smart decision? Yeah. Did I go down here? No, yap. Don't apologize. Guys, I thrive off people yapping in my chat. And I know I don't expect you to, because some people have different capacities, so like don't stress, but never apologize for yapping. Yeah, and I know people like get it too, and that's why, because going to the vet tomorrow, you know, I could be even more out of pocket, and then I might go, all right guys, I should probably go another time, you know. Obviously I don't think that will happen, but it's the reality of life. Sometimes you might be thrown a curveball and go, all right, maybe I shouldn't do that. It sucks, but you know, sometimes you just gotta make the tough decision. I don't want the pest. Hello? Yeah, Charlie, where do you want to go first? Where do you want to go? Seattle, nice. I want to go back to New Zealand. All right. Anything else around here? I paid my way through college, but was so taxing my body. Yes, that's... Honestly, you're built different. And I know some people will be able to be like, yep, same. And it's... Oh my god. Sometimes people will come in and be like, yeah, I have college and then I'm working blah 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 amount of hours this week and then I have blah blah blah, and I'm like, I remember those days. Oh my god. Me. Hello. You scared me. I didn't see you then. Hello. We don't need Mason. Yeah, Sarah, you did that. Oh my god. You might go. Oh wait, I gotta text this. Rather. There we go. I'm so hungry. What the hell? Well, I did cry actually. Of course. Oh, Mick. That's fair. I honestly respect anyone's decision to do whatever the hell they want. You know who I do honestly just take my hat off to? The people who do uni and then go, all right, I'm gonna do a master's. Like, pop off, babe. Stinky, what? That's a thing? I wasn't good at uni either. I remember I nearly... Actually, I did pull out of it. And then Mum was like, babe, I think you should just stick to it because you're nearly done. And I did. And I got my degree. Ah, yes, my arch nemesis. They're back. We quit 1 year before. Oh. I do also respect quitting. I know it's crazy, but like, if something's not making you happy and you really, really just don't want to do it anymore, I'm a big fan of not doing it. But I also will motivate and be like, but you got this, you know. Final year, yeah. That was me. They do, Darren. They do, because I was just here, wasn't I? Yeah, it's great. And, you know, proud of everyone who goes and does their thing. But also, you can still succeed without that, you know? Because sometimes it feels like they make people think they're going to do nothing. And it's like, well, no. Yeah, exactly. Like, even tomorrow, for example, I'm making the executive decision tomorrow. And again, I'm sure it's going to be fine. But even that is brave. Because it's like, if I need to do something, if I think something is a better decision for me, I'll do it, hands down. There'll be a little bit of guilt and I'll feel sad about it, but, you know, it happens sometimes. Sierra, yeah. I almost didn't graduate final year of school as well. I also tried to quit, and Mum was like, babe, she's like, I don't care what score you get. You know what you want to do. And at the time it was film school that didn't require a score. And she was like, just stay and have fun. Just show up, have fun, stick it out, no pressure. And I did. So, yeah. I should really leave because I have no health. No, Charlie, that's the thing, right? And you're spot on. It's easy for people to look with what you've chosen, anyone has chosen to do with their life, and go, oh my god, Carla, you know, back when I wasn't a streamer, oh, she works at a bank. But I loved it. I loved working in fraud. It was sick. I loved my team. It was one of my hardest times in my life, mentally, but I loved it. Who cares? If you're happy, it doesn't fucking matter where you work, what you do. I could work in retail right now and still be happy. I love people, and even though you have really shitty days in retail, I've also had some really fun days in retail, and I loved it. Doesn't matter. I'm on team, do what makes you happy. Truly. Seriously. Yeah. Clap your hands. Nebula, that's so funny. Sierra, real. In proper trouble? There was one time, actually, where they tried to put me on a PIP, a performance improvement plan. And I was so pissed about it because it was so unfair that I quit. And then, and then another manager in the same bank rehired me for their team for more money. So I went from like, guys, I'm not even kidding. I went from like 60K to 80K. With this new role. And I was like 20K increase. And then I actually rolled that bank. I rolled them. Do you want to hear this? Okay, let me tell you this shitty story about this bank. So when I finished college, no, seriously, Mick, real. So I finished film school. I did a film production degree. Sorry if you heard the story again. I'll do a quick one. And I applied for jobs in industry. And if you don't know, it's a really hard industry to get into. Well, everything is now. But back then especially, like 10 years ago, more, the film industry in general, probably still is so hard to get into, especially when you're a new grad. Like, no one cares because you don't have experience. And then I applied for one job that wasn't related to film, and it was a bank in the call center. And I had a bad stutter at the time, so I don't know why I applied. This job was not a lot, especially for Australia back then. I think it was like maybe 35k. And AUD and trying to rent, that's nothing. You can't really live off that. But anyway, I applied for it because it was better than no job, and I got it. Shit, great, hell yeah, let's do it. Had the job, loved the culture, it was great, but I sucked on the phone because I had a bad stutter. So I was just anxious all the time, hated it, didn't like it, awful, I have to quit, sorry. My manager at the time was like, I really love your personality. I think you should stay. Let's find you another job within the bank. And I was like, oh, that's very sweet. Landed a job in the mail room, which I think was about 45k. So it was a bit of a jump. And it was scanning checks, receiving packages, scanning documents. I loved it. It was great. 45k for me back then as well was like, I've won. All of it went to rent, but I was happy, you know? So then I was in the mail room for a few years, got a couple of increases. Then my friend was like, hey, you should work in the cards team, the fraud department. I'll get you an interview. Got the interview for cards. I think I was on 65k or 60k maybe. Went to 60k. And I was like, sick, hell yeah, loving it, loved cards. The job got so stressful after a year that I was like, you know what, I want to go back to the mailroom. I'm stressed. But here's the thing. Internally, if you have a job that's higher than that job and you go back to an old job, you have to keep the salary. So I went back to the mailroom doing less work for the same amount of money. So I was like, gotcha! Gotcha, bitches! But I didn't know that. But I swindled my way back. I was beating the system, okay? But the downside to this mailroom is my boss was just not it. If you kissed her ass a little bit, she was bearable, but she was very micromanaging. I could open up a tab in Google and she'd be like, what are you doing? Because she could see all our screens. She was just micromanaging. Just, you know, just not good boss. And then the boss of her daughter started working with us. So she caused a lot of problems with me. She wouldn't do any work and get away with it. I would do everything and then I would still be pulled up for something I've done. So it was just not good. There was a time I had a sick day. I was genuinely sick. And I think it was 7 to 3 that day because we were on like rotating shifts. And I streamed at 5, literally in a blanket, sick, 2 viewers, just talking to people. I lived alone. I was lonely. And the daughter saw that stream, told my boss. Then I was told I couldn't get sick leave because I was streaming. Illegal. So illegal. So bad. Anyway, so like, just things, just so bad. Just bad. Just bad. And then I made a little mistake months later. And it was definitely a mistake. I'll give you that. But I was such a good worker that it shouldn't have required a performance improvement plan. My performance is great. I made one mistake. You know what I mean? So, but they just wanted me gone. Like, they just didn't like me. That's fine. I don't know, whatever. And I rebelled because I was like, fuck that. I'm not getting on a performance improvement plan. You micromanage me enough. I do more work than anyone in this room. I don't need to go on a pip. But at the time, I was DMing, because I think it's like, I don't know what it was called, but it's basically MSN for corporate. And I was messaging, so this is where it gets a bit dirty, but I don't give a shit. The boss on this team was a bit of a, like, he was really nice, but he was honestly someone who was a bit slimy in terms of like, would flirt with everyone, right? And I think he thought I was keen, but he was twice my age. But I want more money. Anyway, so I didn't say anything weird, but like, you know, I was nice to him. And he was like, yeah, I'll hire you. Didn't show him any tit, don't worry. And so I had to wait a few months, which sucked. But I got rehired. Now, here's the tea. So, I got more money, right? Crazy. Like, this is crazy. But the funny thing is, the mailroom was across from security. And you have to go to security, get your lanyard, and to take a photo. And I loved the security guy. Forget his name. He was like, must be Lebanese or Greek. Had a thick accent. He was kind of like typical, like, Fat Tony type of character. You know what I mean? Like, just very like, hey, gabagool. Maybe he was Italian, actually. Anyway, so there's a little window that looks into the mailroom. So here I am, first day back. They don't know that I'm got rehired because I had sent them my resignation. I was like, bye, I'm out. And then I'm walking past the mailroom to get my lanyard. And my old boss saw me and she looked like she saw a ghost. She was like, what the fuck? And I have to go down to the mailroom as a cards associate to pick up cancelled cards or anything that go to our team. So I would purposely go and collect these cards and they were just like giving me death stares. And she contacted my now boss being like, Carla was almost about to go on a pip, blah, 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 like trying to get me fired. And he's like, no, Carla's an asset to my team, actually. Like, no, we're keeping her. Thanks, though. Thanks for the info. And yeah, that's how I swindled the bank. Skipping, yeah, I honestly was like, hee. Because, like, what is wrong with you, bro? Like, not you pipping before DVD was a thing. Yeah. And then my contract ended with the new thingy. And I wasn't needed anymore. And I was also working at the bank at the time and also streaming. So we got to the point where I was like, all right, I'll skedaddle. Bye, guys. But yeah, that turned out to be a way longer story than I tried to keep down. But that's basically what happened. Is I went, I'm out of here, losers. I'm out. Had a great time. Excuse me? Guys, I'm gonna die. This is my ultimate karma for talking shit. Oh, yay. They died. Anyway, that's the law of my only corporate job I had, because before then I was working at a grocery store through uni and college. Yeah. Yeah. And then COVID happened and I got extremely lucky on Twitch. Get in, losers, we're going banking. No, for real. Do I have any health at all? Damn. I'm so dead. That's the oh my god, that was a crazy hiccup. That's the only one that's ready? Okay.
Head home at the southern station.
Alright, if I make it out alive, I am the GOAT. Yeah. That's the goss. Huge Lord Dom. It was a slow burn, John. So, for... Oh, a probe. Do you reckon they have anything? It was definitely a slow burn. Please don't die. I need to leave. Please give me some health. But it was basically... So... Sorry, I'm... Oh, fuck, I can't get shot.
5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Shoot. Please don't die, you're so sexy. I think because I don't need anything at the moment, Sierra, but fair. I think I always don't care purely because I don't need it, but when I do need it, I will definitely. I swear. I know, Cammy, that's what I mean. So, I was always doing like 2 hours a week, if that, because I had 2 jobs, so I wasn't streaming a lot. But I was averaging anywhere between 6 and 15 over a few years. Like, I just kept under 20 viewers. But more realistically, guys, I averaged 6 viewers a year before I got partnered. If that doesn't encourage you to chase a dream and just give things a shot, I don't know what does. I averaged 6 before I got partnered in a year. So over that time, because COVID happened, I YOLO quit my job when I was at, I think, 30 viewers, maybe, because I was living with someone at the time who encouraged it. I shouldn't have, but obviously it worked, but that's really risky. Like, if COVID wasn't a thing, that would have been a very silly thing for me to do. Oh no. And is this something I can run to? And over time, just slowly, the audience would build because I was able to stream longer hours. Because before that, I wouldn't be able to... I wouldn't be able to stream a lot. Hello, please! Help! Wait, I can make it. Oh, I could actually. I have my, the health augment. Help! Hello! I will give you my whole... That's it. I'll give you my whole. Please. Hello, anyone?
2 minutes left.
Hello? I'll give you loot. Please. Please. Anyone? But anyway, to answer your question, it was a slow burn. So I would like, with COVID and I was streaming constantly, it would be an extra like maybe 15 viewer average every month. So it was just like slowly increasing. And then I'll also give Grand credit. I got very lucky that the community loved me, because I remember when I was very new to streaming, I was like, if I just get a raid, I can make it. And then I would get raids and no one would stay. So raids really, like, I got very lucky with Grand because we connected on a level that connected with her audience. So I got very, very lucky. But prior to that, it was just consistency. Oh, wait, I'm talking. See, if that's not encouraging to get me up, I don't know what is. Guys, can someone please get me up? I'll get you up. Huh? Or at least call the train for me. Please. Anyone? Oh my god, Raider! Oh, that's an arc. Fuck. Did anyone predict on my downfall? Because, fuck, I failed you. One person. Well, technically, it was number 3. So 2 people did lose money. I'm so sorry. Guys, don't pred me. Guys, I'm a good guy. I'm a really good guy. Dinky, here's the thing. Did that make you feel better? No, I promise you, you'll get your money back. Shoot. But uh-oh, guys. I got a spotter relay and some rubber parts. Why is that in my safe pocket? Whoopsies. Sorry about me, dear. I'll accept this guy now. The milkman. What is that profile pic? I'm scared. Oh, how are my trials? Not good. Leaderboard. Oh, okay. Oh, I don't need that much more. I could definitely do a night raid later and get more fireballs and get up to 2 times promotion. Look at these sweats. It's crazy. You're gonna rub whose part? You heard me. I am going to rub their part. Sorry. I got demoted. Ah.
You know the drill.
I do know the drill.
Anything else, just help yourself.
Help myself? Well, that's a lie, because I have to pay for it. I know, Crawlings. I should probably skedaddle soon, because it is 6:30. And I should probably go get some food. But 9 hours. I didn't expect 9 hours. Don't know the difference between free and paying. Real. Real. I'm really craving pasta, if I can say that. When I go to this pasta place, I haven't been in a while. But, because I don't know where we got on the topic, but he asked, oh yeah, I think I was there during the day once. And he was like, oh, what do you do for work? And so now, when I go in, he's very sweet. He'll be like, how was stream today? I'm like, good. He's very cute. Very nice. Yeah, I would destroy a chicken Alfredo. I would destroy it. Ooh, yum. But here's my goal. And I know it's not that hard to make, but I want to learn. No, yun. Yun yun in my tummy. I want to learn to make a good pasta. Yeah, it's cute, isn't it? Very cute. I want to, like, I know it really doesn't, like, I just got to lock in. But I want to learn to make real good. Oh, that's a good prep meal. When I do my meal prep when I'm back. I can make, like, a shitload of pasta and get some chicken. And that's, like, 3 dinners and 3 lunches right there. Because I need meals that I can just heat up or make a sandwich the night before. And then I'll eat on stream. Fair, Charlie. What are you? Pizza? Yeah, I would like that, Sierra, but also I don't need to make the pasta from scratch, but I would love to make maybe the sauce from scratch. What's chip buddies? It's just such as a chip. Yeah, I would like to make a meal prep again. Because I felt really good when I was doing that. Chicken to... What the hell is that? Rice, a little bit of veg. Oh, I kind of do that. I didn't know it was called that. Wait, can I tell you, John? I don't know. Okay. That word actually has a lot of history, and I wish Shaping was here. Because, I don't know, what was it? Jambalaya? What was it? Was it a stream? I forget what... Was it a streamer watching me? Maybe? I think someone was hate watching me. Or something. I gotta ask Shaping, and he was... Someone was typing that in the chat. Oh no, he was watching me, and someone was telling me about the jambalaya they were cooking. And I couldn't say the word. I was like, jambalaya. I couldn't say it. And he's like, oh my god, it's jambalaya, you stupid bitch. And obviously it's not funny that he was aggressive, but it was hilarious because I found it so funny because I truly couldn't say the word. So now anytime I see that word, it makes me think of that. Because I'm like, that's so funny. Because I truly was just, I couldn't say the word. Obviously, I don't condone people being pieces of shit. But if you see the humor in it, it's really funny. Because I was trying to say the word and I kept attempting it. And I should have just not attempted it. But it was so funny. Oh, it was so good. Sierra, listen. Jambalaya. Oh, jambalaya. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, you know, I think definitely back then, I remember the hate I would get off and on was, and I can see, no, when I say I can see it, it's not to hate anyone that was like me, but I think people couldn't comprehend a stream where someone just liked their community. Because especially back then, and like now, yeah, but especially back then, we were playing DBD every day, so we had the same people in chat every day, and we're all just so sweet to each other. So a lot of people would see that and be like, and I had this in high school too. I remember this one person, it still like sticks with me, but it makes me laugh. This one person truly thought my personality was fake. Because I think I was extra bubbly when I was a teenager. Like, think of me now times 10. I was like, wah! And then they met my mum at like a parent-teacher night, and they apologized to me because they were like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, it was just, people just can't comprehend someone actually being like a bubbly person. So I think that's why. I think I just got under people's skin being just a normal gal, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just that. Oh, Nordic, stop it. But that's literally, yeah, it's, that's why you see on Twitch, most of the successful people on Twitch, and again, hell yeah, I'm not hating your journey there, but a lot of the successful bigger streamers actually just spread a lot of hate, and their communities are rotten. Because people gravitate towards putting their negative energy somewhere, and that's just normal. You know what I mean? So it's easy for people who aren't happy and like those types of streams, when they see just a normal person being nice, they're just like, you know, it's crazy to me. But yeah. Yeah, no, it does, because you can't keep up with it. Like, you can have as many mods as you can, but it still, like, ruins the vibes. John. Spread legs, not hate. Exactly. Which part, Charlie? Because I'm a big hater. Yeah, but there's a difference between, like, I can be a hater of something. Guys, everyone has a little bit of hate in them, in the sense that you can just be pissed off. I can hate people who have a platform that are a piece of shit. I can hate the government. It's okay. You can be a little bit of a hater. But how you talk to people in a community speaks volumes of your character. You know what I mean? If you're respectful and you listen to the streamer and their rules, you're fine. Like, just be a normal, respectable person. And that's all a good streamer wants you to be, is respectable. You know? Like, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, you're right, John. But I can truly hate something. I'm human. I can feel like I try not to really stick on something too long though. Otherwise it just turns into a mood and the energy shit and doesn't do anything for me. But I've definitely had moments where I'm like, I fucking hate that. You know? And that's normal. But also what you said as well. Having an opinion, a respectful opinion, isn't hateful either. You know? Alright, 9 hours. I'm a crazy little bitch. I really should call it, to be honest. You know what I have to do this year? I have to go back to literal just chatting streams. Guys, believe it or not, prior to DBD, I used to be a just chatting streamer. That's all I could do. I didn't have technology to do anything else. I would do some like some Fortnite Scream, not Scream Capture. Scream Capture's crazy. Capture device, whatever. Capture card. But like I would just talk. Too crazy to go for 10? It's actually not that crazy. I could. But yeah, I really should I should yap more. Oh. Okay. Moving on. Ooh, yeah. How would we do that? I guess I could just show my face. Like, because I would like to watch a movie. But You can hear me? We started at the same time or something? Hmm. Yeah, I would like to do just chatting. Oh, a theater stage. True. I would like to do it live. So we can talk in the chat and crack jokes. So that's the funniest part. Yeah, I need to figure out the vibe. But I miss just chatting. I would always just yap, man. Yeah. Yeah, keep the movie in Discord and talk on stream. That's what Andre does sometimes. In fact, what's that movie you want you to watch? Chicago. True. Oh, really? Yeah, she went. Guys, Uncle Buck is amazing. She doesn't want to watch. Guys, I can't stress enough. Let me put some music on. I can't stress enough. Let me sit down real quick. I'm sat. Sorry. I can't stress enough how good movies, especially in the 80s and 90s, how good they were. 1. Screenplay and script, amazing. 2. Wholesome as hell. 3. An hour and a half. None of this 2.5 to 3 hour bullshit. They get in, they get out, they leave. Katie, that's what I'm saying. Guys, you know what my favorite movies of all time are? What, Carla? Guys, stop, I'll tell you. Beetlejuice, Home Alone 1 and 2, Uncle Buck. Curly Sue goes off as well. Ooh, Leah. Ooh, new lighting and filming trends blow. Guys, the grades now suck. Everything's dull. No, I watched a movie actually, and it was 2.5 hours, and that was pretty good. But you know, Uncle Buck is so. Oh, Shaun of the Dead. Yeah. Uncle Buck's so great. Uncle Buck is just wholesome family fun. It has John Candy in it. Nordic, I would love that. Thank you. Send it my way. Give me some shadows. Give me some actual color. Nobody lights people anymore. They light the entire frame. Yeah. Wolf Creek's Aussie, isn't it? Terrifying though. You know what's a great movie? To Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything. That's a great movie too. Favorite horror movie? The Strangers. And the reason why it tickles me is because it's so basic, but I think it showcases everyone's true fear and the truest form of real horror, and that is home invasion. Like, we've all been home alone and hear a noise and absolutely fucking shitting pants, and that's why I like it, because it's not like, ooh, this doll is haunted and now the doll has a gun. And then there's ghosts floating in the attic, but then now there's an alien. Like, it's just pure, like, horror, real shit. It's nothing, ooh, it's... Horror movies these days piss me off. Because it's all so extreme. Just give me basic horror. Hush is good. Hush is scary. Yeah, The Strangers, sick. The Strangers 2 and 3, don't bother. Annabelle's coming for you. Well, Annabelle needs to pay rent. Nah, but I know there's some new horror that's cool. But that's why I like The Strangers, because it's just basic, bare bones, fun. Like this. Let me see if I can find you the trailer, because I don't know if they used the song in the trailer, but they used this fucking song that gives me the heebies and the jeebies. The Strangers trailer. I actually have never seen the OG trailer, but let's do it, baby. Ooh. Remind me to tell you my other favorite horror movie. Okay. Aww.
I just want to tell you something.
What do you want to tell me?
You are my girl.
I love you, Jimmy.
Jimmy. I didn't realize how like low quality it is. I mean, it's old, but I'm spoiled for choice now.
It's okay, there's nothing here.
I've seen this. I'm still scared.
I haven't heard a dog bark or a car pass. Nothing.
Guys, look the fuck, he's right there.
There's someone out there.
Must have been the wind. Sorry.
Hello?
This is the song.
What is it?
It's my phone.
Oh my god.
We gotta get out of here. Now open the door, and I just want you to run, okay?
Why are you doing this to us?
Because you were home.
Because you were home.
That's fucked. That's fucked. You're telling me if I was down the road at Domino's, you wouldn't have done this? You're a liar and a cheat. You had a plan. Anyway, that is The Strangers. Now, for my next thing. I don't know, I'm bored actually. I heard you had a PS2. Can I play it? This next thing was actually really shit, but it's one of those movies that is it's so bad it's good, and that was When a Stranger Calls. Now, I'm sure a lot of you horror fans will hear this and go, you're a piece of shit, Carla, that was awful. But it was so bad that it's good. That's what I'm saying, Charlie. Yeah, no, exactly, Sierra. That's what I mean. I'll probably laugh at the trailer, to be honest. Oh my god, 2006? I didn't watch The Strangers in theaters, no. I was a bit of a puss. Yeah, no, it's very lame, but it still has good, like, whoa! You know what I mean? Like, there's a moment in When a Stranger Calls, spoilers, but it's been out for 20 years, so grow up. And that is, she looks out, so this mansion she's in, they have like a spare house across the way that their son sometimes stays in. And the babysitter is like, oh, you know what, maybe, oh, I keep getting cold, maybe it's the sun. And she looks out at the house and you see a little shadow walking across, like behind the curtain. But the shadow is so not a person. Like, it's just bad editing, or they used a dummy or whatever. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. And I don't know why it just tickles me watching it, because it's just so bad. But I still get spooked. That's me, babe. I'm just a guy. Are the ads over, by the way? Where's my mouse? Did my mouse die? Oh my god, grow up, Carla. That's crazy. Hold. But yeah, so I kind of like the cheesy stuff. What's another one? Oh, is it No Vacancy? That's so bad, but good. This one. I haven't seen the trailer for this. This is gonna be funny. That wasn't necessary.
Hello?
What?
Is anyone there?
They don't make trailers like this anymore.
I could have at least driven myself, Dad.
But I want you driving home alone.
She's so young now that I look at this. I always thought she was old.
Wow.
You must be Jill. We were so thrilled to find a babysitter in the lab.
Is it meant to be zero quality? Yep, I guess this is 2006, guys. That's so funny. We were spoiled. We're spoiled now.
Just make yourself at home.
Dr. Mindrakis, I think his name was. Classic.
Hello?
Have you checked the children?
So good. Oh my god, guys! The scariest thing of all, a house phone! Guys, you remember house phones? Wow. And it wasn't wireless, too. She was stuck on the... Oh, no, it is wireless. Never mind. Sorry. That's crazy. Sorry. I would honestly love a house phone, but not necessary.
Hello?
Bobby?
Jill, is that you?
Have you been calling me? Can I speak with the police?
Has he threatened you?
He just keeps on calling.
You're safe inside that house.
Oh.
Why are you
ACAB.
doing this? What do you want? Stop calling me, you
Jill,
sick...
it's the police. We traced the call. It's coming from inside the house. You hear me? It's coming from inside the house.
Yeah, why would you put the twist in the trailer? That's crazy. You know what I hate? And I know I'm on a good roll with hating things. And it's even worse now. Trailers just show the whole plot. Guys, listen, I fall asleep to rain sounds and sometimes it auto sends me to this shit, okay? Anyway, trailers literally give you everything. I'm not too sure, Sierra. Kevin from Home Alone in the house. Maybe she should leave the fucking house. When a Stranger Thing calls shadow scene, I want to show you this fuck ass shadow. Badly. In the shadows. No. I want to show the scene where... What would I type in? When a stranger calls... What's the... When a stranger thing calls, sorry. When a stranger calls... what's the house called? Is it a granny flat? Granny flat? No, I don't think they call it a granny flat. Spare house? Spare house at the back? She looks at the house at the back. Sorry. Guest house. Guest house. Yes, that's it. Guest house. Yeah. What the fuck is that? No, it's fine. Oh, granny flat in Australia is a guest house, which is crazy because, like, what the fuck? Guest house scene. Is this it where she looks and... Yes, guys, look at this shadow. It's so bad. Look at this. Look at this. Someone's home, right? And she's running there. But does she go back and see... Oh, no, it's not the scene. Damn it. Oh, damn, it's not it. Damn, before that, she sees a shadow that walks past. And it's, like, literally not a shadow. I don't know who to sign. It's so not it. Oh, I want to see this so bad. And then she goes in the granny flat. No one's there. Do you ever see the shadow? I think the producer or whatever had, like, a dummy, maybe. And they're just, like, moving it. But, like, you could tell it wasn't a human. Like, it was meant to be a human, but it was just bad. It was just bad. Oh, guest house shadow? Damn, I wish I could show you this. I'm so sad. Honestly, no one cares. This is not even that good. But for me, it's so funny. Looking back. Light on the... Oh, here it is. Yeah! So light turns on. Bruise, Chris. Bruise. So light turns on and then the shadow walks past. Wait. No! Look at it again. I want to see it.
Wait here with me until they come.
What if I'm wrong and it's a good shadow? I swear it looked really bad. Oh yeah, cool. Okay, yeah. Come on. That is a shredder on Ark. What is that? Like, back then, I was like, oh my god, that's scary. But now I think back to it. I'm like, what is, like, truly, what did they get Because that's not a human. It might be Voldemort. And another thing. How did the guy that was inside the house put the shadow there? Yeah, someone's standing on a Roomba. Like, how did he make that happen? Because there's no way he left the house and came back. She would have known because she had the alarm on. Yeah, the shower scene from Home Alone. Yes. Yes, wait. Shower scene Home Alone. This is literally what this looks like to me. Great movie, by the way. A pizza from the Plaza Hotel. That's literally what that looks like to me. Get out of here, I'll slap you silly. Hey, hey.
Get out of here, you nosy little pervert, or I'm gonna slap you silly.
Oh, you're cooking. Oh god, cinema, huh? Cinema. No, but that's what he looked like. One freaky moment when the movie opens with a crime. Yes, that's creepy as hell. That is creepy. That is creepy. I agree with that. I agree. Anyway, When a Stranger Calls, really bad, but really good. Bad shadows, bad vibes. Still gives you some heebie-jeebs. I know. I miss movies. I know they're still here. But I miss movies. Speaking of movies, how crazy was Blair Witch back in the day? How crazy? You're next? Really? Guys, I'm going to assume Blair Witch came out in, I'm going to say 2004 or 5? 1999? What? Wow. That fucked me up real bad. I remember watching it in 2004. Shit, I guess that makes sense. I was 4 in 1999, sorry. Because my friend and I watched it when we were like, oh god, 8 or 9. And she was the type of friend that hated touch. Like, she don't touch me. Doesn't like affection at all. And I was sleeping over at her house and we watched it and we were terrified because we thought it was real. To the point where she was like, can you sleep in my bed? I'm like, yes. We were so scared. My bad, John. Yes, I thought it was 4 or 5. Wow. Oh, Jeepers Creepers is very creepy, but also there was a scene. Here she goes again. There was a scene where whatever it was on the road, hurt, maybe? And their wing was flapping, and I found that so funny. Also, rewatch Nightmare on Elm Street because that's crazy. Also watch Cape Fear. Robert De Niro is jacked in it. Yeah, Paranormal Activity movies scared me. Yeah. I watched the new Blair Witch at the movies. It was shithouse. It was just not what you need, want, or desire. It was, what are we doing? You know? What are we really doing right now? DVD trailers for the unknown were very... Oh, yeah, they were. True. I do like a slow burn. But you know what I love? I just love a good thriller. I love a thriller where you're like, ooh, no, it's them. Oh, no, I think it's them. Oh, yes, blah, blah, blah. Like, if anyone's seen the series, I think it's Behind Her Eyes. I'm not going to spoil it because it has one of the craziest plots of all time. Yeah, true. I feel like movies don't know when to stop / they get greedy. Like, for example, We don't need Toy Story 5. Do I want it? Sure, I'll watch it. I love Toy Story. We don't need it. Let them live their life. That's fine. The twist was like, I didn't see that coming at all. And even me saying that's not a spoiler. You literally cannot guess the plot twist. Obsession. What's obsession? Obsession. Oop. YouTube, the new trailer came out today. What is it about? I'm scared. Okay, fine, we watch it. I'm a pussy. Oh, great.
I wish Nikki Freeman loved me more than anyone in the entire world.
I like the font. Oh, great.
I love you so much.
That's funny. Oh, sorry. Oh, God.
Do you still think I'm pretty?
Great. Beige screen 1 hour. Guys, when I tell you cinema hasn't popped off until I saw this. Check this out. Oh, stop. Oh, sorry, guys, my bad. Guys, what are my recommendations? That's crazy. I've never once watched beige screen 1 hour. Now I have silver screen 1 hour. Oh. Is that your skin? I'm whiter than that. Although I did get a 10. And by 10, I mean just slightly more white. Okay, interesting. So, he wishes for a lady. Wait, what are your thoughts on Ready or Not? I saw the Ready or Not 2 trailer. So he wishes for a lady, and then be careful what you wish for, ha ha ha, or be careful who you wish for rather, and then she's obsessive and creepy. Yeah, group chat is going crazy. What are you guys talking about? Shark Tank. Shanakala Shark Week with no meds. Yep. Real. Actually true. Yeah. Crazy. We're doing Tokyo, Osaka for a few days, and then a day trip in Kyoto. Is that right? I think so. No, check this out. Ready? You can see that, right? Don't play with me. Check this out. Guys, for context, I don't turn. Oh, shit. You really have to look. But it's there. See? This is the line. See that? That's guys, that's different. Guys, come on. That's crazy. Do you want to see my burn on my leg? I'll show you. I believe you. Thank you. Hold. I'll try and crop it. It's a bit arsey. How am I going to show this, actually? Stop. Look at that. Crazy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And the worst part is, that was the only burn. I was slip-slop slapping. And then, you know when a burn develops? You're like, oh, I survived. Hell yeah. From bruise to burn. They grow up so fast, guys. And I was having a shower and I was like, ouch. Oh, fuck. I'm so tan, guys. Burn photos for free. Nooks and crannies talk. Oh, want to see a photo of me on a I'm really bad with roller coasters. So we didn't actually buy the photo, we just stole it. But you know, sometimes in life you gotta do that. Did I take a photo of it actually? Oh my god. That's so funny, guys. I'm so white, the flash. That's so funny. I'm so white that you can't see my face. I just blend in. Guys, I was literally like, fuck off. That's the Green Lantern. And then check this out. Check out the normal people on the thing. They're like, hee hee, hee hee, yeah, hee hee, hee hee. And I'm like, help! Guys, I literally was on, what was it? I was on a thing and I literally was screaming because people can hear you down when they're waiting. And I screamed at the people waiting. I was like, turn back! Don't go on it! Don't go on it! They could definitely hear me say that. And then this one, I look like Ghostface. But I did this creep. Guys, I look like Michael Jackson. And that's not a bad thing. So I posed on that one. Crazy. Crazy. Then this one, it was at the end of the day and I truly was zoned out. I'm not even kidding. Didn't even know the camera was there. And this is it took the photo and I went, oh fuck. I literally was zoning out at the end of this ride. Cause it wasn't like a crazy ride. You were just shooting things and I was so tired. And yeah. I was literally like, all right, I'm done. I'm done. That's so funny. Not a thought between those eyes. I know. What else? What else do I have here? I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna tell this joke. It's not gonna be fun. No, I can't tell it. It was in the moment. I really gotta stop doing this. No, I can't. You're not gonna find it funny. It was in the moment. What else do I have? This is me on my birthday with a slice of cake. It's really good cake, guys. I was having a great time. Little cake. What else do I have? Yeah, it was so cool. This is me at El Camino with my sombrero. Love. Love. If you don't have Instagram, this is me serving on a tube with my bruise. Gotta have a cake on your birthday. Real. Real. Bruise. Bruise. This is me with this fuckhead. You can't see me because my phone is making me extremely white. This is me with this idiot. I have returned. Guys, I saw this. This is crazy. I saw a toilet brush. Okay. But look what the toilet brush was. Crazy. Need. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy, huh? This is a seagull. I swear I took more photos, but oh wait, no, we're coming up to the Ripley's Believe It or Not. This is me in a box because it said, "Can you fit in this box?" And I was like, "Yeah, I can." Sorry about him. Thank you so much. It's me in a box. International hate. Pixel International. This was me with the world tallest man statue, but I was so scared that it was going to move because you can see it in my face. I was so nervous. I'm like, is this thing gonna move? Please don't move. Please don't move. I was so scared. I was like, whoa! Because he's creepy as hell. I'll do it, gang. I'll do it. Hi, Taro. This doesn't do it justice, but this was the best pizza I've ever had. Obviously, if you like olives. If you don't worry about it. But it was so good. Also, I've come up with a new bit. It's a power move. Please feel free to use it. It works best if you're in an Uber or a car where both parties can look outside a window. So if you're in the back seat with someone, try this. It's so good. I'm losing it. So what you do is you go to the person. You're like, oh, see that building? And they go to look, right? And they go, yeah, what about it? But while they've turned around, you're now looking out the other window in silence. You don't say anything. And then they go, what do you mean? And they turn to look at you and you're looking outside the window. It's so funny. Now, trust me, you have to just try it. It was the bit all weekend and it was so funny. I don't know if I filmed it. I don't know if I filmed me doing it. Did I film it? Let's see. Oh wait, I don't have a video. I'll show you. It's not as good. It's not as good. How do I show you? Okay, wait. I wanted to film it because screw it all to hell. You know what I mean? Screw it all to hell. How do I scan a QR code? Scan this QR code with compatible device to log into Discord. Oh. How do I log into my Discord? I got a good pic of you doing the... Oh, no. That's not good, Mick. That's not good. We can't do this anymore. We can't. How do you sign in with Discord? How do you sign in anymore? Oh, view backup codes. Oh, I can view a backup code. Oh, hell yeah, I can get in. I was locked out for so long. Oh, we're so back. Verification key to my email address. Oh my god. Guys, I was so locked out. Yeah, I gotta save it to passkey. I was so locked out on the weekend. It was actually awful. I didn't have anything I needed. I felt like a fuckhead. But I'm logging in before Japan. I can't not be in here. Oh. Oh, I have a backup code. Okay. Let me log in. Guys, this is exciting. I can't believe how locked in it is, though. Verify with something else. A backup code. Yeah! What is that? Do you have to use the dash in it? Invalid. Maybe you don't put the dash in it? Not working. Guys, am I locked back out? Oh, I've used those. Okay, so I do this then. Wait, we're so back. Imagine if I'm just out of my Discord forever. Invalid. Guys, am I? Oh, wait. I'm back. I'm in. Oh, I'm back! Yay! Oh my god, I haven't had Discord on my phone in a week. Oh my god. Girl, guys. Don't girl me. I'm a good guy. Oh.
Oh, hey, pizza guy.
God!
Thank you for delivering my pizza.
Do you want a slice? It's half-half. Just the way you like it. All right. Hey.
Happy belated pal Carl
Thank
Stuck.
you sweetheart. What the hell? It's half-half. Just the way you like it. Yep. Okay. Wait. Thank you, Con. Media player?
Yep.
Seal this.
Yep. What about it?
I think it's funny. And I think people should do this to your friends as well. I think you should do it. Okay? Just trust me, it's funny. What about it? Con, thank you so much. That's really nice. I appreciate that. What do you mean, what about it? What do you mean? No, I'm kidding. Guys, get everyone involved, record it, let me know what you think. All that jazz. All that jazz. Guys, nearly 10 hours. We are the GOAT of all time, I feel. Thank you so much for today. Nearly 10 hours is crazy. Oh my god. There is a chance you'll see me tomorrow morning. If not, you will see me in Japan. I'll be doing a stream. And then on the absolute off chance I can't make it to Japan, I'm saying like off chance when I'm back from the vet. Again, Mimi's been okay today. I'm sure I'm overthinking it. I'm sure she's okay. This is literally like a 0.01%. Then you'll see me next week. But I'm going to Japan. I will talk to you soon. She's a go by Shayla. Thank you, Jaren. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the super long stream. When I'm back from Japan, we'll be doing a good change to the channel. It's still going to be the usual stuff, but it's just going to be more like just chatting sometimes. More simulators. Still going to arc, but like, you know, I want to do different stuff. And yeah, I want to give you more variety. So, guys, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for everything. You are the best. Seriously. I can't wait to give you so much content. We're going to raid Tammy. If you aren't a part of the Instagram, get the Instagram locked and loaded. That's the place that I post. I'm going to be absolutely spamming Japan stuff. So, yeah, if you want the juice, go over there. Make sure you follow. I hate even saying that, but I'm going to be putting so much on there. And then also make sure you're following here if you want a notification, or my Discord, because I'll be trying to go live in my Airbnb off my phone. So you want notifications for that. But I'll make sure to post on the Gram or the Discord if I go live. There will be more bruises, guys. Okay? Guys, I adore you. Thank you so much for the support. You are the best. I appreciate you. Today was super fun. And a Yap Cap was actually fun. We should do that more often. Old school vibes. Carla. I was a just chatter, guys. I was a just chatter. Anyway, go say hello to Tammy. I appreciate you, and I'll see you very soon. Yap Cap. Bye, guys. And thank you so much, Con, and everyone for all the love the past couple of days. I appreciate it. Bye, guys.